Good morning, Your Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. Please, can we all find our seats as we prepare for the program in the next few minutes? Thank you. I spoke when you were outside for people to sit down, so you can begin to speak.
Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, may we rise to welcome His Excellency Professor Yemi Oshibanjo GCON, Senior Advocate of Nigeria, Vice President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. Shall we now take the national anthem?
Standing to take the national prayer, which is the second stanza of the national anthem. O God of creation, direct our noble cause, guide our leaders right, help our youth the truth to know, in love and honesty to grow, and living just and true, great lofty heights attain, to build a nation where peace and justice shall reign. Thank you.
Amen. May we take our seats. Your Excellency, the Vice President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, thank you very much for honoring us with your presence. Let me also specially appreciate the Chair of the National Committee on Export Promotion, the Executive Governor of Jigawa State, His Excellency Alhaji Muhammad Badaru Abubakar, who's represented here today by the Senate, Deputy Chairman of the Senate Committee on Public Accounts, distinguished Senator Ibrahim Hassan Hadija. You're welcome. Members of the National Assembly, my Lord, spiritual and temporal, the Secretary to the Government of Federation, Mr. Boss Mustafa, the Honorable Minister of State, Federal Ministry of Industry, Trade and Investment, Ambassador Mariam Yalwaji Katagum, our chairman of our board, the board of the NEPC, distinguished Senator Ibrahim Musa, and other board members of the Nigerian Export Promotion Council here present, our executive director and CEO of the NEPC, Dr. Israk Yakusa, members of the diplomatic corps, other heads of government agencies, parastatals, and departments here present, CEOs and captains of private sector, our exporters, and other stakeholders here present, representative of the civil society organizations and unions here present, our lead speakers and our panelists, distinguished invited guests, staff of the NMPC, gentlemen of the press, ladies and gentlemen. Especially welcome to this National Conference on Oil Export 2022. And we believe together we'll be charting a new course for selling Nigeria to the world.
Thank you very much, Your Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. Just as my co-anchor has said, we hope that today's event will be one of those events that we will indeed sell Nigeria abroad. Today's event on non-oil exports with the theme, Exports for Survival. Don't you all forget that The NEPC is a federal institution which is responsible for the regulation, the promotion, the development, and diversification of Nigeria's exports. Nigeria, as we all know, is largely dependent on crude oil exports for foreign exchange. This maiden national conference, and I must say that this is the first national conference that the NEPC is putting together, so it is very significant. This year's theme is Exports for Survival, like I said earlier on, and we will, for the next 2 days, seek for practical ways to diversify Nigeria's revenue base. This conference comes at a very critical moment as the global economy is faced with many challenges that has been made worse with Russia-Ukraine war, or Russia-Ukraine crisis. We hope that this conference will proffer solutions that will be backed by actions to make export for survival a reality. Your Excellency, the Vice President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, Professor Yemi Osinbajo, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, welcome. I am Nancy Naji.
And I'm Benjamin Obiri. They call me Ben 200, half human, half amazing. I'm actually out for export too.
A round of applause.
If you look at the front row of this conference, we have lawyers. You think actually it's an international law conference, from the Vice President to the SGF to Dr. Ezra, all of them helping Nigeria to export proper law. Please clap for them.
But I must also say that the Vice President is also a businessman, because I know that the Vice President is the chair of the Economic Council, so he knows a lot about business, and he will be doing justice to that in a few moments. All right, let's quickly move ahead with the introduction of the Executive Director and the Chief Executive Officer of the Nigerian Export Promotion Council, the man that has assembled all of us here today. He's Dr. Ezra Yakusak. I welcome him to the podium for his welcome address, and please a round of applause.
His Excellency, Professor Yemi Osinbajo, Vice President, Federal Republic of Nigeria, His Excellency Alhaji Mohammed Badaru Abubakar, MON, Executive Governor of Jigawa State, ably represented by Senator Ibrahim Hassan Hadija, Deputy Chairman, Senate Committee on Public Accounts. Distinguished Senators Saidu Alkali, Chairman, Senate Committee on Trade and Investment. Distinguished Senators, Honorable Abdullahi Said Abubakar Abdulkadir, Deputy Chair, House Committee on Public Accounts. Honorable members of the House of Reps, the Secretary to the Government of the Federation, Mr. Boss Mustafa, the Honorable Minister of State, Federal Minister of Industry, Trade and Investment, Ambassador Mariam Yalwaji Katabum, the Chairman and Board members of the NEPC Governing Board, Managing Directors, CEOs of parastatals, Captains of Industries, Management and staff of the NEPC, distinguished guests, members of the press, ladies and gentlemen. It is my singular honor and privilege to present this welcome address at the first ever National Conference on Non-Oil Export organized by the Nigerian Export Promotion Council. More importantly for me and the NEPC team is the presence of the Vice President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, His Excellency Professor Yemi Osinbajo, SAN, GCON, whose presence attests to the urgency and expediency of putting the non-oil export sector of the national economy at the front burner of national discourse. Similarly, the presence of the Executive Governor of Jigawa State, the Secretary to the Government of the Federation, the Honorable Minister of State, Federal Minister of Industry, Trade and Investment, and other prominent government officials, business moguls, and practitioners in the sector further buttresses the importance of this event. Ladies and gentlemen, the initiative for organizing this conference could not have come at a better time than now, considering the plethora of challenges bedeviling the non-oil export sector, which among others include the adverse effect of COVID-19 pandemic on export operations, the distress calls of practitioners on regulatory constraints, and restrictions on export businesses, and of course the dear need to strengthen the diversification agenda of the federal government. Of a greater concern is the Nigerian non-oil export performance in recent times in comparison to import. From the Pre-Shipment Inspection Agency report, it reveals that a significant growth in export process in the last 5 years, that is 2017 to 2021, from $1.2 billion to $3.4 billion, as against an annual average of $22 billion food importation alone into the country. To close this gap, concerted efforts are required from all practitioners in the non-oil export value chain. Hence, the convergence of diverse stakeholders with varied and wide experience in export and quasi-export businesses to participate in this national dialogue as a veritable way of resolving emerging issues and allaying the palpable fears of export practitioners on government decisions and actions perceived to be inimical to export operations. The theme of this conference, Export for Survival, Optimizing Nigeria's Non-Oil Export Potentials, was carefully couched to reflect Council's approach in repositioning non-oil export for increased foreign exchange earnings. The Export for Survival campaign, which was launched by Nigeria Export Promotion Council on 19 February 2022, is a crayon call to action. It is a deliberate effort to stimulate national consciousness to current realities in the non-oil export ecosystem. It is also a wake-up call for massive investment and a campaign to leverage our vast potentials and increase opportunities in the sector. This is a sure way to sustainable economic growth and prosperity. We at the NEPC firmly believe that our survival as a nation depends on non-oil export. We have therefore scaled up efforts to mobilize citizens to engage meaningfully in the sector, which is the nation's next line of defense. In the same vein, the NEPC has evolved cutting-edge projects and initiatives to promote and develop the non-oil export economy. Part of the Council efforts in this regard, among others, is the Zero Oil Plan, which was designed at the heels of the economic recession to make the country less dependent on oil while leveraging on the abundant natural and agricultural resources for foreign exchange earnings, employment generation, and overall social economic development of Nigeria. Similarly, the Domestic Export Warehouse Initiative is a one-stop facility aimed at assisting exporters conduct their pre-export operations to ease logistical constraints. Of recent, the NEPC launched an export trade house in Egypt. In a few weeks, another trade house will be launched in Lomé, Togo. The rationale behind establishing these trade houses is to enhance the visibility of made-in-Nigerian products and increase Nigerian market share in the host country and as well as other neighboring countries. This is part of NEPC's strategic efforts at positioning Nigeria's products in anticipation of the full implementation of the African Continental Free Trade Area. Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, I will not bore you with other projects or initiatives of the NEPC. I am, however, of the firm belief that this conference will serve as a platform for stakeholders to ventilate ideas and viewpoints on current and emerging issues affecting non-oil export, as well as articulate a harmonized position for achieving a sustainable non-oil export performance. On this note, may I see this rare opportunity to welcome you all to the maiden edition of the NEPC Non-Oil Export Conference 2022. I wish you all robust and successful deliberations. Thank you very much for coming. We truly appreciate you. Thank you and welcome.
Thank you very much. Please, can we give him another round of applause? Originally trained as a lawyer, he currently is adorned with a PhD in industrial regulations. Please put your hands together some more for our guy. The job of bringing the next person is easy, but let me especially appreciate some of our lead speakers for today. The Director General for the Manufacturers Association of Nigeria, Mr. Segun Ajayi Kadiri, MNI. Please put your hands together for him. the Chief Executive Officer of the Center for the Promotion of Private Enterprise, Dr. Muda Yusuf. Thank you very much. And the President and Chairman of the African Export-Import Bank, Cairo, Egypt, Professor Benedict Orama. Please put your hands together for him. We also have Ambassador Dr. Abdulhamid Adamu, Nigeria's Ambassador to the World Trade Organization. Thank you very much for honoring us. And our own Chief Executive Officer of the Nexim Bank. Let's especially appreciate Mr. Abba Bello. Please put your hands together for him. The next person I want to invite gave a very important speech in 2006. It is about wars in the 21st century. She has supervised both national and international partnership divisions in the Ministry of Education, and she's been regarded as an advocate of the implementation of the Africa Continental Free Trade Zone Agreement. She's spoken about it at different fora, and today she continues to advocate that the world should export, not to sell the country out, but to export so that for survival we'll get more. Let's therefore welcome this woman who speaks English for a living, the Honorable Minister of State, Industry, Trade and Investment, Ambassador Mariam Yalwaji Katagum. Please put your hands together for her.
Thank you very much. Your Excellency, Professor Yemi Osinbajo, SANGCON, His Excellency Alhaji Mohammed Badaru Abubakar, Governor of Jigawa State, ably represented by distinguished Senator Hassan Hadija, distinguished and honorable members of the National Assembly here present, the Secretary to the Government of the Federation, Mr. Boss Mustafa, the Chairman and Board members of the NEPC, the Executive Director, CEO, Nigeria Export Promotion Council, Dr. Ezra Yakusak, heads of MDAs here present, members of the Diplomatic Corps, distinguished lead speakers and panelists, my dear guests, gentlemen of the press, ladies and gentlemen, a very good morning to you all. I'm delighted to be here to give the opening remarks at this timely and important National Conference on Non-Oil Export, organized by the Nigerian Export Promotion Council, as part of a strategic initiative to bring together key stakeholders that will help create a framework to transform the huge export potentials in the country. Let me first of all acknowledge the efforts of the NEPC for organizing this event, which is in line with the federal government's economic diversification drive, as Nigeria can no longer depend on oil as its major source of foreign exchange earnings. This gathering is therefore expected to come up with robust recommendations for a policy framework that will boost agricultural production, processing and export for increased wealth and job creation for the overall benefit of the nation and its people. I'm confident that with the array of quality speakers that have been slated to speak today, this conference will come up with robust and profound solutions that will be proffered to the myriad of problems bedeviling the non-oil export sector, with a view to creating a roadmap for sustainable growth of the sector. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, it is pertinent at this point to bring to fore some of the recent critical interventions by the federal government to address some of the problems plaguing the non-oil export sector, from achieving its potentials to be a key driver of the economy in terms of creating jobs and wealth creation along the entire value chain. First of all, I would like to mention the 75 billion naira MSME Survival Fund and Guaranteed Offtake Schemes, which are both within the framework of the NESP approved by President Muhammadu Buhari, GCFR, on 1st July 2020. The main objective of the MSME Survival Fund is to sustain the livelihood of vulnerable MSMEs and self-employed individuals, mostly affected by COVID-19 pandemic. Since inception, the fund has impacted about 1.2 million beneficiaries across the 5 tracks of the fund. Furthermore, in order to cushion the effects of the hardship and ensure sustainable production, and minimize job losses, the federal government in 2021 approved a 50 billion naira export expansion facility program as part of efforts to boost non-oil exports and thereby increase the country's foreign exchange earnings. Also, in a bid to ensure Nigeria's presence at the just concluded Dubai 2020 Expo, the ministry spearheaded the participation of relevant MDAs, Nigerian businessmen and women, as well as relevant stakeholders to the Dubai Expo 2020 between the periods of October 2021 to March 2022. In addition to that, the ministry also participated actively, and this is as well as members of the organized private sector, in the Intra-Africa Trade Fair held in Durban, South Africa, in November 21. All these are meant to expose made in Nigeria products in the international market and expand the horizon for our MSMEs, especially within the framework of the AFCFTA. I should also not forget to mention the recent ad hoc committee on agro products set up by His Excellency the Vice President under PEBEC, and whose recommendations are being currently implemented under NAP 7.0, and also the strengthening and expansion of our National Agric and Agro Products Development Initiative offices. These are called NADI offices throughout the Federation. This is aimed at the identification of new commodities and improving the value chain for products. More importantly, I must state here that the ministry is actively implementing the National Quality Policy, which is meant to guide Nigeria as a country to build a sustainable quality infrastructure in order to make our products competitive in both the domestic and international markets. Your Excellency, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, permit me at this juncture to use this opportunity to express our appreciation to His Excellency the Vice President, Professor Yemi Osinbajo, SAN GCON, who, as chairman of the Economic Sustainability Committee, gave his full support to the steering committee of the MSME Survival Fund in our quest to achieve the objectives of the fund, which is targeted at mitigating the adverse effects of the COVID-19 pandemic. Let me also encourage members of the organized private sector to deepen their partnerships with government for the sustained growth of the economy. I'm optimistic that stakeholders here present will come up with appropriate recommendations on strategies to boost the contribution of non-oil exports to the nation's economy. This will, no doubt, stimulate investments across the commodity value chain, chart a sustainable course towards food security, and increased export for wealth and job creation. I thank you all for listening, and God bless the Federal Republic of Nigeria. Thank you.
Please, another round of applause for Ambassador Miriam Katibu, the Minister of Trade, Industry, and Investment. Thank you very much, ma'am. Your Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, the next gentleman I'm about to introduce and welcome to the podium is a boardroom guru of repute. Some of you might not know. A lot of you might have seen him so many times on television as we battle the COVID-19 pandemic in 2020. He did an excellent job as the head. Yes, thank you for that round of applause. The head of the Presidential Task Force on Coronavirus. He is no other than the Secretary to the Government of the Federation, Mr. Boss Mustafa. Please, a resounding round of applause as we welcome him to the podium.
Your Excellency, Professor Yemi Osinbajo, SAN GCON, the Vice President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, Your Excellency Muhammadu Badaru Abubakar, the Governor of Jigawa State, who is ably represented here today by distinguished Senator Ibrahim Hassan Hadeja, distinguished and honorable members of the National Assembly, Your Excellency Ambassador Mariam Katagum, Honorable Minister of State, Industry, Trade and Investment, the Chairman of the Board of NEPC and board members, the Executive Director and Chief Executive Officer of the NEPC, members of the Diplomatic Corps, heads of government agencies, distinguished panelists, invited guests, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, gentlemen of the press. Good morning. It gives me great pleasure to be part of this national conference on non-oil export with the theme, Export for Survival, Optimizing Nigeria's Non-Oil Export Potentials, organized by the Nigerian Export Promotion Council, an agency of government saddled with the responsibility of promoting and facilitating non-oil export trade. The timing of this conference could not be more apt, as the world is slowly but surely recovering from the devastating effect of COVID-19 pandemic, which slowed economic growth, especially production, logistics, services, among others. Furthermore, the conflict in Eastern Europe has also resulted in high prices of commodities and other economic challenges with attendant grave consequences, leading to realignment of political and economic blocs by nations. May I reiterate that despite these challenges, the federal government is deeply committed to diversifying the Nigerian economy with a view to stimulating the manufacturing sector and scaling up local production of made in Nigeria goods and services in order to generate job opportunities and create wealth, thereby increase foreign exchange earnings. It is heartwarming that the economy has continued to show positive growth following the country's exit from recession and remains resilient in the face of other economic threats posed by the COVID-19 pandemic. And like Her Excellency rightly alluded, at the outbreak of COVID-19, when I was asked to chair the Presidential Task Force, Mr. President, in his wisdom, also constituted the Economic Sustainability Committee, chaired by His Excellency the Vice President. And that committee came up with the Economic Sustainability Plan, which tremendously and greatly helped Nigeria exit recession, even at the time when most of the developed democracies and industrialized nations were thinking about what to do with their economy. So I will also lend my voice in commending His Excellency the Vice President and his team for doing a great job. And that has been reflected in the constant growth that we have seen in the course of the last 1 year. It is also interesting to note that the consistent improvement in the contribution of the non-oil sector to gross domestic product in relation to the oil GDP in recent times. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, the Nigerian economy grew by 3.40% in 2021, which is the highest since 2014, when 6.22% growth was achieved and the country's GDP grew by 3.98% year-on-year in real terms in the fourth quarter of last year. According to the Bureau of Statistics, the expansion in the economic activities was largely driven by the non-oil sector, which accounted for 94.81% of the GDP, while the oil sector contributed just 5.19% to growth, as indicated in the National GDP Fourth Quarter Report 2021. That presupposes that truly, as a country, very soon there will be less dependence on oil exports. We will be exporting services, goods, and our skills to the world. So far, the diversification agenda of this present administration is gradually yielding results, particularly in the agricultural and agro-allied sectors of the economy. For example, Nigerian export of sesame seed, cashew nuts have increased tremendously, while the price and production of Nigeria rice paddy has grown from less than 4 million tons to over 5 million metric tons per year in the last 3 years. These are clear indications that the policies of government have improved production and, by extension, non-oil exports. To further increase the competitiveness of Nigerian goods, it is imperative that we strengthen and sustain the production of goods and services by adding value on our raw produce for export. This will surely boost our local production capacity and address the increased trend in unemployment. In the same vein, the quality, standards, and packaging of our goods must not be compromised. I therefore believe this forum will provide a veritable platform where challenges bedeviling the non-oil export sector will be discussed and addressed. I must therefore thank the leadership, ably led by Dr. Ezra Yakusak of the NEPC, for organizing this conference. I enjoin participants to make use of this forum and conference and bring up ideas that will transform the non-oil sector. I thank you for your kind attention and have a wonderful conference.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency. Please, another round of applause for him. Someone had said on TV that as soon as the SGF speaks, it's the safest space to speak because he's always wearing masks. I don't know whether he wears it when he sleeps. You scarcely see him without a mask. But the next is very important. We want to thank the Honorable Minister. Our speakers today are all graced, and especially in 1972, the next person I'm bringing on won a special prize, the school prize for English oratory. That means he will speak well. He has been described as many as one man with the most intimidating CV. He has a disarming humility, trustworthy subordinate, mind-blowing results, Abrahamic respect for the call by the master. Every time there is a call, he answers. He was called to be a lecturer, he answered. He was called to be a commissioner, he answered. He was called to be a vice president, he answered. Ladies and gentlemen, there is another call. Let's welcome the Vice President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, His Excellency, Professor Yemi Oshibanjo, GCON, Senior Advocate of Nigeria. Please put your hands together for him.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Please sit. Thank you. Forgot to say that I was called to be a pastor also. Your Excellency, the Governor of Jigawa State and Chairman, National Committee for Export Promotion, ably represented by the Vice Chairman, Senate Committee on Public Accounts, Distinguished Senator Ibrahim Hassan Hadeja, Chairman, Senate Committee on Trade and Investment, Distinguished Senator Saidu Alkali, Chairman, House Committee on Commerce, Honorable Olufemi Fakeye, the Deputy Chairman, House Committee on Public Accounts, Honorable Abdullah Saad Abdul Kadir, the Secretary to the Government of the Federation, Mr. Boss Mustafa, Her Excellency, the Honorable Minister of State for Industry, Trade and Investment, Ambassador Mariam Katagu, Special Advisor to the President on Economic Matters, Ambassador Adeyemi Dikpeolu, the Chairman, Governing Board of the Nigeria Export Promotion Council, Distinguished Senator Ibrahim Musa, Executive Director, CEO, Nigeria Export Promotion Council, Dr. Ezra Yakusak, members of the Governing Board of the Nigerian Export Promotion Council present, heads of government agencies and parastatals, captains of industry, members of the organized private sector, honored guests, ladies and gentlemen. I'd like to thank the NEPC for the very kind invitation to this extremely important and timely conference. And of course, the board and management of the NEPC must be commended also for the foresight to organize this event and for putting it together so expertly. I bring you also the very warm greetings of the President, President Muhammadu Buhari. To all stakeholders here, we see and salute your contributions to our ongoing drive to urgently and extensively unlock the full potential of our country's non-export economy. And there are so many of you here who have contributed to that, either as regulators or actual operators. The theme, Export for Survival, carries an urgency that perfectly frames the challenges that we will increasingly face if we do not accelerate the diversification of the Nigerian economy. But we understand and we fully appreciate the extensive impact that this will have on our people. And so we are committed to moving quickly and assuredly. Our considered response so far has been carried out in the light of, first, the dynamism of the Nigerian people and our multi-sectoral potential for innovation and productivity at scale. Second, the responsibility of government at all levels in leading the charge to unlocking this potential. And this involves not just the federal government, but the states also. We are on our way with respect to all of our commitments. The challenge facing our non-oil export economy should be viewed especially in the light of what has transpired in the last 8 years. In 2021, Nigeria's non-oil revenue stood at about 1.15 trillion naira, which represented a growth then of about 4.75% in the fourth quarter especially, and a contribution of about 92.51% to the nation's overall GDP. So in actual fact, the non-oil economy has always contributed, of course, significantly, the majority, if you like, or most to our GDP. In 2019, the year preceding COVID-19, non-oil revenue represented 92.68% of our total GDP. So there again, almost a 1% increase. The growth following the year indicates the growing resilience of our non-oil export sector. And it's very clear that we've also become even more susceptible to growth as opposed to shocks. So it's becoming evident now that we are more resilient, we are more able to resist some of the international shocks. And you can see even today with what is going on in the supply chain, especially with the Ukrainian invasion and all of that, you'll see that clearly if we were not concentrating on local production, it would be extremely difficult to cope. And as you've heard, from the SGF, some of what we're doing, especially in the rice sector and in some other areas, especially in the crop sector. Beyond these numbers that we see and we hear are human stories of bold visions and grit, persistent innovation, and the unflagging spirit of Nigerians across the country who are building model companies and businesses, hands deep in the plow. Some of our best stories, of course, are in the tech sector. In the last 7 years, 6 tech companies have become unicorns, companies valued at over $1 billion each. And all of this between 2 recessions. So it's evident that there is a lot that's going on. And one of the reasons why you'll find that the tech sector is growing so well is because, I believe, of the very light hand of the regulatory sector upon it. And this is one of the things that we must seek to achieve. We must seek to achieve a situation where regulators see themselves as facilitators of business, as opposed to policemen or those who may just provide some obstacles. And this has been the focus. And this has been the focus of a lot of the work that the Ministry of Industry, Trade and Investment has focused on, especially with the MSME clinics, where we've tried to show that the very best approach is for regulators to see themselves as those that must promote business, and that their success will be measured against the success of business. And this is, I think, one of the very important innovations that has been brought to bear through the MSME clinics. So our job as government is to assiduously enable businesses, especially with regulatory policies and procedures and processes, that are continuously optimized for greater efficiency and easing the flow of business across the sectors. And this must be coupled urgently with the supporting infrastructure needed to aid production, distribution, and export. Again, in this sector, we are certainly on the way. The core mandate of our Presidential Enabling Business Environment Council has recently found expression in the National Action Plan, which we call NAP 7.0, on the ease of doing business. And it is programmed to consolidate on the removal of regulatory constraints, especially around agro-exports, and to drive the electronic filing of taxes and publication of insolvency regulations, pursuant to the Companies and Allied Matters Act 2020. So the NAP 7.0 agro-export plan prioritizes port and trade facilitation reforms to minimize cross-border trade and transport logistics, and for Nigerian companies to do better and to be more compliant with the AFCTA export compliance regulations. These interventions that we are seeing are to be complemented by improved automation, and we expect that this will be the case as when we bring in the national single window. The national single window has been long in coming, but this is going to make a sea change, especially in trade facilitation and, of course, for exports in that sector. And this, of course, is also in line with the trade facilitation agreements that we've signed with the World Trade Organization. The plan for reduction of cargo clearance time has also begun with the facilitation of imports and exports, with the introduction of scanners, the installation of scanners supported also by the Port Community Portal. That also is a very important feature, because one of the major problems and complaints that we have is that there's always physical inspection of goods as they come in or go out. But now with these scanners, we hope that physical inspection will be greatly reduced. And again, once we're able to fully implement the national single window, clearly we'll do a lot better in terms of reducing all of the obstacles in the way of exports. We also have extended, as you know, the Lagos-Ibadan standard gauge rail to the Apapa ports. And this is very important because obviously it will lead to easier movement of goods and cargo out of the port area. And this is alongside the ongoing construction of the Apapa-Ojota Expressway in Lagos, as well as other feeder roads, especially around the ports. We have continued to meet the challenges facing us head-on, and there are many challenges. But you must, and I'm sure that all of us will agree, that the federal government's commitment to infrastructure and to infrastructural development, and also to looking for ways of funding especially industry, trade, and investment, funding our exports, funding industry in every possible way is one commitment that we have taken very, very seriously indeed. Recently, of course, you've heard about the Infrastructure Corporation of Nigeria, Infraco, which was launched in 2021 with an initial seed capital of 1 trillion naira. This is an urgent response, of course, to our infrastructure needs. But the infrastructure needs are grave. We have almost $300 billion in infrastructural deficit. But we must start somewhere. And Infraco is one of the very important ways by which we are starting that whole process. This follows an 8.9 trillion investment on infrastructure in the last 5 years. This is the largest infrastructure investment by any government, at least in the past 20 years or so. And this covers rail, roads, power, broadband connectivity. And all of that was sustained and accelerated despite the interruptions and the downturn in the economy caused by the COVID-19 pandemic. But the effort of the government must succeed within the deliberate collaborative frameworks that allow for seamless cooperation between the public and private sector operators, government agencies, states, and of course, all of our private sector partners in particular. This is why we are as optimistic about the opportunities presented by the African Free Trade Continental Area Agreements, which we have thrown our full weight behind. We are determined to enhance the competitiveness of our businesses within what is poised to become one of the largest regional single markets in the world. And this is why our Export Development Fund, under the Nigeria Export Promotion Council, has committed 50 billion naira to help position the export-oriented Nigerian businesses to play competitively within this growing regional market by building programs as well as business grants. And I think that that fund is one that is not just innovative in the way that it's been set up, but in its implementation. I think the transparency of the implementation is one for which the NEPC must be commended, and of course the minister. So our commitment to deepening our productive and export capacity in the coming months and years is also evidenced by the National Development Plan 2021 to 2025. The strategic objectives of the National Development Plan show clearly where we're headed in terms of the non-oil export economy. And this includes the establishment of a strong foundation for a diversified economy, investing in critical infrastructure, enabling human capital development, and improving governance and strengthening security, all of which we expect will contribute significantly to achieving our national development aspirations. The cornerstone of the thinking around the plan is productivity. Productivity, we think, is really the way to go. We have to focus all our attention on being productive. Local investment is perhaps even more important than foreign investment. Once we enable the environment for local investment, once we show that our sole focus will be on productivity, which of course will also be the guiding principle for our regulatory agencies, that what we're interested in is productivity that will bring jobs. That's what will bring the income. That's what will bring the growth that we expect. And of course, that will conduce to export. So the focus of the plan, the cornerstone of the plan is productivity, and that will be the watchword of our economy as we go forward. We're determined to accelerate our efforts through holistic stakeholder input, and this is why this conference is of immense value. The robust multi-sectoral representation that's here clearly underlines your well-considered appraisal of the wide spectrum of our non-oil sector value chain. And we trust that the deliberations here at this conference and the vigorous exchanges which we expect to happen will yield practical and far-reaching recommendations, which I hope will further reinvigorate the non-oil sector and the economy at large. We hope that in the coming months and years, all of the effort which has been put into developing the non-oil sector will begin to yield really tangible results. And we expect that all our partners, especially the private sector, will see the plans as being genuine, as being inspirational as we expect them to be, and will make them even more committed to developing the Nigerian economy. Again, let me commend the ministers of Industry, Trade and Investment, both the Minister and the Honourable Minister of State, for their visionary leadership of that sector. And I think that they've done so well. I think they've done so well indeed, and we expect them to do even more. Thank you very much. God bless you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Your Excellency. Thank you very much, Your Excellency. We have two quick things to do before His Excellency takes his leave. Very shortly, we'll take a group photograph, and after that, we will take the national anthem, and His Excellency will lead the delegation to the pavilion outside this hall to help us just look at our made in Nigeria exportable products. Some of them are already going out of this country, but others need patronage to be able to benefit from what we're doing. So very quickly we'll do that. But ladies and gentlemen, as we wrap up, I am running. I am running away from any problems with the police. But I know also that Boss Mustafa, the Secretary to the Government, has helped us to run away from COVID. Dr. Israel has helped us to run the export spectrum in the global space. Her Excellency, the Minister, is helping Nigeria to run away from poverty. Your Excellency, the Vice President, I cannot ask you to run away, but I'll ask you to run. Please put your hands together for him. Let me therefore invite those in front, our VIPs in front, to just rise for the group photograph very quickly, and immediately after that we'll take the national anthem. We'll just come to the front here. I hope this space is enough for the photographers to help us do this. We'll take the group photograph, and immediately while they are still here, we will take the national anthem. Every other person in the audience will remain seated. After the national anthem, we'll allow the Vice President and this delegation in front to go to see our pavilion. Our other VIPs, thank you very much for joining in this. Somebody just passed me a note. The Vice President actually went to Corona school and currently is helping us fight the coronavirus. Photographers, if you have done, just signal so we can take the national anthem while they are still standing here. Remember that we have made in Nigeria exportable products. Doesn't mean that they have to be exported. You can use them also in Nigeria. The national anthem, please. Thank you very much. Photographers, you'll now clear the walkway to allow His Excellency, the Vice President, who will be led at this point by the Secretary to the Government of the Federation and our Chief Executive Officer, to go and see the pavilion. Please, let's patronize those people. Their products can be used in Nigeria too. Support them, buy from them, so that when they become richer, they can export. The others can remain seated. In a few minutes, we will inform you. Okay, we actually have tea break in a bit. Tea is served in the foyer. You can use any of the exit doors to take tea. In 15 minutes, we will be coming here, back into the hall to take our sessions. If you look through your program, you'll see that we have sessions. We'll be talking about emerging issues disrupting Nigeria's non-oil export and innovative solutions. We'll also be talking about strengthening institutional capacity for effective trade facilitation. 3 sessions will be going down today. So please, tea is served in the foyer, and just use any of the exit doors. You will have enough time to go back later to see the exhibition. At this point, please just go take tea and come back into the hall so we can come back to start the sessions properly. Thank you very much, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you very much, our great participants. Please, we can now go outside to the foyer and take tea, please. I'll also advise that you carry your valuables with you. Go with your phones, your bags, your purses. And if you have a conference bag, please write your name and your phone number and put it inside. In case somebody takes it, he will just call you to come and collect it. He's still a good person. I like the sound of it. For where? No. I don't like this mic. I don't like the sound of it. Thank you very much. I can't hear myself.
इतना हाथ क्यों हिला रहे हो यार? एक जगह रख के खींचिए। हैं?
integrity as the test of new Africa. So we are really proud of Federal Republic of Nigeria and the NEFC, please. Welcome. Our major project, I think was one decided to and said traveling to the planting and potatoes is apparently of the West African countries and the US and FTA. I think the standard of our market is very good. We hope to expand some cut across many more countries. Focus on joy and purpose. This is sweet potato. The commodity basis and Pacific in Africa, they're producing cassava chips, first one in West Africa. We are exporting to Germany, UK, Poland, and all this. So we are a startup, 2 years old, and I still do maybe this often supermarkets, shoppers.
Good morning, sir. The Awudis will make the world's best hot sauce inspired by Nigerian. Everything's organic, locally made here in Abuja, and now that approved FDA approved. NPC has been fantastic in supporting our business. We have a range of hot sauces made with yango peppers. We have taro peppers. We also recently introduced our line of ketchup and marinara sauces. You can use them with your pasta, your pizza, and they're all organic and locally sourced. For those who travel and don't like the bland food over there, you can travel with our products, put it on any food in any country, and it gives you that familiar Nigerian flavor. We also recently introduced a sachet line of our products as well. Thank you very much. You should try it. Thanks very much. Can we hear from she was the one that told me to call. Yes, very friendly. Let me put that before the no, I'm not a resident.
The organizer.
Thank you very much.
This is how it happens.
Check.
I'm going to leave this class. Yes, We work with about 100 women. We try as much to provide information and percentage to empower the women so that we have focus for our process and production. Yes.
Lots of different I've seen them here because the last government elections and they come with their products. So and the benefits for providing support and we have much good quality of story.
Don't put your mic.
Sorry. Is it just exclusive to MTA? Facilitate the production and then show them the way that fundamentals. I mean, exporters, for example, people who are running foreign exchange, for them to access raw material to produce the manufacturing sectors, is having a very difficult time. I'm working closely with this and and what is the cost for making this country so that is
Okay, that's
we also have our church, which is for our scaling. This is the surrounding part of the we also have Canada.
Just as when it's about
It's something what you can see.
This was the same person that connected me to all the farmers that are presently farming. Not until 2019 when I came into NEPC to do my export registration. And after the export registration, they called me to attend export clinic. During the export clinic, my life changed completely. When I mean completely, I mean like it changed totally. Okay, at this export clinic, I was given the opportunity to meet some people that actually impacted my business positively. NEPC have impacted me in terms of linkages, in terms of exposure, in terms of financing of my business, and I see NEPC as the big brother to processors and exporters. You cannot talk about business without contact. You cannot talk about business without linkages. Aminu, this was the same person that connected me to all the farmers that are presently farming my garlic in Sokoto. I actually got it in this very NNPC. In fact, in the very day when I did my export clinic, my facility was showcased. And during this interview, during this program, a company contacted me from India that they wanted me to start trading garlic. As I speak to you at the moment, we are in negotiation on how to be producing and supplying about 2,000 plus tons of garlic, dehydrated garlic to that company. I happen to be one of the beneficiary of the EEFP grants, okay? So they have helped in giving my business the boost when I needed NEPC the most, particularly in 2020 after the COVID-19, when my business was actually taking a nose dive. So NEPC has been a big brother in terms of capacity building, in terms of taking us to trade show, in terms of exposing us through trade conference and the rest, just like the ones we've had where we have the opportunity to meet people like Nkonjo Iweala, the Vice President. This wouldn't have been possible if not NEPC. So thank you so much to the NEPC. This is one organization that they have lived more than expectation, because it's only NEPC that you can do a certificate in Nigeria in less than 24 hours. Amazing. This is not possible in any organization. So thank you so much, NEPC.
NEPC has made a lot of impact on my business. I've participated in about 4 international trade fairs. My product has received a lot of boosts from international buyers, and through these trade fairs we've been able to engage in peer relationships. We've been able to do things better, and we've had more customers than we've had before. Last year I got a grant from NEPC, and this has helped me in buying new machines, and they have also helped in training. They are training, not only through export, they are also training pickers, because this product, depends on what happens at origin. So through this training, we are now having improved quality of shell nuts.
BIMCAF, it used to be, I call it a crawling baby before NEPC. Before I came to understand the benefits of NEPC. But today, we've moved from our crawling stage to teething, to being a full-grown baby, all because of NEPC. Because we're part of the beneficiary of the EFP, and to God be the glory, NEPC gave us HACCP. We're fully registered with we have HACCP now. We have FDA, we have Halal, we have ISO 2018, and from there we've been able to, one way or the other, export out of the country. I was fortunate to be part of those people that were in IETF last year in South Africa, and by the grace of God, some of my products are in Durban, all through NEPC. So I believe I won't be where I am today if I'm not being tutored, trained severally, all the export training and the financial benefits I've gotten from NEPC. So we've grown from being a small business that's just around the corner to one business that wants to grow everywhere in Nigeria and across the globe.
Ever since I encountered NEPC, it's been nothing short of an amazing experience. I can clearly say that NEPC has been one of the most impactful organizations that I've met since I've been in Nigeria. They've helped me out a lot, my business with trainings, with grants. they've just been so like proactive about their support, and I'm super grateful to NEPC, the leadership, the management, the team. Everyone has been amazing. They keep pushing me to export my products. You know, they've given me access to market. They've given me lots of trainings and grants that's been very impactful. So it's been an honor, honestly, to be affiliated or associated with NEPC.
Last year, I did a few trainings, and there's been a huge impact to NEPC, my business. The agri-chains training in particular, Tito Joe and the others, was a huge eye-opener, and I'm grateful that the contracts that I got in 2020 that COVID intercepted didn't go through, because after my training with agri-chains, I realized that if I had supplied all the people who had demanded for things pre-COVID, I would have been in trouble. And now I'm able to repackage myself and the things that we do and move forward. Also, through the NEPC, the EFP grant, I was able to change the packaging for my dry fruits to things that are internationally acceptable. NEPC has really, in the past 1 year, really exposed me to a lot of things that otherwise would have taken a long time or more difficult for me to do on my own.
I registered with NEPC in 2020, having gotten my exports certification, and the initial plan then was to start exporting in another 4 or 5 years. But having interacted with NEPC, gotten some trainings, participated in some trainings with NEPC, we've been able to bring that plan closer to 1 to 2 years. Last year we were also qualified for the Women in Exports grants, and that grant has been very beneficial because it's enabled us scale up our operations and position us better for exports. Of course, certification is important with exports, and we are on the path to getting certified with HACCP and also already certified with FDA. Thanks to NEPC, we look forward to better collaborations and getting us faster on this export journey.
NEPC has been influential in giving me a global platform.
Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. And thank you very much for coming back early from your tea break. Please, if you're still outside and you can hear me, let's come into the hall. And if you are in the hall and away from your seat, we plead with you that you find somewhere to sit down. Please, let's look for seats. Quickly, let's sit down. Our CEO has asked that I tell you all that you're all very important, and we appreciate you for your time with us today. I'll probably take a few people and bring them to the front here so our guy is not sitting alone. So we'll quickly take a few recognitions. Let me welcome the last tweet of any conference I'm emceeing, and I just checked the last one now. There's a report on CNN about this conference, and it just reported that there is a group of people that left Jigawa this morning, including 2 commissioners, 3 wives of members of the State Assembly. They left Jigawa. They were coming for this conference. They left very early in the morning in a bus. 2 commissioners, 3 wives of State Assembly members and their orderlies, and they have just arrived. Well, thank you very much for your attention, please. Let me especially appreciate the National President of the Nigerian Association of Chambers of Commerce, Industries, Mines, and Agriculture. Let's especially appreciate Ide John C. Diagbala, NPOM KSJ. Please put your hands together for him. Thank you very much, sir. We appreciate you. Thank you. I'll also want to quickly appreciate the Managing Director and Chief Executive Officer of Exim Bank, Mr. Abba Bello. Please put your hands together. Can we clap for him as he comes to the front, if he's not in front already? Okay, thank you, sir. Well done, sir. We had wanted you in front since yesterday. I'll also want to specially appreciate and bring to the front Chief Executive Officer of the Center for the Promotion of Private Enterprise, CPPE, Dr. Muda Yusuf. Please put your hands together for him. Let me also bring, hopefully we will take more recognitions as we go on, and hope that this front seat will be filled before long. But because time is of the essence today, we quickly want to run into it. The first session, I have been mandated to bring all our panelists to sit down with the moderator. And after that, I'll invite the lead speaker to present his paper. And immediately after that, the moderator will take over and continue his job. So let me begin by inviting our panelists sitting from, you'll leave the front seat, first seat, which is for the moderator, and you sit in the order following that. So first on that seat, ladies and gentlemen, we have Dr. Victor Halimiyama, National President, Federation of Agricultural Commodity Association of Nigeria. Please put your hands together for him as he comes up. Also, Managing Director and CEO of the Rubber Estates Nigeria Limited, Edo State, Nigeria, Mr. Oliver Ododko. Please put your hands together for him as he comes. Please clap for him as he comes up. Let me also bring the Managing Director and CEO of Al Jawda Export Trading House, Middle East, Kano, Nigeria. Let's welcome Alhaji Bashir Adamu Aliyu. You're welcome. Please put your hands together for him. And we have also with us His Royal Majesty Adaku Chidume Okoro, Group Managing Director, Her Royal Majesty, I'm sure, Adaku Chidume Okoro, Group Managing Director and CEO of GUM Arabic Company Nigeria, GACOM Limited. Please put your hands together. And the moderator for this session, I'll have the honor to bring the chairman of Nasima Export Group Lagos, Mr. Ade Adefeko. Please put your hands together for him. At this point, the moderator will take his seat at that right side. And allow me to welcome the lead speaker for this session, who will be talking on emerging issues disrupting Nigeria's non-oil export and innovative solutions. Is none other than the Director General of the Manufacturers Association of Nigeria, MAN, Lagos. Let's welcome Mr. Shegun Ajayi Kadri, MNI. Please put your hands together for him as he comes up to speak to us. He has agreed to use 20 minutes instead of the 25 minutes we allotted to him, but he has also assured us that he will be speaking from his heart and talking to the messages. Please, a round of applause for him as he takes to the podium.
And in order not to allow the protocol to crash, I will not stand on it for too long. My job today is very simple. It is just to talk to you about what you all know. And I will not dwell too much on what I would call perennial challenges that had continued to limit the performance of the export sector of our economy. So, I don't know how the MC extracted that promise from me, but since he has said it, it means he will not tolerate me for longer than 20 minutes. So I will try. Now, this is an outline. I will introduce the matter. We will raise current issues that are affecting global export trade now. Then we'll look at the performance of the Nigerian export sector, non-oil export challenges, the way forward for improved non-oil export, the problems as it's been compounded, emerging issues that are disrupting non-oil exports, and I'll try to bring forth some solutions, and I will conclude. Export trade is generally considered as a veritable instrument for sustainable economic growth. It normally facilitates improved foreign exchange earnings, strengthens the balance of payments, encourages the development of export-oriented industries in the manufacturing sector, increases profitability of firms, creates jobs, and increases government revenue through taxes, levies, and tariffs, all of which will, if everything goes well, accumulate in accelerated economic growth. Historically, Nigeria was buoyant during the pre- and post-independence years because of the huge earnings from non-oil exports. As we know it, the cocoa of this world, cotton, granule, palm oil, and so on. And the economy was strong. At that time, we were able to bring forth some projects. However, we discovered oil, and everything changed. This had made us to be vulnerable to the volatile nature of the trade in oil worldwide. And now, oil sector has become the most important in Nigeria. It is the major export of Nigeria and accounts for about 90% of foreign exchange earnings of the country. Successive governments, realizing the danger of this, have tried to do several things to take away our overdependence on oil. And this is because diversification will translate to the development of other sectors, secure the economy from the impact of the exhaustion of oil, which is imminent, and protect the economy from the backlashes of the usually volatile international oil market. And of course, it will guarantee steady government revenue. Now, in the last few years, there has been two major events that has affected export trade in the world. The one we know, and we spoke about it earlier today, the COVID-19 pandemic. The red dots that you are seeing are actually ships that are waiting to berth and discharge. But because of the dislocation in the world economy, which affected logistics, they are finding buyers. Of course, even during this time, countries that were prepared were able to take advantage of the opportunities it's presented. This graph shows the all-time low prices of oil in the middle of the pandemic. And this, of course, is a wake-up call because you can see the curve that dipped extremely during the year 2020. And this should be a wake-up call for countries, especially countries like Nigeria, to take non-oil exports more seriously. Of course, we had the Russia-Ukraine war, which has also imposed a lot of difficulties in the international trade. The lack of preparedness of some countries made it very difficult, of course, for them to take advantage. But we know that business boomed, especially in China, because they were able to ride on the provision of solutions to the COVID-19, and they were able to sell. Now let's take a look at the performance of the Nigerian export market. The highest export volume done by Nigerian business in recent times was $62.5 billion, and that was just before COVID-19. It may be fair to only look at that time because 2020 was a bad year. 2021 was barely a time that we were struggling to recover, and of course 2022 started with a lot of backlashes, especially for domestic production. So there was decline, of course, in 2020, and post-COVID 2021 witnessed some gradual increase. But you will see from the graph that even 2021 was not as high as 2019, where we recorded the 62.5 billion that I spoke about. Now, from this data from NBS, apart from aluminum alloy, urea, and re-exports of oil and gas, majority of Nigeria exports in 2021 remained raw unprocessed products like crude oil, cocoa, and sesame seed. According to the NBS again, the top export of Nigeria in 2019 in the agri sector was unprocessed raw commodities, as you can see from the graph that is on the right. Now, total non-oil export of Nigeria in 2019, and that's the highest in recent times, is just about $9 billion. And you can see what they are. They are largely unprocessed, and of course, you cannot even talk of any significant manufacturing export. There are four issues to address here. We have the top 10% of world exports for 2018. The next is the share of non-oil export to total export, share of manufactured goods to total export and import, and the ranking of global share of world GDP 2021. In all of this, you will see that Nigeria has not done well in global export trade, as it ranked 52nd among nations. The country has also not done well domestically in terms of the share of non-oil and manufactured exports to total exports. Now, there are familiar challenges, and this is what I spoke about when I started. I do not intend to bore you with all of this because they have been in existence, some of them for more than 20 years. That's not to say that we should not focus on resolving these challenges, but it's just to say that more recent issues have also come to compound them. You will see, for instance, that in terms of production, port administration, and even the operating environment, the environment is already skewed against a would-be exporter, particularly those that manufacture goods for export. For instance, on production, you will see that there is forex instability and deteriorating rate of exchange. Most of our manufacturing industries still have to source their raw materials from outside of the country. And the local alternatives, are being challenged even by insecurity and the harsh operating environment. Not to mention the high cost of electricity in the face of inadequate supply. Earlier this year, I think 2 or 3 times, we witnessed the collapse of the national grid, and the escalating price of diesel has made it impossible, especially for small and medium-scale industries, to even produce and survive. As you know, we have entered the African Continental Free Trade Area Agreement, which brings competition much closer. And it is only those who are able to improve their operating environment that will be gainers in that dispensation. Then we talk of port administration. You can't talk of export without having a viable and efficient port. And so the challenges are there. Then the operating environment, how we are uncompetitive, and where there's an unattractive repatriation, which I will talk about, of profit from exports. Now, I want to generally talk about what we need to do to move away from all of this, and that's to say that most of the solutions are there. I'm sure that in this conversation, at this conference, we are going to be able to put action or to deliberate on what action we should take to address these familiar challenges. I think we need to drill down, we need to dive below the normal rhetorics and exchanges that comes in conferences like this to identify government agencies, private sector organizations that are going to walk the talk. It is actually something that we all need to consider. How we can have a problem that we know has been with us for 20 years, 15 years, 10 years, 5 years. Administration in, administration out. I think there has to be a frank conversation, and I think this is why we must commend NEPC for bringing all of us together under this roof. If I were in his shoes, I will lock the doors, and I will say until we find problems to these challenges, nobody leaves. But I'm sure he's a gentleman, he will not do it. So, the way forward are there on improving ports administration, resolving operating environment issues, and resolving issues of innovation. I know that the speakers will say a lot about all of this, and they are not new issues, like I said. So what has compounded the problem, apart from the perennial challenges? The fact that Nigeria is only able to take up less than 1% of the global market share of most products it exports is a sign that all is not well. Apart from the perennial macroeconomic, infrastructure, and policy environment challenges, there are emerging challenges that have compounded the situation and led to declining volume of the meager exports from the country. They will normally include repatriation sales price, readiness to export, risk on payment method, relationship management, CBN rebate, replacement of collaterals, and regulation in export market. Let's try to take a look at these ones briefly. One of the major emerging challenges of the export business sector is the control of the sales price of repatriated export proceeds by the CBN. This has been a source of discouragement to exporters who sell their export proceeds at the controlled price on the importer and exporter FX window. Readiness to export. More than 1,000 businesses registered with NEPC, I hope I'm right, NEPC is here, to export every year. But from what I'm told, less than 800 are able to export each year. And also, most businesses are only able to export once or twice. This speaks to a high level of dropout from export business. This is mainly due to their lack of readiness for the export business. That's my own assessment. Risk on payment methods, and these are recent developments. There are now incidences of fake letters of credit being received via SWIFT by Nigerian banks and their export customers. There are also incidences of fake documentary collection transactions being conferences majorly about. And the program has a pillar for the non-export FS rebate scheme. However, the 65 naira to $1 offered by CBN is not covering the FX gap between the official and the parallel market. Many of us know that most exporters, particularly manufacturers, never get enough to bring in their raw materials, their spares, and their machines. So they have to go to the parallel market. So if you are going to give any scheme that is going to ameliorate this situation, you need to ensure that that difference that they have to incur when they are sourcing their raw materials and so on are covered. There's also the issue of replacement of collateral. The emphasis on collateral by banks is a major hindrance to granting credit facilities to export business. Replacement of collateral is becoming highly imperative if the country is going to grow its export volumes. We also have the incidence of regulation in export markets. Rejection of Nigerian products by markets that buys the same products when it is shipped through other countries. We are aware of the yam matter when it's exported from this country. And if the same product is taken to another country, it is accepted, whereas it is rejected from us. We suspect that this may be because the regulators in those markets have an understanding on those products with regulators in the exporting countries. Now, these are the issues that are identified as current issues that are impacting on the meager export that we are able to do. So I've tried to present one after the other what I think the solutions could be. I think that the CBN needs to allow the forces of demand and supply to determine the FX price on the I and E window, as this will encourage more repatriation, leading to improved supply in the FX market and consequently causing a decline in the FX price in the I and E window. You see, he has come. He says, I have 5 minutes, so I'll have to rush. So readiness to export, intending and existing exporters need to do export readiness assessment tests in order to know the areas of readiness gap that they need to cover. And this is freely available on the website. I'm told that my little contribution will be made available to all participants if it's not already in your bag, so you can look up the site. Risk on payment methods. It has now become imperative for exporters to ask their banks to confirm SWIFT MT700 messages sent to them via SWIFT in letters of credit transaction before dispatching the shipping documents to banks abroad. I think we are all aware that there was a recent challenge, and this is a good advice to would-be exporters. There's also relationship management. NEPC needs to engage and put on retainership marketing consultants at destinations where Nigerians' exports are mostly sold. These marketing consultants should be saddled with the responsibility of getting new buyers, managing existing buyers, and giving timely feedback to exporters on the situation in the export market. And the rebates that I earlier on spoke about, rather than giving money out to those that repatriate funds on the export of value-added non-oil exports, CBN should use its good offices to support the current export expansion grant, that's the EEG. And if it must retain this, then it should consider increasing the rebate to between 100 and at least 120. This is because the current gap in the FS rate is at least 150. There is no doubt about this. Thank you. And then on replacement of collateral, the bank should embrace the use of trade finance instruments like guarantees instead of tangible collateral to secure export financing. The Exim Bank should also, thank God the MD is here, the Exim Bank should also speed up the implementation of export credit insurance for commercial risks. NEPC should spearhead the advocacy. Thank God they are sitting together. Should share the advocacy for Exim Bank and the CBN. CBN is also here to de-risk export financing, just the way that NIR-SAL is doing in the agriculture sector. And on regulation in export market, the Nigerian regulatory agencies, particularly NAFDAC and so on, need to venture beyond local regulations. There is need for them to have a firm handshake and harmonize regulatory requirements with counterparts abroad. This is to enable them to accept our goods based on NAFDAC and so on certification. I'd like to conclude. It is imperative for Nigeria to address the perennial challenges confronting businesses in Nigeria. The manufacturing sector is particularly hit, and deliberate action must be urgently taken to boost its competitiveness. There is no nation on earth that is wealthy and that can sustain its growth that is not good in manufacturing. We need to deliberately employ our people. We need to deliberately stop the process of exporting our wealth and importing poverty, because that is exactly what we do when our markets are flooded with imported goods. So we must take this very seriously. Secondly, there is the need to review and re-energize the vision of NEPC, which is Export for Survival, and CBN RT200FS program in the light of the foregoing presentation. If the way forward and proposed solutions offered above are favorably considered, I think that it will encourage the exporter, it will empower the exporter, it will expand their market, it will enhance the inflow of non-oil export proceeds into the country, and it will ameliorate the disruption of Nigerian non-oil export potentials. I thank you for your attention.
Please, let's clap for him for doing this within record time. Thank you very much, sir. We appreciate you. Before I hand over to the moderator, we just want to specially appreciate the representative of the Director General of NAFDAC, represented here today by Director of Planning, Research and Statistics, Head in charge of Office of Trade, Trade and International Relations, Dr. Abimbola Degboye. Please put your hands together. Thank you very much. We have also with us the representative of the Director General for NIDA, Malam Kashifu Inua Abdullahi, is represented here by Dr. Aristotle Onumo. Thank you very much for coming. He's Acting Director, Corporate Planning and Strategy. And all the way from Edo State, we have one who is very known in the industry, the Honorable Commissioner, Ministry of Industry, Trade and Cooperatives, Afe Braimo. Please put your hands together. The Honorable Commissioner, all the way from Edo State. Thank you. I'll now hand you over to our moderator, who is a king in the export sector, Chairman Nasima Export Group Lagos, Mr. Ade Adefeko. Please put your hands together for him.
Hello. Thank you very much, moderator, Chairman MC. Thank you very much. It's really gives me great pleasure to moderate this first session. Where this is the first, and I think we must commend any NEPC for this, the National Conference on Non-Oil Exports. Our panel is going to look at emerging issues that have to do with disrupting Nigeria's non-oil exports and looking for innovative solutions. So it's important for me first to introduce the panel, so at least we have an idea of who we will be speaking to the issues with. And I think I very much like the tone that was set by the lead speaker, Segun Ajayi Kajere. Prior to coming on stage, he had already spoken to the issues, and I told him, I said, well, it's important for you to speak to the issues and speak to the issues succinctly. We're not here to, most of the time we usually come to speak about the challenges. Challenges, one thing, opportunities, very important as well. So that's what I think we need to address here now, the opportunities that abound. Quickly, let me introduce the first member of the panel. Dr. Iyama is National President of the Federation of Agricultural Commodity Associations, FRACAN. He's been in commodity business for about 35 years, so he's a veteran, and he's played in the cocoa sector, the cashew sector, and sesame sector to a large extent, over 35 years. Dr. Victor Iyama, thank you very much. Secondly, we have Bashir Adamu Aliyu, who has over 12 years' experience in fiscal, strategic, and operational leadership in markets, and he's the MD CEO of Alweda Africa Spices Limited and other group of companies under that chain. And he was elected National President of Cassia Tora Seeds Producers and Processors and Marketers. Welcome. Her Royal Highness Adaku Chidume Okoro, who is the Group Managing Director of CEO of Gum Arabic Company Limited, GACON. Thank you very much. She was given the Woman Exporter of the Year Award for 2010, non-oil exports, by the President of the Federation. And lastly, we have, this is a late entrant into the panel, but better late than never, Mr. Stephen Usi of Rubber Estates Nigeria Limited. Thank you very much. Speaking to the issues, we've gone through a plethora of them: competitiveness, logistics issues, financing, product quality, security. That's a recurring decimal across all sectors, but we are speaking to the non-oil sector. Let me start with you, Dr. Yama. Look at cocoa, for example. Let's use cocoa. Cocoa, Nigeria used to in the late 70s, early 80s, we were number one exporter, producer. Right now, we're a distant third or fourth, sometimes fifth. Number one currently is Cote d'Ivoire. Number two is Ghana. And, Cameroon is even third right now. So, fourth. So, for me, can you give us a quick insight into the ways in which we can, one, boost production, two, production is one thing, export is another. Just could give us a quick run-through of what we have faced in the past and what you think should be the way forward, particularly using cocoa as an index crop.
Thank you, moderator. While using cocoa, even cashew, sesame, and all that, cocoa's case is a case of we abandoned cocoa, mainly because of oil. The government wasn't really concentrating on that sector, except of late. Everybody was just talking about oil. But thank God today, we've been battling this since about 2001, letting them know that for us to get the dollars in, we really need to. It's not just about export alone. It's not just about processing. But we have to go back to the roots. The most difficult aspect is production. And when I mean production, I'm talking of farming the product itself. There have been so many programs geared towards giving incentives to exports, but what programs do they have in giving incentives to production? We were producing about 410,000 tons before. Then Cote d'Ivoire was on 390-something thousand tons. Same with Ghana. But today, Cote d'Ivoire is on 2.5 million tons. Ghana is on 1.1 million tons. They've all come up. And when we keep telling them, you keep talking about foreign exchange inflow. Can 300,000 tons of cocoa bring in the same revenue as 1 million tons of cocoa, not to talk of 2.5 million tons of cocoa? And same applies to all other commodity across the value chain. So the first thing first, I've always said that our people must be ready to learn how to crawl before they start running and before they start walking. But the truth is we always start from the top. You keep, everywhere you go to, they keep telling you, look, it's because we are not processing, that's why we are not getting enough money. Of course we are processing. What people should go and sit down and ask themselves is, cocoa, for example, look at our cocoa. The first cocoa processing factory in the whole of Africa was in Lagos. But where are they today? The truth is, even when you talk about processing, yes, we all agree, we want to process. Look at the world cocoa economy. The world cocoa economy is worth about $135 billion. What comes to cocoa beans, cocoa butter, cocoa cake is less than $20 billion. What does that tell us? It tells us that the main money is in the final product, which is chocolate and other confectionaries. We tried to do something in 2005, 2003, when, as the president of Cocoa Association of Nigeria then, we challenged them. The then president said, okay, let's go to Brazil and even study what they did there before becoming a consuming nation. We went and we discovered that, of course, they gave the primary school children cocoa products, chocolate, cocoa drinks, free of charge for 12 good years for them to develop that taste bud. And now, they are primary consumers. We came back here, we made our reports. Of course, the then president agreed, accepted it, and we started it. But unfortunately, my beloved country, after he left, the next government, in fact, the minister told me to my face that, Mr. President, I don't have time for this. Go back to cocoa producing state governors, let them do this. I tried to convince him that, look, cocoa is a national crop. It can be grown in about 29, 30 states of the Federation, and it will bring in the needed money. Even all this oil thing, oil, nobody knows when it will finish, but it will definitely finish some. Now, moreover, if you check the price of the crude oil, compare it to price of even ordinary coconut oil, which is also, you cannot compare. But the things we are supposed to be doing, over the years, we also had a 10-year program to increase both cocoa, cashew, sesame, ginger, hibiscus, and what have you. Even the gum arabic. But every plan you put in place, it is scuttled. And that is why I keep saying all these incentives, we're getting it wrong. Before we can make any meaningful incentive, we have to start from the production. If you look at, even if you go to banks, they are even reluctant to fund production, which is farming. You know?
I'll come back to you at some point in time. It's important to provide a bit of perspective as well. Nigeria's cocoa has stagnated in the last 15 years to between 240 and 270,000 tons. That is very, 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 very miserly. We talk about the age of our cocoa farmers as well, being 50 plus. That's an issue. You are speaking to cocoa. Yield is a problem as well. due to misapplication of fertilizer. That's another issue. Then he was speaking to the final product. 165,000 metric tons of cocoa, okay? Facilities for processing is just what is available for processing. So the balance is, what do you do with it? So to be a cocoa nation, a cocoa consuming nation, you see, it's a value chain. So you have to choose which part of the value chain you want to play. But coming to you, Bashir, there are like we said, there are a plethora of issues. Let's even look at your area of Gom Arabic. The school of thought believes that you can only be competitive where you have comparative advantage. Nigeria has comparative advantage in so many crops. In your view, with your experience in the value chain, okay, what is your take with respect to? Do you think Nigeria should come back with commodity boards like they have in Ghana? Do you think that is a solution to helping price stability on the one hand? But again, let's even leave the pricing part of it. Let's look at the production, because for you to be able to price properly, you need to be able to produce. What's based on your experience over the years?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. First of all, I look at the theme, export for survival. It means that everybody should go back to export, and only through export we see the future of the economy for the survival of the nation. Then, coming back to what the first speaker is insisting about, the production of cocoa, we see disruptions that are emerging for so many problems were articulated by the lead speaker, and with, I can say, the intervention from Nigerian Export Promotion Council, run a program called ETH, that's Export Trade House, that were being stationed to so many countries. Like I am heading Export Trade House Jeddah, that's Middle East. I can operate in Dubai, Saudi, and all these countries. So there are so many issues regarding to the market assessment. Most of the people, they don't have access to the market, because the moment you call people to come to export, the first thing they will ask you is market. How can I sell? How can I get buyer? So, and when he started coming into the export industry, then he started going back to the production. How much quantity he can get for him to export this quantity. He talked about cocoa, which the production is coming low and low, and so many emerging products that they are of high value, which some of them, they are not even enlisted in the Nigerian Export Promotion Council as a product that you can export. I know one product that is of $7,000 per ton. Said when we are talking about cocoa, when we are talking about sesame, when I'm talking about hibiscus, I just see that we are not making anything new, because it's something that is being discovered more than, let's say, 100 years. What are the other products that we have so much that we do not develop those products? There was a time we have an NXP. Okay, for the first time, I'm trying to export the crop cassia tora seed. The custom were asking whether it is drug, whether it is a product like chewing gum or something like that. I told them it is agricultural commodities. They were not satisfied till I bring them sample. And this is growing, the quantity of cassia tora seed supersedes sesame seed, because it's a wild crop. There are more of those products like galangal root, which have been exporting from Indonesia to the international market, which has been growing in Nigeria. Nobody ever exported these products. Those products are many. So we have to go into production, massive production of agricultural commodities that will bring the foreign exchange back to the country for us to survive, as the theme of the whole national conference is talking about the export for survival. So I can say that this is a wake-up call for the potential exporters to come and join hand with the ETH operators, export trade house. For those markets, we can access, we can help the exporters, those that wanted to come to the industry for the market, for the transportation, for procurement, for we give service for all from end to end. So this will really change the narratives of, let's say, unfavorable payment terms that the lead speaker is talking about, the LC, the fake LCs that have been received from the bank. With the ETH, you don't need to go through that. You can easily ship your goods to the export trade house and you get your money back without going through into this kind of fake LCs and all this. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Rako, it's important as well to bring you into this conversation. You know, I spoke to the fact that for you to be competitive, you must have comparative advantage. And there's no point lumping too many products or coming up with too many products that you want to put on your scale, on your export scale preference. Okay? Everybody talks about cocoa, cashew, sesame, ginger, to a large extent, cotton. In your area where you have played, I mean, you won National Woman Exporter of the Year in 2010. People always talk about logistics, on the one hand. Logistics. You know, everything is based on logistics. But a school of thought believes that we should have dedicated ports for export. Okay? That has been introduced. But how well is it working for those who are trying to export through those dedicated ports? Because, of course, you know, right now we have lag time in terms of when we want to export. Right now, through the Apapa port, particularly in the last 2-3 years, it's been a problem. You find out that there's usually a problem of delivery when you have exports of, say, sesame or cashew to the European markets or the Middle East markets, as the case may be, or the Far East. What has been your own experience in this area? Succinctly put.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. I would like to tweak a little before I respond. The topic we've been asked to deal with, and it's important we do justice to that topic, it's emerging issues disrupting the non-oil export as it relates to Nigerian non-oil export. And what are these issues? We need to find out. The issues are global issues and some are local issues. What are these global issues? They've spoken about COVID-19. The Russian war is an example. Certification issue is a challenge. Digital, the current digital world is also there. And then coming home, we have the just released CBN ROT 200 and the weakening of the Naira. So these are the major issues that we need to grapple with if we are to get to our desired level when it comes to non-oil exports. What is the scenario locally? What is operative? The issue you are mentioning, the port issue, is just a drop in some of the challenges we are having. The business I run operates in the agri value chain. We don't even go through the roads to access the ports because it's almost practically impossible. Your goods get stocked for maybe 60 days before making it to the port. So we do budget service, and there's an additional cost to our overheads. So if we have a dedicated terminal for exports and the roads are done, there are rail lines running through like they have in developed countries, accessing the ports, of course we'll be better off. But then, there are one or two issues mentioned by the main paper presenter that I need to also address. He spoke
about processed and unprocessed goods. I think the authorities are not getting it quite right by categorizing some products as unprocessed. Reason being that traditionally the farmers, the agri value chain, they have ways of doing things, adding value. Let me take an example of a product like dried split ginger. The raw fresh ginger sells for $560 in the international market. Dry split ginger, which the value chain operators would have, washed the ginger, sliced it, engaged labor, sun-dry it, packaged it. It sells for $2,100 currently. So it's a semi-processed goods. If you're now categorizing such a product as unprocessed and it doesn't qualify for the grant, what are we talking about? You're now cutting off the whole operators in that value chain. The women, the vulnerable group, the youths, and the exporters. And most SMEs are within this category. So if you're now channeling grants specifically for the big players that have a lot of machines, and that's what we are seeing at development or increasing the volume of what we are getting from the non-oil exports, I think that's wrong. We are cutting off where it should be. The SMEs are the main engine room that should propel this drive. So I plead with CBN, yes, they are doing well, but the previous system, which was being run by NEPC, where they had raw material categorized, semi-processed, and finished goods, I think it does us a lot better than what is operative now. Then, secondly, I see also that the world over, the effort of women, sorry, I'm a woman and a proud one for that matter, so I have to voice out where it hurts. The world over currently, they are very gender sensitive. We need to key into that trend. You said came to partner with our company principally because they see it as a gender-led group, and because we are focused, delivering, they can always punch the system to pick what we are doing internationally. They know we are genuine, so they are even helping us with the mechanization. And the American government, with the taxpayers' money, is paying the bills. So I challenge the Nigerian government to do the same. Encourage the women, encourage the youth, be gender-friendly and gender-sensitive. So I stop for now, I'll pause for now.
Thank you very much. What you're basically saying here is that, you spoke about, I think there needs to be a nexus between what NEPC is doing. NEPC is principally there to superintend over exports. So there should be a handshake between NEPC and Central Bank of Nigeria with respect to this RT200. And RT200, to a large extent, the school of thought believes RT200 in so short a time. I mean, you are here and you want to get there in 2, 3, 4 years. How do you want to get there? Those are the questions that people are asking that, and I think that handshake needs to be had as quickly as possible. Going quickly to you.
Connects through the lady pond and the connectivity there to just make it, will not cost more than 10 million naira. And so with this, it will be a very good terminal to access Apapa Port. So currently that terminal is used for the call-up system. No, I think it's a wrong use. So we should use that terminal for rail to connect, for connectivity to Apapa Port. Also, there are existing terminals in Kirikiri, which also can be used for the barge services. So what it means invariably, the ports can be accessed through the barge and the rail. But in conclusion, the disruption of the access to the port is not caused by exporter. And so the exporters get this consignment to Lagos, but unable to access the port. And so, because it's taken the government 4 years to fix just maybe 60-kilometer road. And so we, for this conference, will plead with government that prior to the time before this deplorable road is fixed, government should cater or take responsibility for the transfer of the product, that is the rate charges and the barge service as part of incentive to exporters. This is just the point I want to raise.
It's important to state as well that for those who are exporting cocoa, I think the Calabar port right now is being used for cocoa export to a large extent. That's on the one hand. And going back to your point, you talked about the fact that the entire value chain, processed, semi-processed, raw, everything should be recognized. But a quantum should be, grading of it should be in it.
Yes.
Dr. Yama, you wanted to speak to the commodity boards. The commodity boards issue has been quite controversial. So in some countries, maybe based on the operating environment in those countries, particularly Ghana.
Primarily for provision of agricultural inputs. Nothing more, nothing less. Some people had arguments some years back. They insisted, they brought back 3 different commodity boards, so to say, in Ministry of Agriculture. And I told them, they voted some billions. And I told them, I give them 2 years. All those billions will go down the drain. And it happened. The truth is this. What you should ask yourself, during the time of commodity board, for those of us who understand Yoruba language, Sonia Ade made a song that Igi Koko ti di igi dana loko. Why? Because the cocoa farmers were cutting off their trees because they were getting peanuts. The commodity board members were feeding fat, buying cars, and living large, while the farmers were getting leaner because they were not being paid how they should be paid. Thank God that in 1986, the president came, took the bull by the horn, and scrapped it. As at that time, our cocoa has nosedived to about 91,000 tons. But when the thing was freed, the cocoa farmers started getting back into the farms, and they started competing. And we started going back gradually. The truth is this. Yes, the commodity boards exist in Ghana. Even in Ghana, are the farmers happy? The truth is no. The farmers in Nigeria get the highest price. Why? Yes, it is not to everybody in the value chain's advantage, but at least they are happy. Because what do? They go on the internet, look at the terminal market, check it, multiply it without even knowing that there are differentials to be taken off, multiply it with the highest exchange rate, and start quoting their prices. Yes, to us exporters, it may not be very good, but at least the most important thing is that the farmers are happy. And as long as they are happy, we are still in business. And that is why I said that there must be nothing like commodity boards the way it used to be, because monkey can't be working for babu to be eating. The farmers must be allowed to dictate whatever price they are giving. And that will take me to, they keep talking about processing and CBN's intervention and all that. My advice to CBN, I've always said that. They claim most of the obnoxious rules they've put in place without consulting with us. They say that it's because there are leakages. It's because they are not repatriating funds. And I told them, if that is the issue, I remembered in 2005, as the then president of Cocoa Association of Nigeria, we fought over some issues. The then president invited us. We sat like this, the government officials sat, and we argued it out. And the president gave a directive. Henceforth, exporters must have unfettered access to their funds. They can use it, they can sell it to whichever bank or whoever, but it must be repatriated. And exports started booming until he came and reintroduced this. What are his reasons? His reasons is people are not repatriating funds. I said, but it is very simple, and I still stand by that. If that is just the key reason, then let's pursue. We're even pursuing some things in National Assembly as it stands. Put it for anybody who has exported and that is not repatriating funds, 3 years imprisonment. Let's put it there. There's no point saying because some people are not repatriating, because you don't cut off your nose to spite your face. There are laws. Put it there. But, of course, they are reluctant. Why? If you know that is the key, because what they are doing, all those obnoxious laws, are killing export. They are killing it, and I keep repeating it. We gave, some 4 years ago, we gave a blueprint how we can generate over $150 billion from non-oil export, especially agri. It is there with them. Like my gentleman here who is talked about, I said, we know all these things. In fact, we have it. There are so many commodities on ground that can turn around the fortunes of this country. We have it. But are they ready? And I keep begging, and I'm still begging CBN, remove all these obnoxious rules. It will take us nowhere. You cannot be, if you know you really want to promote export, put it there. Your problem is that people are not repatriating. Put it there. 1 year, 2 years imprisonment, no MD, no CEO wants to go to prison. Put it there. We shouldn't be inconveniencing, and we're not helping people. There are so many youths who we have mentored, who wants to go into export, but how do you tell me I will export and I cannot have access even to $1 in my account? I cannot. I have dollars bringing in. I cannot take even one, even if I have my own personal issues. I can't take money from there. Then what are you talking about? It has to be, no. You see, there are some issues, and again, I expect, please, CBN should leave, they should stop being the Minister of Agri, Minister of Trade and Finance, Minister of Finance. They should stop it. It's high time we tell them that.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Yawa, for your, I can see the passion, I'm sure the guys from CBN are here, so they will take this back. It's important to have that handshake. Ministry of Agriculture, Ministry of Trade, CBN. So we have agencies. The role of the MPA is there. We have NAQS on the one hand. We have Shippers Council, Customs. There seems to be a lot of bureaucracy, okay, that is inhibiting exports on the one hand. But we spoke to the fact that we needed production. Production is important. You play in the rubber industry, particularly. I know in the 60s, 70s, rubber is, I think the botanical name is Hevia brasiliensis, if I'm not mistaken. What happened to rubber particularly? The rubber plantations we had, and that being a source of raw material for tire producing companies like the Michelin of this world and Dunlops of this world. What happened to rubber? Because is it a question of rubber not being a competitive crop anymore? Can you speak to that, please?
Thank you once again. Yes, one of the major challenges in the rubber export has to do with production. Today, my company has the capacity to process 30,000 metric tons of rubber. This machine was installed back 2007, but to date is...
Sorry to interject. Can you give us an overview of our rubber production first and foremost? Okay, that will serve as a proper anchor to know whether we are producing enough and we can take that from there.
Yes.
Just give us a bit of background to the rubber.
Averagely, for the rubber production, it's about 120,000 metric tons per annum. It's on the dwindling. One, like I mentioned earlier, it has to do with challenges for production. There is a challenge in land acquisition. That is basically one of the key challenges there. We, for instance, have a lot of challenges with the communities to acquire these lands. Such, because due to non-availability of lands, there are no new crops springing up. This definitely has hindered production. It's an avenue to play with government to see how they can come in. We knew fully well that there is an agency that's assisting in land acquisition. Fortunately, rubber was not among those crops that were given such preference. Furthermore, the land use decree has to be repealed in order to enable farmers to enable boost agricultural production. The land use decree has to be repealed. Thank you.
Which brings me to the area of incentives. Of course, you know that NEPC has amongst its part of its mandate as well is providing incentives to exporters to make them competitive. And Madam, can you speak to the area of incentives, talking about the incentives as well as the categorization of those incentives and how well those incentives have worked so far and what needs to be done to improve on it?
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Talking about the NEPC incentives, I think the way it's categorized is okay. But in addition, just like if I, as a person now, I want to aspire for the highest office of this nation, I don't need to pay a dime. I just go collect the nomination form and fill in my form. They should recognize and be gender-friendly and sensitive. So in that incentive scheme, let there be a criteria to recognize the effort of the women that are trying to also make a mark. Then, I will also suggest that NEPC should have, as part of its objective, giving of grants to companies, upcoming SMEs, to enable them mechanize. It's not cheap to mechanize. So if they have it as part of the objective, they do something like in line with what you said, DOS and some of the international financiers, they will have a unit in the incentives department maybe that will give grant to some trusted, focused SMEs and follow them through to the point of mechanization. They should also, in addition to what, sorry, I hope I'm not taking too much. They should also try and pay the huge outstanding from EEG. My company, for once, 2007 till date, we are still being owed EEGs. I know what that can do to our turnover if we have such funds released to us. So please, I plead, whether it's Federal Ministry of Finance, whether it's CBN, whoever is in charge, try and pay the outstanding EEGs so that the companies can breathe and get to their next level. As for capacity, the SMEs have the capacity to take Nigerian non-oil export business to its desired height. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Let me quickly go back. What's your take on, of course, you know, sometime, I think that was last year, when we had COVID in 2020, And last year, to a large extent, NEPC gave support, to companies, 50 billion, if I recall, as support against the vagaries of this, taking into account the respective issues that the companies had. And some of the beneficiaries I hear, I mean, would you say that was a very good first step on the part of government, particularly through NEPC, to support businesses during that critical period? And do you think it's something that should be continued maybe over the next 2-3 years? That's on the one hand. On the other hand as well, which I'll take the question back to everybody as well, is budget for EEG. Should there be, the budget for EEG should superintend or should sit with, should the budget of the EEG sit with the NEPC? Okay, and if it should sit with the NEPC, let NEPC start and midwife that process.
Thank you. First of all, I can say that the grant, 50 billion received by the NEPC, it is fairly distributed to the beneficiaries. I'm one of the beneficiaries, being that I'm having export trade house, and I know so many people here who are beneficiary for so much packages and the kind of project they wanted to do. I see that this kind of grant should be sustainable, and because it is embodied a lot of programs, some of them it is domestic export warehouse. Of course, there are so many new exporters that they do not have access to. They don't have their own warehouse. They don't have the machineries. Like in case of the common facility, they can aggregate those products and they come and they process their products, taking out from their capital to build a warehouse, to buy the machine and all this. And as well, the export trade house that were being distributed across the globe, it will help. And if more of those export trade houses will be initiated and give another grant for other markets also to emerge, that will be a wonderful thing. Regarding the EEG, I have personal issue with the EEG. Sometimes I didn't understand how it works. Because to me, just as what she has said earlier, that some of the programs by the CBN, it is cutting the value chain. 70% or 80% of the value chain is being cut from the RT200. And I can challenge, even if there is any CBN person, I can even ask him, if today I wanted to export raw ginger or I export dry split ginger, I can easily write in the NXP processed ginger powder. Who will come and check, either from the point of the port or from the inspection agent, can really check that it is not processed ginger, it is raw ginger? Nobody. The inspection agents...
I wish I could agree with you there, but I won't, because of the fact that they are...
Our EEG, let's say 70% is going to the foreigners, okay? So we need to review. We need to review the policy, even if it is the law, that we need to review that to make sure that the real beneficiary of EEG is Nigerian, whatever. Yes.
Okay. There's a school of thought that believes that capital is mobile. And the last time I checked, money has no color. So irrespective of whether you have DDI or you have FDI. Okay? A school of thought believes that you should start with DDI before you bring in FDI.
Yeah.
But a school of thought believes that irrespective of where exporters come from, it's immaterial. What is important is that they must play by the rules. And anyone who doesn't play by the rules should be sanctioned accordingly.
Of course, but do we have this in another country as Nigerian?
You are going into you see, I don't want us to be speculative here, but like I said, what is important is what is good for the goose is good for the gander. That's what I'm saying. Okay, quickly before I come to him, just want to add something to it. Sorry? Go ahead.
In exports, there's what we're known as merchant exporters. So you either, depending on the category you belong, globally, you are allowed as a merchant to procure any commodity and export. Even the finished product of Coca-Cola, if you go there tomorrow, you can buy Coca-Cola and export. So there's not like indigenization in export. Thank you.
Hello. Yes, you speaking to cocoa beans categorization-wise, processing and all that. You quickly wanted to add something. Can you quickly just do that so that we can take questions, quick questions from the floor?
All right. Thank you. Talking on cocoa beans again, normally they say that primary product, processed product, semi-processed and all that. But I always tell them that cocoa beans itself is not a primary product. I'll tell you why. Nobody ships cocoa pod. Cocoa pod is the primary product. By the time I harvest my cocoa pod, I break the pod, I ferment it for 7 good days, and I start sun drying. It could be machine dried, but of course the overseas the chocolate consumers preferred sun-dried cocoa. I will sun-dry it depending on the weather. It could be for 1 week, 2 weeks, 3 weeks. If you look at the time, from the time I harvest my cocoa pod to the time it becomes fermented cocoa beans, it's about 23 days. Now, you did not see that as processing, at times with fermentation boxes, but you see the person who has gotten the machine, who grinds it for 2 hours as the processor. And you tell me that is the processor. Doesn't make any sense. It doesn't make any sense. For those of them who do not know, you should ask those of us who are in it. I started that as an exporter when we were diverting. Some of us tried to do processing. I too tried it. I laid down. It's still there. In Calabar Export Processing Zone, there's a foundation for cocoa butter processing. But along the line, I stopped it when I saw the huge debt facing me about it. I will tell you the story why I stopped. But for today, I am saying that it's not that we shouldn't process. We should process, but to what? To the final product, because that is where the money is. If you talk of cocoa butter, cocoa cake, why don't you ask yourself, why is it that almost all the industries are dead and they are so much indebted? Because the truth is this, it is ratios. If they are paying you for your butter, for your cake, go and check. It takes about 2.5 tons of cocoa to get those products. Check the prices and check the prices of cocoa. And apart from that, we have what they call origin country processing discount. They discount you for processing from your origin country. And apart from that, they discount you. There's something we call EPA discount, Economic Part Agreement, that we refuse to sign. They also discount that. There was a tough battle some years ago when some of the processors insisted that they must start discounting cocoa beans too. I stood my ground. I said, no, you made your choice. I decided to farm, apart from export, you decided to process. It's your choice. You cannot ask anybody to start discounting me. What are the Oyinbos telling you? Because they refuse to discount cocoa beans, all they are telling you is that they are not interested. When I was the council chairman of ICCO, I took them up on it. Do you know what they told me? They told me, Dr. Yama, we'll take you out to dinner. When we got there, they asked me one simple question. They said, I want to know how straightforward you are. Put yourself in our shoes. We have tried severally to grow this cocoa on our land. With all scientific means, it has refused to grow. is growing on your land effortlessly, only God knows why, and you have refused to concentrate on what you have comparative advantage, it is what we have you want to do. We sell the machines to you, we know where to wait. I came back to my country, I stopped, I had already gotten the loan, I stopped the processing factory. Why? One of them told me, because you are a friend, but you should remember, now you are the chairman of council, you can't be defending the producers here alone. That has gone. You are for both producers and consumers. He said, but I'll give you one friendly advice. Go back home. Teach your people. Learn how to consume what you are producing before you start trying to process. That is my advice. And that is the truth. If you like, they should stop it. Then again, some of our, especially our CBN gurus, they will tell you, once you process, employment, this and that, I threw a challenge to them. Take a 60,000 tons capacity factory. At most, you will have 50, 60 workers. Take a 60,000 tons capacity farm. You need 120,000 hectares of land. If you do that, divide it by 10 hectares. That will give you 12,000 workers. In each hectare, 10 hectares, you need at least 5 workers. Multiply that by 12, that's 60,000. What they don't know, they shouldn't be saying it. Thank you,
Dr. Yama. Good perspective, interesting perspectives. What it basically says is that anybody who wants to play in whichever chain, across the value chain, play across that value chain. Wherever you want to play across those value chains. Very important.
So, cocoa, please, is a semi-processed product.
Thank you.
Not raw.
Thank you. Quickly, we'll go to question and answer because time is fast spent. I think we have about between 8 to 10 minutes. Questions, please, from the audience.
Thank you very much, Mr. Moderator. My name is Olufemi Boyede. I'd like to pick 1 or 2 points. First and foremost, he made very interesting news to hear His Excellency the Vice President talk about 50 billion naira support, the EFP, which some of your panelists have talked about. I've always held the opinion that that should not be a one-off incentive. I believe that it will be a great conclusion here if we all agree that the 50 billion intervention is actually supportive of export development and therefore should one way or the other enter into the NEPC's budget allocation on an annual basis. Was allocated for EEG for an estimated 432 companies. Even at 5%, I think that that legislation or that allocation actually begs the question of the government's pronouncement of its desire to diversify Nigeria's export. I think the people need to go back to the drawing board. And finally, it's been said, but I think that we can't say it enough. Export development strategy is not something that is done in the technical boardroom of somebody, for example, the CBN governor. I think it is a general broad-based consultation process that has not taken place. I can talk about the RT200 and why it will never work, but I think that we need to emphasize the imperative of interagency collaboration in designing. And when they have collaborated at the public level, then they come to the private sector, the target beneficiaries or victims of these policies that are going to be unleashed. They need to have an input into it. That's the only way we're going to get.
Thank you very much, Mr. Boyle. Thank you. I think that has been reiterated here. Next question, I think we'll be able to take 2 questions, two more questions. Can we take from the lady here? I have to be gender sensitive here, so. Can you bring the mic over there, the lady over here? Over there, this way.
Good morning. My name is Uzo.
Please make it very, is it a comment, is it a question?
Question.
Okay.
I'm the country director at Precision Agriculture for Development. How can we, after today, harness the comparative advantage that we've spoken about, like practical step forward. Thanks.
Who wants to take that? Would you take that?
Yes, Don.
Thank you very much.
How can we, comparative advantage, how can we take advantage of it? Practical steps, ways to take advantage of our comparative advantage to boost our exports.
First of
Just
all,
in a nutshell. Okay, let's take your question as well, then we'll come back to...
okay, first of all, I want to say a big thank you to the organizers of this program. They really did so great and so well and give us hope. Do you know the last time we had something in this hall was like over 10 years ago? I was telling the vice president, I said, look, we did not hear your speech. You did not hear our own. Because there should be interaction. There should be feeling. People should know exactly what's going on, what's new. Because all these things you're saying are very important. Oil is going. Export must take place. We must do research and know what we need to produce, what's halting us from producing it, how can we improve, whether you're a man, you're a woman, you're a child. Our people are suffering. Why? Because opportunities are not given. Our young people have found out that they are the best. Our young people are most intelligent, and they're hungry for what to do. So this is an opportunity we can give them. We can teach them how to fish. This fish is export, and the country will do well. Because we need research.
Thank you very much, Dr. Okoli. Thank you very much.
I am Stella Okoli.
Thank
I'm
you
the
very much.
Managing Director and Chief Executive of
EMSA.
EMSA Pharmaceutical Industry.
Thank you very much, madam.
I
Thank
came
you
here
Thank you.
to tell you something we've done. I came to tell you something we've done. Business is very difficult, all from everywhere. So recently, we started to do what they call API, active pharmaceutical ingredients. We are making synthesis to produce our own raw material in Nigeria, which
Very
is
good,
not
very good, very
available in sub-Saharan Africa.
Thank you
So
very
what do we
much.
need? We need to be recognized. We need to be supported so more people can join and grow. This is really and truly the story of Nigeria. Encourage people, make them grow, listen to their story, see how you can make it better. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you very, very much. Thank you. I think, can you take the mic to the National President of NASIMA here? Come forward here. I think the first row. National President of NASIMA, I think, wants comment, question, contribution.
Contribution, thank you. I thank all of you. I want to slightly align myself with the MD of EMSA, but in a slight way. Export. The VP talked about tech, whereby only 6 youths developed solutions that sold for billions of dollars. But here today, we have started importing semi-skilled labor. We are not even talking about developing semi-skilled labor to export. I was in a conference organized by GIS, and Bangladesh, after training the youths, they exported 2,000 youths to Saudi Arabia. It's on records. And we have our youths here. The technical education is no longer in place. The TVET is no longer in place. Are we going to have, can't we find a synergy between the Ministry of Education to train semi-skilled labor if the 50 billion is given, can't we develop factories, Dangote, all the known industries? Their workshop should be used as a training center, and the method of certification should be introduced so that our teeming youths who are now doing Yahoo will be trained to be exported. Thank you so much.
Thank you very, very, very much. Thank you very, very much. I think have room for one more question. One more question.
Up already? I'm
Yes.
up already.
One more question.
I'm up already.
Okay. You have the mic. Okay. But please be very, very, go straight to the point.
Okay.
Don't belabor the issues. We already know what the issues are.
I'm Alaji Ichapi Mohammed, an indigenous of Kogi State, in cashew industry sector. This is a special sector that has a global impact. If you talk cashew industry, we have two hubs in the whole world. That is India hub and Vietnam hub. Our journalists are quick to report how our export has been rejected. But this same export that they are reporting about, if you pursue it down to destination, you will discover that 3/4 has been processed already.
Sorry, what's your just go straight to the point, please.
Yep. As we are talking agency of government, like the ETH, Export Trading House, as we have in Jeddah, we have one in Cairo. Is it possible we should have another one in these key areas so that if your export is rejected, you will be able to take it to your own warehouse instead of your buyer to have every lot on you? That is number one. And secondly, in India, our policy makers should check what is the international policy that is awaiting us. Right in India, it is agreed that all the raw cashew coming to India are taxed 20%, which means we farmers in Nigeria, if you have 5 bags of cashew nut, India man that didn't grow it here automatically has 1. If you have 5 trailers, they have 1 out of the 5. The same policy that they made, and down here the Indians are allowed to trade inside our own compound, inside our kitchen, in our own various community. Automatically, excuse me.
No, let's just go. We don't have the liberty of time. What are you advocating? Is what I want to know. What are you advocating? What is your prayer?
Check policy.
What is your prayer?
Policy. Just like they put a policy down there that all the cashew coming from Africa to India are taxed 20%. They should make policy here that Indians that are here should not have access to our own commodity here. If that is done, that is where we will have a parallel play. If not, you will continue to blame us as a bad trader.
All right, noted. Let's come back to the panel so that the panel can just answer the questions quickly. We have 5 more minutes because we are running into the next session. Dr. Yama. Quickly.
Okay, answer to the last speaker. Yes, what you are advocating for, if you have been following the trend, you will know that of late, it has even been passed by FEC that foreigners are not allowed to go into our villages and be purchasing commodities. It has been passed. We are only awaiting the law to be enacted. It has already been passed, what you are asking for. So you are still in servants. Government has already done that. It is left for you now to follow up. Thank you. So there's no problem about that.
Madam, quickly. The question of who spoke about practical solutions to based on the comparative advantage you have, what are the practical steps that need to be taken? Quickly, because we don't have time, so I can round up.
I will just mention the issue of food safety and traceability, which we have. It appears we didn't quite bring it to the fore. If our containers are returned, it means we are not paying attention to food safety and traceability. The international world now, they are very particular about what they eat. They want to know the source, under what hygienic conditions it's processed, what pesticides were put in there. So if these are out of place, of course, our containers will be returned. So the government needs to pay attention to that. I needed to mention that before I now attend to her question.
Quickly, please.
Yes, Nigeria has comparative advantage when it comes to exports. What are these advantages? Our climatic conditions are very good. We have a huge arable land. We have big population for employment. The seashores, we have the seashores. So we are not landlocked. We can export directly. But the government needs, like I earlier mentioned, to focus on the SMEs, encourage them, give them grants without collateral at 1% single interest, single-digit interest rate. That will encourage them. If the U.S. government can do that to me, why not the Nigerian government, where I am sitting and serving? They should be able to.
That's fair. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think we have run over our time. So thank you very much, distinguished panelists. As I wrap up, I want to really thank all members of the panel for a session, a worldwide session. We should go away with what the lead speaker said: encourage, empower, expand. Thank you very much.
Our photographers will now take a picture of the panel, but please put your hands together, especially for them, for doing a good job, for opening up us all to a very wonderful deliberation. We will want to invite the CEO to join. Make room for him. If he asks me to announce closing now, I'll do it immediately. It's also good to smile. It means we are doing a good thing. Thank you very much. Another round of applause for our panelists. A good one for our moderator. And one more for our lead speaker. Thank you very much.
Okay. Please, another round of applause for that fantastic panel. If you learned a lot from that panel, say what they do at the National Assembly. The eyes have it. So now, I know we've spent 5 minutes into the second session, but we'll go straight in. And the next session will be focusing on strengthening institutional capacity for effective trade facilitation. Just like what has been said earlier, our institutions should not be policemen. Our institutions should be trade facilitators. The customs service and all of that should be trade facilitators. So I'll go straight in and introduce our panelists. We'll still take the same format. Our moderator will be sitting at my far left. I'll start with the panelists. The first panelist I'm about to introduce is the Deputy Comptroller Tariff, Obi Ekeze. He is the representative of the Comptroller General of the Nigeria Customs Service. Please, can we give him a round of applause as he approaches the podium? Our second panelist is Mr. Naved Zafar, who is the Managing Director, APM Terminals, West Africa Container Terminals, Rivers State. Please, a round of applause. Okay. Our next panelist is Mr. John Oshivere. He's the President, National Association of Hibiscus Exporters. Please, a round of applause for Mr. John Oshivere. Mr. Agu Kajotan, Director, Consumer Affairs Department at the Nigeria Shippers Council. He's representing the Executive Secretary and the Chief Executive Officer of the Nigerian Shippers Council. Please, can we applaud Mr. Agu Kajotan as he approaches the podium? Please make that applause resounding. I hope we are not tired. Honorable Onari Brown is the executive. Honorable Onari Brown is the Executive Director, Marine and Operations, Nigerian Ports Authority. He's here representing the Managing Director of the Nigerian Ports Authority. Please, a round of applause for Honorable Brown. Thank you, sir. And our moderator for this panel is Mr. Kola Wale Awe Esquire. He's the Managing Director and the Chief Executive Officer of SPT Logistics. Please, a round of applause for him. And to do justice to this panel session with the theme, Strengthening Institutional Capacity for Effective Trade Facilitation, is the immediate past Director General of the Lagos Chamber of Commerce and Industry, LCCI. He's currently the Chief Executive Officer, Center for the Promotion of Private Enterprise, is Dr. Muda Yusuf. Please, a round of applause. He'll be giving us a presentation of about 20 minutes, while our panel session, as well as the question and answer, will go for about 35 minutes. Thank you, and I wish us a fruitful deliberation again. A round of applause, please.
Yeah, thank you very much, our able MC. Let me stand on existing protocols in the interest of time. I'm to address the theme, Strengthening Institutional Capacity for Trade Facilitation. But let me say that the previous speakers, both the panelists and the lead speaker, had covered quite a lot of ground that I will be speaking about. So I think that will save us some time, because some of these issues are actually overlapping. But what is important is to know that the issues of trade facilitation is a very critical issue when we talk about trade. And when I talk about trade, I'm talking about imports and exports. Because even in the export business, particularly when you look at the value chain, you also require some imports for you to be able to deliver some quality exports. So both ways, we need to ensure that we facilitate trade. And the quality of our institutions are very critical to the facilitation of trade. And incidentally, most of these institutions are essentially public sector institutions. So I go right into it. I look at the concept and scope of trade facilitation, the components of trade facilitation, the institutional issues in trade facilitation, the forex policy impacts on trade facilitation, and some reform imperatives. Now, before I go forward, let me just acquaint you with this simple national income equation. I don't want to be mathematical. This is elementary economics, O-level economics. When we talk about GDP, or what we call national income, these are the critical variables that make up the national income, which we call Y equals C plus I plus G plus X minus M. The Y is the national income, the C is consumption, the I is investment, domestic and foreign, the G is government expenditure, the X is exports, and the M is import. But what is important about this, and why this is also relevant to what we are talking about, is for you to see that exports is a positive variable in national income. In other words, there is a positive relationship from this equation between national income and exports. And there is a negative relationship between national income and imports. That is what this equation is telling us. So if you really want to grow this economy, if you really want to create jobs, we should be focusing a lot more on exports. And that is why I just decided to put this equation. Of course, there are other important elements, but what is important here is that for the economy to progress, the net exports must be positive, not negative. We should be exporting more than we are importing. Now, Dr. Ngozi Okonjo-Iweala, she's the current DG of WTO. At the recent ministerial retreat that was done, I think, a few months ago, she addressed the ministers, the president, and the vice president. And she said, and I quote, "Nigeria's trade costs are too high. According to the World Bank, trade costs for 2019 and trade costs for African countries are on average an equivalent of 305% tariff. And Nigeria is even slightly higher at 306%. These numbers are 1.5 times higher than the trade costs in high-income countries. Such high costs are not conducive to forming regional value chains. Because when we are talking about exports, it's not just about primary production. Primary production is important, just as you have heard in the last panel. But we should be looking at how to develop the value chain, how we can connect to the global community depending on what products we are talking about. And if the trade cost continues to be high, whether we are talking of import or exports, it works against the whole idea of connecting to the regional value chain. Congestion, capacity constraints, and high costs in our ports make it difficult for anyone seeking to build supply chain operations in Nigeria and hence expand trade from there. So these are some of the things that have been said earlier, but I'm just quoting this to get the perspective of somebody as high as the DG of WTO. So this is a major issue, one of the biggest issues confronting the growth and development of our country. Of course, the concept of trade facilitation. Trade facilitation looks at how procedures and controls governing the movement of goods across national borders can be improved to reduce associated cost burdens and maximize efficiency while safeguarding legitimate regulatory objectives. The main objective of trade facilitation is to reduce the complexities and costs associated with cumbersome border procedures and controls while maintaining efficient compliance controls. Trade facilitation is, again, we have various definitions of it, the simplification and harmonization of international trade procedures. In its narrowest sense, trade facilitation refers to the reduction of the trade costs associated with moving goods across borders. Then a broader interpretation encompasses all non-tariff barriers to trade, including behind the borders costs associated with institutional and business environment, services in support of trade, and physical infrastructure in transport, energy, and ICT. More recent definitions have been broadened to include the environment in which trade transactions take place, that is, the transparency and professionalism of the customs and regulatory environments. It also entails the harmonization of standards and conformity to international or regional regulations. Trade facilitation, according to WTO, refers to the avoidance of unnecessary trade restrictiveness. To achieve this, economies are applying modern techniques, standards, and technologies, while at the same time improving the quality of control in an international, harmonized manner. Now, of course, we have had some discussions around trade facilitation agreements. It is the first multinational trade agreement to be concluded since WTO was formed 20 years ago. And trade facilitation came into force on 22nd February 2017, when WTO obtained acceptance of the agreement from 2/3 of its 164 members. 153 members, including Nigeria, have ratified the trade facilitation agreement. Nigeria ratified on the 16th of January 2017. About 32 African countries have ratified this agreement. Now, the objectives of trade facilitation is to ease the flow of goods across borders, to reduce trade costs, also to reduce documentation. Because sometimes when documentation is too elaborate, is too cumbersome, it has a way of slowing down the process of exports. And when you see what is happening in the West African sub-region, some of the frustrations that people go through and some of the reasons you have high informal trade in the sub-region is also partly as a result of institutional challenges and issues of unnecessary documentation. Now, some of the key components when we are talking about trade facilitation is process optimization, cost reduction, transparency, interagency cooperation enhancement, digitization of the processes, facilities and infrastructure, and the quality of our institutions. I want to talk about process optimization. We are talking about customs and border agencies who must give priority to exports. If you can have fast track for imports, why should you not have a fast track for exports? I mean, what is good for imports is also good for exports. Fast tracking should work 24/7 at all customs locations and away from custom offices. The trade facilitation agreement requires WTO members to establish such special infrastructure facility. Of course, we need to also relax procedures. There may be need to drop some requirements to expedite speedy clearance of cargo, simplification of goods declaration, minimizing requirements, for example, reducing documentation requirements to speed up release of expedited shipments, flexibilities regarding inspection with better use of discretion, and removing rigidities in inspection. Then, of course, issues of risk management. Low-risk cargo or low-risk consignments should be cleared expeditiously, while high-risk cargoes may attract more rigorous screening. Of course, from data that the customs and all the border agencies have, they should be able to identify which exporter or which consignments are high risk and which of those consignments are low risk, so that will help in a way or to expedite the process of passing or ensure that these cargoes are released or processed very quickly. Now, again, by way of strengthening institutions, there's a need to speed up the transit cargoes. As much as possible, we should avoid loading and unloading at the borders. We should adopt paperless solutions. We should create green lanes to allow fast transports for exports. Now, there's also need in order to also promote transparency and interagency cooperation. Provision of adequate information on all imports and trade as well as export processes online to remove any form of uncertainty. This is about ensuring that we digitize the process across all institutions. These are very critical institutional capacity building processes. We need to strengthen cooperation among agencies and promote harmonization in inspections. We need to discontinue the silos mentality of government agencies. What we find in these processes is that many of these agencies operate in silos rather than coming together to deal with either issues of export or issues of imports. Of course, technology adoption is very critical, just as I said. This will help to improve efficiency of trade processes. It will ease cargo examination. It will reduce direct contact among people and also facilitate deployment of single window. The Vice President has said that this is also in process, but we know that we have been on this business of single window for over a decade. So right now, exactly, we don't know where we are. Maybe our panelists will elaborate more on that. But this is a major issue. If you have the single window system, it will make the processes faster, and it also reduce all the transparency problems that we have in the international trade process. Of course, the UNCTAD is also supporting the trade facilitation through capacity building of agencies. So all our agencies that are involved in trade facilitation, whether we are talking of export or imports, need to take advantage of the opportunities offered by UNCTAD in the area of trade facilitation. Now, foreign exchange policy and trade facilitation. This has been discussed in the first session, but I just need to also emphasize it. Because foreign exchange policy is a major instrument, or foreign exchange is a major instrument of international trade, whether we are talking of imports or exports. So foreign exchange policy is critical to trade facilitation. Not all countries have these challenges. This is a peculiar challenge to Nigeria. Rather than encourage exports, our foreign exchange policy is penalizing exports through the imposition of official exchange rates on export proceeds. This also has been addressed in the first session. But just take an example. If an exporter is bringing in, say, $1 million, for example, and you are compelled to exchange the $1 million in the official window at 416. And there's a parallel market window of 590. Meanwhile, all of these are also in the same economy. To the exporter that has surrendered the export proceeds at 416, the exporter has lost close to 170 million naira. You can see the sense in which we say that the current foreign exchange policy, rather than encourage export, is penalizing exports. So we cannot stress this point enough. And I expect that the export community should escalate this matter to the highest level. I've had instances when these proceeds are taken from exporters by the banks, and the banks are selling these same proceeds at 550, 570, sometimes 580 to other players in the economy. So I don't know what we want to achieve. I mean, the president of the Cocoa Association, you can see how passionately and how emotionally he spoke about this. What do we want to achieve? By denying exporters opportunities, to their proceeds. So we should escalate this matter at the end of this conference. We should engage at the highest level to ensure that exporters have free access to their export proceeds. The rebate cannot make up for this. If you need to forget the rebate, let's forget it. Let exporters have free access to their export proceeds. Because this is what created problem with the NXP. If you have a policy or regulation, there's the legality of a regulation. There's the legitimacy of a regulation. If a regulation is legal because you are the regulatory authority, if it doesn't have legitimacy, you have compliance problems. That is why we have all these complications that the CBN has introduced into NXP, which has further created more bureaucracy, leading to sometimes you find a situation where exports get rotten, the value, the quality deteriorates at the ports because of this added NXP problem. And why are people not declaring NXP? When you say that if they bring their proceeds, you'll be giving them at 416. You have created an incentive for them not to comply. So please, let's face this issue directly and ensure that. And of course, forex policies around liquidity problems, exporters also need foreign exchange. You need foreign exchange now, you hardly can get it in the official window. You have to go to the parallel market. So you have liquidity issues, you have this forex exclusion list, some of the things that even exporters need to build the capacity for export. Some of these items are on the forex exclusion list. So how do you move forward? And this underscores the need for engagement with stakeholders when people are making policy. And we must emphasize it, especially with the Central Bank of Nigeria. They should speak to stakeholders before they come up with their policies. I think this is very important. Of course, issues of infrastructure are also very critical to trade facilitation. We talk about the scanners, physical examination of cargo, whether you are talking of export or import, although the VP hinted that the scanners are now available. Of course, we need to check whether that is so or not. But we have an issue. A custom officer was telling me how sometimes they have to take a risk at the port because of this physical examination. Some characters will load a 40-foot container, load some contraband inside, and put some heavy metals at the entrance of the container. So by the time you lift one or two of those heavy metals, you'll be tired. And then the customs officer will just, okay, just go. But if you have technology, you don't have to be hiring people to be lifting things out of the container. This is the biggest economy on the continent. How practical is it for you to be examining cargo physically? Do we know how many containers come to Apapa, Tinkan, and all these other ports on a daily basis? So when you talk about smuggling, arms, and all of these things, absence of technology is creating a whole problem with that. And I don't know why it will be taking us so many years. If you ask the customs says it's not their responsibility, it's Ministry of Finance. We have been on this for close to 5 or so years. How much does it cost to get scanners on each of our border posts? Please, we also need to deal with this. Then, cargo handling equipment. We have got reports about the terminal operators not having adequate cargo handling equipment, which also slows down the whole process. So by way of building capacity, we employ the terminal operators to also ensure that they invest very well in their equipment. Because when you are dealing with some of these institutions, you are dealing with monopolists. And therefore, they put importers and exporters at a great disadvantage. You can't walk away from them to any other competitor. So the regulatory agencies have to be up and doing. Because once you have a monopolistic environment, you need very strong regulators and regulation to ensure that these monopolists, whether they are terminal operators, whether they are shipping companies, don't take advantage of players in the economy, whether they are importers or they are exporters. A lot of that is happening. And we appeal to the Shippers Council to strengthen its regulatory effectiveness so that monopolies at the ports don't take advantage of our stakeholders in the economy. Then issues of access road to the ports, the quality of ICT facilities. Several times, some of these agencies will say that the server is down. You struggle with that. It's not your fault that the server is down. Before you know it, you have issues of demurrage. You have to pay more interest and all of that. I'll round up in a minute. Institutional issues, we have issues of multiplicity of agencies at the ports, too many discretionary powers, excessive focus on revenue generation. Many of the agencies now, their primary interest is how to generate revenue. They don't want to know what is happening to you as an exporter, what is happening to you as an importer. And in the process, they have frustrated a lot of investors. The economy, their role is not just about revenue. We should be looking at the larger impact of these things on the development of the economy, on job creation, on investment. And at the end of the day, if the businesses are doing well, you will get revenue. They will pay VAT. They will pay company tax. They will pay all sorts of labor. But if at the gate, there's too much pressure on them, you kill investments. And all the things we are supposed to get, you'll not be able to get. Issues of technology, issues of dispute resolution. When importers and exporters have issues with terminal operators, issues with the CBN, issues with the shipping company, we have very weak dispute resolution system. So we need to address that. Of course, issues of reform, they are listed here. I'm being harassed to leave the stage because of time. Then, of course, technology, I've addressed that a little. Other reform initiatives around shipping companies, I think I've mentioned a bit of that. Reform streamlining the processes. Policy alignment between the CBN, Trade Ministry, Ministry of Finance. All these agencies need to work together so that they create minimum problem for. Also reform around trade infrastructure, reform around facilitation and revenue generation. I've mentioned about that. Okay, thank you very much for listening and thank you for your attention.
Dr. Muda, you just did justice to that topic, sustaining institutional capacity for effective trade facilitation. It's not a very interesting topic, particularly for my panelists, because I know as exporters, these are the people that we believe cause most of the rejections, most of the challenges and the constraint that we have in our export transactions. So I'm not very, finding it very interesting for them to see that at this panel. We have our customs, we have terminal operators, we have shipping companies, and then we have MPAs. And 80% of the problems that we have in the export today, particularly non-oil export, is related within this major agency. And these agencies are trade facilitation agencies. We also need to realize that trade facilitation discussion in Nigeria is very humongous and wide, particularly when it comes to export. Export, I believe, is the only industry or sector that you deal with more than 10 agencies of government, both from the organized private sector and the government sector. If I put in the organized private sector and the government sector, you'll be dealing with up to 13 agencies or OPS in export. And then the problem with trade facilitation comes in. How do we simplify the process of all these agencies? How do we harmonize them, all these agencies? How do we make sure that they are cost effective on the part of the average exporter? It's an extremely very difficult challenge, and we believe that the only window to solve some of these problems is going to be in the national single window, which has not come upstream. And as long as that has not come upstream, exporters are bound to face some of these challenges. So before I go further on this because of time, I would like to introduce my panelists, which is very, very important and key. Most of them are representing their agencies. Like we have Mr. Ekezie. Mr. Ekezie from Custom, representing the CG of Customs. You're welcome, sir. Ekezie. Okay, thank you very much. Mr. Ekezie. Thank you very much, representing the Custom. And then we have Chief Kajeta Nagu from the Nigerian Shippers Council. From the Nigerian Shippers Council. Amazingly, he is the only traditional chief among us here. He says, and he speaks 3 languages, which is very amazing. And then we have Mr. Durowaye Ayodele from MPA, representing the managing director of MPA. And then we have Navid Zafar from the APM. When the speaker was talking about monopoly, I was looking at his face. Because when you talk about monopoly, APM, Ola, through WACT, they monopolize most of our terminals in Nigeria. So I'll go straight to the question, and I want to also introduce Mr. John Oshivere. He's the only exporter among us. He's the only exporter among us here, Mr. John Oshivere, and he's the president of Hibiscus Association of Nigeria. And I want to kick off my questions with you. And my question is going to be on the policy formation and policy harmonization, which is a key bedrock of trade facilitation. How do you see in your export, in your department, or in your sector, the issue of policy formation and policy harmonization, taking into consideration the issue of methyl bromide that your association had to go through recently? Can you just tell us this issue when it comes to policy formulation from the part of the policymakers and policy harmonization and how it impacts on your association?
Thank you very much, Mr. Moderator. Yeah. From my sector, which is the hibiscus sector, well, I will commend the government for good policies. But the problem we are having is the implementation of those policies. Okay, let me give a good scenario. Like sometimes in 2017, to be precise, our sector had a hit. The highest buyers of our hibiscus banned Nigeria. Why? Because of quality issue and pests issue. That is, they found capra beetle in some consignments. Well, what I would like to say, the ban may not have hit Nigeria if, one, the institution required for such phytosanitary issue was proactive. Why I said so is because when the Mexicans noticed this problem, an email was sent to quarantine. Quarantine did not respond to the mail. A second reminder was sent to quarantine. They failed to respond. A third reminder was sent. They failed to respond. It was a fourth reminder that banned Nigeria. If our institutions are proactive, I don't think we'll face some of this problem we exporters are facing. Because of that, exporters had to now take the lead to see how this issue is being resolved. We worked hand in hand with the quarantine service to see how this ban could be lifted. Well, the Mexicans now said, well, for the ban to be lifted, we have conditions. A work plan came up. When the work plan came up, they had it signed, the agreement signed with quarantine. They now said, okay, for you to be able to export to Mexico, you have to put this in place. And among it is the issue of this MB, metribomite. You have to fumigate with metribomite. And initially, most of us, the exporters, we thought that it's just a matter of maybe in our warehouses, we'll just cover the goods with a tarpaulin and throw canisters of metribonite to fumigate. Whereas it's wrong. What the Mexicans wanted was for us to construct fumigating chambers. And it was highly capitally intensive. To construct 5 units of fumigating chambers cost above 100 million naira. Most of us who didn't have the capital didn't know what to do. We're out of business for upward of almost 2-3 years. Along the line, we kept on working with the quarantine, and well, some of us now came up and said, okay, we want to take the risk of going into setting up the chamber. Chambers were set up. We're about to do trial shipment. A court ban came again. slammed on the association that we are not supposed to use such chemicals in Nigeria.
The ban was from which agency of government?
So?
Which agency of government brought about the ban, the court action?
It was an NGO that knew nothing about our business. Well, the whole sector was split into two. Some were for the MB, some were not for the MB. So that was what happened. But those of us who were really doing the business, we felt that if Mexico said they need this thing to be done, we have to do it. If not, Nigeria was losing a lot of money. So we had to do that, and His Excellency, Governor Badaru, was really helpful. He helped us. And the former ED of NEPC, all of them were working around the clock to see how we resolve this. Finally, the matter was pulled out of court. A trial shipment started. The Mexican technician came. We started exporting. I want to tell you something again. We now faced another issue. And that's why I'm going to throw the question to customs. In such facility, it's like a domestic export warehouse, a one-stop shop, whereby customs will be there, NAQS, quarantine service will be there, produce will be there. Containers, after being fumigated, sealed in Kanu, for example, where I'm based, when these containers, after being sealed, the Mexican technician takes the seal number, container number, sends it to Mexico, to Seneca, which is the
phytosanitary aspect.
Yes, the phytosanitary agent for Mexico. This container leaves Kanu, gets to Lagos, customs again in Lagos. We break the seal, said no, they don't agree. When they break this seal, they'll carry out their own inspection again in Lagos. By the time this container gets to Mexico, it's being kept aside because the Mexicans will say the report they got from their own technician is different.
Seal number.
And you see containers kept on piling up there. Demurrage had to be paid by the exporter. So you see now that, I don't know,
sorry, let me cut you short there. What I'm trying to bring out now is in practical terms, when it comes to policy harmonization between agencies of government that relates to export. Now, we've noticed one, which is the customs and yours. Customs has a policy to open seals. It's the rule. Customs must open seals when they get to the gate of the port so that they can do final examination. Now, that's their policy. The policy of the export is now a little bit different, that you need to put the seal so that the seal can get to the destination. Then there's one other issue. During the methyl bromide issue, there was a place where NAFDAC came in. And NAFDAC says that you cannot use the methyl bromide because it's injurious to the community.
Thank you very much. The time NAFDAC came in, just like I said earlier, most of us thought the use of methyl bromide was just using canisters. That was really injurious. But if you see the way this chamber is being constructed, whereby the person handling the fumigation is well kitted, and by the time the fumigation is being done, there's almost 10 meters of the chimney where it's released. The residues of the MB goes up into the air, which has no harmful effects as such, because even plants and some other things do release methyl bromide. So with that in place, they now saw that, because NAFDAC too was part of the persons who were being sued.
Yeah.
But at the end of the day, when they saw the explanation by the technician, the Mexican technician, they now realized that truly it wasn't that harmful the way we all thought. And that was why they allowed it. As per policy harmonization, I feel that Nigeria is lacking in that aspect because most of these relevant agencies, most of them are just trying to feel so superior than the other. Just like I said in this first one, is Lagos Customs feeling so superior than customs in Kano? So I really didn't understand. And you see that within the agency, there's no synergy.
All right. The custom, we don't have too much time. The custom man is here. Sir, you've just listened to what he says about the role of custom, the policies of custom, and we're looking at harmonizing. The easiest way for us to be able to succeed in export is when all these agencies are able to harmonize and come out as one. As long as agencies operate in silos, export trade facilitation will become difficult and export will become extremely difficult. There are several non-tariff barriers that is very prevalent with customs. A lot of non-tariff barriers, and one of them is just what he mentioned now. What is the place of customs when it comes to implementing policies that are meant to progress or facilitate trade?
Thank you, Mr. Moderator, for the opportunity to throw more light on this particular issue. Customs, as we all know, we don't make policies, although we may advise, and our advice could be used in making policies. So custom interprets the policies and tries to implement them. There is only one Nigeria Customs Service, and that is for Lagos ports and for Kano. What you did not exactly stress is the time this happened, because although I'm not the desk officer for this, but I happened to be I heard some things going on, and I have been to the inland dry port at the time I was on assignment in Kano. So I had the issue of examinations done in Kano, and then the people in Lagos saying they want to do their own examination. If you follow due process in your examination and the seal of container, the customs, any part of Nigeria, is not going to open it because the examination and the seal is binding on them. I can understand the sentiments that is going out there, but please allow me to
Can we just
throw in a
give
little
him
more light.
The time.
It's not sentiment. Please, before I came in here, I had to go around the stands out there to ask them individually, what are the issues you are having with customs? I tried to answer some of them there. Some of these things are because we do not have information. It's not because we are passionate about this. It does not stop what the paper says, because the average custom officer there is being guided by what the paper says. So when it comes to examination in Kano and a stuffed container, which follows due process, and the container is duly sealed and escorted by customs. You see, remember, it's not one person that may seal a container, sir, because the customs may seal, and the owners of the container may put their own seal. Nigeria Customs Service is not bound by your own seal, but by their own seal that is endorsed to them and is escorted to that place to ensure that the seal is not broken, and if it is broken or the container broached on any part of the journey, there should be an official way of addressing it. So at the time there was discrepancy, like he was saying. I don't think it's a today thing, because...
Sorry to Up to today, we are still experiencing the same problem.
Good. Very good. And this is what I tell people to do. Because in a society where we have good people, we also have bad people. Colonel Hamid Ali, retired, the Controller General of Nigeria Customs, has zero tolerance for any person who is doing his work outside the dictates of the job. If you have any such reports, please write a report right into the Controller General, and you see what happens to any person who is doing that.
Thank you very much. Excuse me, moderator. I just want to add something. Just
and
let me add
this
something.
one that you have mentioned before me, I would like to take the matter back, and in fact, before the close of day, you will be hearing from the public relations officer of Nigeria Customs Service, clarifying that.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
I just want to, before I forget something, do you know what we have to do now to get our containers inspected? We have to pay for flight ticket of the custom officer to come from Lagos. We book hotel for the person, for him to now come to our facility to inspect. Why? We spend more than 250,000 on for every custom to come.
Excuse me.
Let me just come in a little bit here. There's something that's why we're here today, to look at how to facilitate.
No,
trade.
but it will help us because people are here and they need to learn a couple of things. Please let me talk about this.
I just want to add
let
so
me
that you
him.
can use it to help your discussion, sir.
Okay.
Your answer. Let me give you a typical example of what we have in the national quarantine services. If, for example, you quarantine your container, your consignment in Kano, there's what they call Form 48. They give you a Form 48 in Kano. Then you bring the Form 48 to Lagos, and then you get your phytosanitary.
That's it.
There's no. So those are the kind of areas, relationship, and engagement that we're thinking that agencies can borrow from one another to see how were you able to operate yours, that there are no issues, no double fumigation, no double inspection, just one single inspection. Such should be able to do. Implication like a form. Okay, the inspection officer can write a report and electronic it down to the OC export, and then they'll be able to see that this thing has been inspected.
Yes, but Nigeria Customs Service has offices in the zones and the localities that he's talking about. I'm wondering why he has to go all the way to Lagos to bring an officer.
Lagos port.
Sir.
It doesn't work like that now. That is not what the paper says, and I can authoritatively tell you.
All right,
the time we were using the customs in Kano, they kept breaking the seal, and containers were accruing in Mexico without being cleared. That's why. So we now decide, as a businessman.
All right, let me take the next question. It's still very related. Now let's look at the issue of knowledge and implementation gap in policies in non-oil export. It seems there's a big gap between those that are making the policies and that have the knowledge to make the policies and those that are implementing those policies. Where do we get the middle line? For example, it is very obvious. You said something that is very critical now. You said custom does not make policies on export. Who makes policies on the non-oil export? Obviously, there is the CBN through the Trade and Exchange Department that makes policy on export. That's what it simply means. So custom is not responsible. Nigerian Export Promotion Council is not responsible. And then all the policy that regulates export is being made by the CBN. There's a gap. What do you think about the gap? In all departments. Let me take it on you. What do you think about the gap? The government agency makes a policy. In 2 days, we find out that these policies are not going to work out. Why is that gap? And how do we bridge these gaps?
Well, in trying to identify the gaps, let me just come up with some introductions. Because I've been watching the discussion between the importers of hibiscus and the customs. Yes, please, there is something all of us in this hall should bear in mind. Nigeria cannot live in isolation. Nigeria is part of the global village. But we behave as if everything starts and begins and stops here. You know, my good friend Muda was giving a definition of trade facilitation. The simple meaning is that make trade easier. If you make trade easier, more trade will happen. And the truth is that when you are creating barriers, barrier to trade is barrier to development. You see, you are talking of gaps. The government agencies on that, they know what they are supposed to do. They know. I will give you typical examples. Government has been coming up with good plans. I work for government, but sometimes, you know, I discussed with one of the panelists, and I told him that I might even come here and say nothing. Because when you look at the trade facilitation roadmaps, Ayo, you remember in 2003, when the federal government came up with the port reform agenda, you know, one of the objectives is that, you know, within 48 hours, you can clear your consignment from the seaport. That is 2 days. Today, as I'm talking to you, cargo dwell time is up to 20 days. It's up to 20 days. Okay, if you even look at the processes, what are, say, time to export from the Nigerian ports, time to export is around 128 hours. That is 5 days, 8 hours. That is the time to export. But when you look at the average, we are talking of sub-Saharan Africans. The average is around 97 hours. So Nigeria is even above the average. Also, look at in terms of cost of exporting, in terms of processing your documents, you know, all the government agencies. At the Nigerian port, it's around $786. Sub-Saharan average is around 636. When you look at the developed countries, their own is $136.8. Okay, are we not going to export in the same market? Yeah. So how do you expect a Nigerian exporter to survive? You know, somebody says something that it is better all of us, we lock up ourselves here until we come up with something that is workable for the country. You know? In 2012, that was when Nigeria set up a committee to establish a single window system. A report was submitted, a very beautiful report. I happen to be a member of that committee. 10 years after, we are still talking of establishing a single window. Benin Republic started the same with us. Way from 10, they went to Benin Republic and implemented single window. Immediately they did that, government revenue increased by 38%. And cargo dwell time at their port reduced to 7 days, from 14 to 7 days. So you see, when you are asking me about what are the gaps, there is no gap. It is the will. When people, if there is the will to work, I will give you a typical example. You know, Nigeria Shippers Council was appointed the lead agency to implement the Nigerian Port Process Manual. Yeah. And we are trying to carry other agencies along so that we work together and try to cope some of the identified gaps. Take, for instance, the issue of vessel reception. You know, there was reports that when vessels come to our port, there are delays. There were reports that some of our border agencies, they enter the vessels, they collect money, collect gifts from them. And some agencies were running away from the implementation because they know they are part of the problem. As I'm talking to you now, the report from international organization has showed that the time to inspect vessels at the port has reduced. There's also a report that the level or incidences of corruption has equally reduced. Now, as I'm talking to you, Customs is now doing joint examination with all the agencies. If you don't come there, don't go outside the port to go and be waylaying containers. Because last week, you know, the tax team went around the whole port corridor and drove all of them away because it's a team of Shippers Council, MPA, Customs, Police, DSSS, and ICPC. All of them working together. And you see things working. So what I'm saying is that, you see, at the end of this conference, because I doubt if they call me for another one, I'll come. I doubt it. At the end of this conference, there are certain things we must agree to do. You know, UNCTAD will tell you that it will take 6 to 1 year to establish a single window. So I see no reason why Nigeria should not establish a single window system within the next 1 year, maximum. We are part of ECOWAS trade, ETLS. Now we are talking of after. Let me tell you, I have a country, a factory in Lagos, Lima. They were producing these fabricated bottles and corks for export to Niger. They have stopped importing from Nigeria. Why? Because of the border agencies at the land border. They were collecting money from them, even when they show evidence that these products are being traded under ETLS. So how are we even planning to trade under after? It's not possible. Until we correct there's a lot of errors that we need to correct. When you look at even some indexes, in terms of global logistic index, we are not faring well. I think we are around 110 globally. In Africa, we are number 14. You know, when you look at the cargo dwell times, because you see, you must compete to survive. When you look at the cargo dwell time, our port is 20. Cotonou here is 7. Lome Port is 4 days. Durban in South Africa is 4 days. Mombasa, Kenya is 4 to 5 days. So how do you now compete with those people from those countries? You cannot. You cannot. And finally, the issue of connectivity is also very, very important. You know, we have been complaining we pay high freight rates. But there is a reason for that. Because when you look at our connectivity index, you discover that we are not faring well. Connectivity means how near are you to the global market? Are you near to the global market? It is not a question of distance. It is not distance. You might be maybe 50 kilometers, but you are very, very far away from global market. You know, that is in terms of, do you have regular vessel calls? Are those vessels large vessels calling to your ports? They are very, very important. If you look at the distance between Lagos and Southeast Coast America, then South Africa and Southeast Coast, we are nearer. Nigeria is nearer. But when you look at the freight rate to South Africa is lower because South Africa is more connected than Nigeria. So these are a lot of things that we must sit down, together, highlight all those things, and agree on a timeline to put this in order. That is the only way we can move forward.
Thank you very much, Chief. It's amazing that I don't think we have much exporters in the house. If you hear something like this and we are clapping, it's telling us that there is no solution for us. And all of us are doing what? We're clapping, we're saying, go ahead. It's fine. We're doing. Hold on. I'm gonna take it back to him now. We still have exporters in Nigeria. And you're saying that it is inevitable for freight rates to be adjusted because of lack of connectivity and some other reasons. But today, exporters are paid hugely on freight, which is not making us competitive and does not make for effective trade facilitation. What is the Shippers Council, the Economic Port Regulator, doing? Let's forget, problems will always be there. There is no doubt. What are you doing in your own way to see that freight comes down a little bit or freight is being reduced in the face of all these challenges that you have mentioned? Because we still have to export. The word says export for what? Survival. If the distance is far, we must export. If the market is far, we must export. Why? Because we need to do what? Survive. That is very key. What are you doing in order to bring down freight rate? And I'm going to put a small joker to it. I don't know if you heard the recent news when the Federal Competitive and the Consumer Commission said that they got a complaint from importers about the freight rate, and they were able to bring the freight rate down from $15,000 to $10,000. What is Shippers Council doing?
Well, maybe if you have listened to me very well, I equally mentioned it. I told you that the Nigeria Shippers Council is the lead agency for the implementation of the Nigeria Port Process Manual. I mentioned it. Yeah. And the complaints was that vessel stay at port is taking longer. When a vessel stays more at the port, it has to cost. And I told you that as a result of our intervention, the number of days has reduced. incident of corruption has reduced. I equally told you that it is now possible for all the agencies to do joint examination at the same time. If you go to Lagos now, there's what we call the Lagos Logistic Ring. You know, from Apapa to Ijora, Urule, Maitu, back to Tinkan Island. Before, you see chains of government agencies around this ring, you know, one after the other, and they have been dismantled. That is one aspect. Then when it comes to international freight, you see, it is the law of demand and supply. So freight rate depends on a lot of factors. I mentioned connectivity. Lome Port is a hub. So freight rate to Lome hub will be cheaper. Lagos Port is not a hub port. So, but there are certain action that is being taken because immediately the Lekki Port comes on stream now. Definitely, you will witness that the freight rate to Nigeria will come down because large vessels now will be discharging from the port, maybe carrying up to 10,000 containers at a time.
Oh, we're looking at export now because it's not all export.
Of course, now when you come in, you go out. When you come in, you go out. It is a two-way traffic.
But the connectivity,
you know. But let me tell you something. If you see, you know, I said it earlier. Make export easier, and you see more trade happening. I will give a typical example. The ECOWAS Implementation Committee made it say that from Semeboda to Agbara should be 3 checkpoints. If you are going to Cotonou, once you pass a border, you only see 1 checkpoint until you enter Cotonou. Then you are not coming back to Nigeria, you see up to 50 checkpoints.
52 checkpoints.
So is it not the same trader in Benin Republic that will compete with the same trader from Nigeria? So these are the little things. You know, the good thing is that we even have a National Trade Facilitation Committee. Yeah. And all these border and government agencies are members. It is a portion of them sitting down at that committee and agree on what to do.
All right, thank you very much. Let me come to MPA. Thank you very much. My question is this. We talked about the access to the port. Oftentimes that containers are finding it difficult to get to the port because of the non-tariff barriers, multiple government agencies. But if at the end of the day, when we get to the port eventually, the container still stays for days. Now, the question is it that the port itself is operating below capacity or is operating above capacity, or the port itself is the major problem that is causing the congestion outside?
Okay, thank you very much. For our audience, I think we should lay out these particular facts. Ports are generally transit locations. Goods are supposed to come in there, stay a little while, and move. Number 2, we should realize, particularly when you talk about Lagos ports, that Lagos ports handle about 70% in terms of volume of cargoes coming into this country. And therefore, they are operating beyond their as-built capacity. We should factor that in. Maybe not in value, but in volume, about 70% of cargoes coming into this country are probably coming into Lagos for many reasons: security, other issues, and the fact that major industries are dotted around Lagos. What we have, particularly with boxes that are coming in, and we did a study, discovered that for every 10 boxes coming into the port, 7 are empties, about 1 or 2 are reefer boxes, and then the last one are maybe other categories of trucks coming in. So what did the Nigerian Ports Authority do? A lot of people among this audience will notice that more than a year ago or thereabout, it normally would take an average truck about 7 to 12 days to get into the port. the Nigerian Ports Authority introduced what we call the truck electronic call-off system. Under this regime, trucks coming into the port can only come from either a holding bay belonging to a shipping line or from a truck terminal. And we encourage private venture capitalists to have truck terminals from where you come into the port. We employed a tech company called Trucks Transit Park, and then gave them Lily Pond as a staging post for their operation. So for a truck to come in, you must be coming in from a truck park, and the truck park is equipped with, apart from the normal paving, walling, lighting, light, and others, there are 3 or 4 important conditions that the truck park to be licensed by us must fulfill. They must have 24 hours power supply. They must have automated barrier. They must have CCTV, and they must have LAN. What that does for us is that it monitors the movement of trucks from the truck park until they come to the port corridor. And by implementing this policy, within 6 months, we noticed 2 things. The turnaround time for trucks coming into the port dropped from about 4 to 5 days to about 24 to 48 hours. Then, number 2, and more fundamentally, the cost of hiring trucks within the ecosystem fell from about 1.3, 1.4 within Lagos to about 300 or 400 today. So we know for sure that one of the major reasons we are having to deal with is the issue of indiscriminate vehicles moving along the port corridor. So we made a further study and discovered that a significant number of these trucks, apart from the empty containers, are also export trucks trying to come in to the port. And a lot of these export trucks have not finished their documentation when they will hit the road. We have export practitioners that are here, and they will, if you do a study, they will confirm to you that a significant number of these trucks will not have completed their documentation. They do this documentation on the road. So what did we do? We further licensed very recently about 10 export processing terminals, working hand in hand with the Nigerian Export Promotion Council. They worked as our technical partners, and then these 10 export terminals are again linked with our e-call-off system, meaning an export box that is in any of these export terminals can only begin to access the port when you have a signal to start coming. We are in the process now of linking up with shipping lines so that we can integrate these 10 export terminals to the shipping line back end, meaning we will know specifically the number of boxes that are due on board a particular voyage. A vessel that is coming alongside in the port, you can know the number of boxes that have export products in them that are due to be in a specific voyage. We believe that when we fully implement this strategy, we'll cut down the number of export buses lining the road corridor by about 80%. And we are not working alone in this. We are working with the Nigerian Export Promotion Council and their due project. We are also meeting as early as 20th of this April. We held a technical session with them to see how the due locations can integrate into this export processing terminal. So to answer the question directly, what we are seeing along our roads are trucks management issues that need to be managed very well to improve both port productivity be at peace with the community where we do our business, and also increase the possibilities for the export that are coming from Nigeria. If this is done successfully in collaboration with the other agencies, we believe the overhead related to cost for an average export box can also drop significantly down, and that is where we are going.
So basically what you're saying is that in the nearest future, we should expect that the cost of badges to drop compared to what it is today.
Again, you have mentioned badges. In 2019, we introduced badge operation as in response to the gridlock. So for export boxes, you can also come either via badges and with licensed terminals to take care of that, or come through the road corridor. And we believe that this will significantly reduce the overhead for this category.
All right, let me come to Mr. David.
Yeah.
Your APMT West Africa Container Terminal in One. One is now becoming the attraction for exporters recently compared to what it used to be before. I think the volume of exports in One has gone as much as 4 to 5% compared to what it used to be before. Now, you see and you know what is happening in Lagos. Are you foreseeing similar situation in One? And if you are, what is APM doing to resolve these likely issues that might come in? Because the way it is in Lagos right now, a lot of people are diverting cargoes to Port Harcourt. And then secondly, you take it side by side. Your cost, your terminal cost rate used to be very good before, very attractive initially when everybody started going to on a port. But lately, in the last couple of years, about a year and a half ago, your cost rate, and cost is very important in trade facilitation. The whole essence of trade facilitation is to make goods competitive. That's the whole essence. If you put any policy in place, any process in place, and it's not making the product competitive, it's a foul. Or there is going, your terminal charge is going sometimes as high as 272,000 for a 40-foot container. Why is it that, and what are you doing to avert what is happening in Lagos? Because for sure, more cargoes are still going to come. The Nigerian Export Promotion Council has a domestic export warehouse, and people are going to patronize it and use the on the port.
Thank you. You asked multiple questions in one question. So I'll try to address, if I remember it correctly. So your first question was about the threat of One or Port Harcourt also facing similar issues as faced in Lagos. It can. And in order to understand and avoid, you have to understand the root cause of the problem. And the root cause of the problem is the imbalance between supply and demand. Wherever you will have an imbalance between supply and demand, it will lead to inefficiency, and inefficiency result in increase and increase and increase in cost. That's just simple economic principle. If you look at your infrastructure in terms of export, now I'll focus on export, from the production facility, whether it's farms in Kano or North, or your factories, to the gateway, the terminals, you're talking about roads, you're talking about rail, then you're talking about port. Just compare in the last 10, 20 years, how your trade has grown, and look at how the infrastructure has grown in sync. You will see there is a massive gap, which was also highlighted by the Honorable Vice President. He was extremely articulate. I thought he understood it very, very well. And that's a dilemma, and that results in a lot of issues. Other than infrastructure, a very important element is also policies, processes, and practices. These three key areas, because no matter what kind of world-class infrastructure, if you put it, if your policies, processes, and practices are not in sync to enjoy the benefit of that world-class infrastructure, you will still have the problem. So, to conclude on the first part of your question, One is still not where Lagos is right now, and that's why as a rule of free trade. Wherever the exporter or importer find ease of doing business, the cargo will flow. It's just natural. However, we are also, and we are concerned in our company, we realize that we see, I looked at last 20 years of the trade in East Nigeria volume, and you will see the cumulative growth of volume is almost 10%. In the last 5 years, it's 12%. There are some drops here and there, like 2014, there was a oil price crisis, so there was a small blip. Then 2020, there was a small drop as well because of Corona. But if you look at a wider period, you will see that the volume is growing. Now, we looked at it, what are we doing to make sure that we are able to handle that volume? And we have made last year a major investment to upgrade the facility completely. To be honest with you, if you visit ONE, we'll show you that it's no more the same facility it used to be almost 3 years ago. Last year, you mentioned there were some challenges. Yes, there were challenges because we faced what I call a double whammer. Last year in 2019, East Nigeria, Port Harcourt, ONE area, handled the highest volume ever in its history of 20 years. And at the same time, when the highest volume was coming, both import and export, we were carrying out a major investment, which means a lot of our yard space was going through civil work, construction, and so on and so forth, which created a gap, a problem for us. But now I can assure you, first quarter now, we are majorly through with the expansion. So we have done what everybody has to do in this industry to keep pace with the infrastructure development in line with the trade and economic growth. But port and terminal operator are the last mile of the relay race. Before that, you have the roads, the bridges, the rails, and all the connectivity, right? Part of it. Also, the policies, I was really surprised hearing that we have to fly in custom officers to Kano to clear. I mean, I cannot believe it, right? So my request to all of us will be to also look at international best practices. We are not trying to do something which nobody has done. Developed countries, even developing countries, look at a tiny country like Bangladesh. I can assure you, maybe anybody has gone to Bangladesh, their ports are worse than Nigeria. Believe me. Believe me. But look at their exports. How have they done it? So we don't have to reinvent the wheel. We can go and learn from those who have done it and try to see how can we implement it. I'm sure the concerns of the customs and the central bank is the same as in Nigeria, right? To safeguard the interests of your country and economy. So I think if we look at it in that way, we should be able to avoid continuation of the same challenges and problem. Where Nigeria is in its economic stage, we really need quantum leap, breakthrough. And we can't have breakthrough unless we are ready to make significant change. And the change will only start once we accept that we got to do something different than what we have been doing until now. And that involves ownership. I see and I hear that there are a lot of authorities. You ask question that, so who is taking responsibility of that? And everybody is looking at each other. So we need unity of command, ownership, direction to really make a significant change in order to promote export and facilitate the trade. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. I'll just take, before I go to the question and answers, I'll just need this answer from Nigerian Ports Authority. You said something right now, demand and supply is going to make the price, your cost to go higher, so we should be anticipating more higher terminal charges. You said also that the congestion in Lagos port is still there, and most likely when we exporters pursue export through Port Harcourt, we should also anticipate similar, I'm just saying, we should be looking forward to that.
We should be careful.
Yes, it's going to happen. What happened to the Calabar port? Maybe it's just the third alternative window that we should be looking at. If we're saying we want to export more, and we're having these perennial problems in almost all the ports that is impacting on our cost. There must be a solution. Like, I think we don't have to go. There must be a clear-cut solution. What happened to Calabar Port? Why can't Calabar Port become another on a port that we, cocoa exporters, can easily go through Calabar Port for them to be able to export from Calabar Port?
Okay, thank you. And I heard during the first presentation somebody talking about Calabar Port and the potentials. My comment would be that we are currently following developments about the initiative of the Federal Ministry of Industry, Trade and Investment and the Calabar Chamber of Commerce and Industries. I believe there's something that is going on around that ecosystem. We are members of that committee, and we have informed during the preliminary studies, we have explained how open we are to the possibilities. But talking specifically about Calabar Port, I would like us to know that port demand is a derived demand. It's derived from the services that are possible there. The major limitation of Calabar Port is the draft. Yes, it's low, and then you don't have a lot of shipping company interest in that access. But for vessels that are low bottom and flat bottom, we are encouraging. As a matter of fact, the Nigerian Ports Authority is encouraging vessels to go to Calabar Port by giving a 10% rebate on the harbor dues. And these are things that we are doing in collaboration with all interest groups to see how to improve the possibilities of that port.
All right, thank you very much. I think it's time for us to take questions and answers. We'd like to take question and answer for the panelists to respond to. We don't have much time, I think about 5 to 6 minutes. Number one, somebody's at the back there. Can you please get him the microphone?
Thank you, sir. My name is Ofon Udofia. I work for the Institute of Export Operations and Management. My question first goes to NPA. Sir, you made mention that we are giving 10% harbor dues to encourage patronage of the eastern ports. When we talk about eastern port, we talk about Calabar Port, the area 1 port in Port Harcourt, main town. We talk about Cocoa Ports. We talk about Brutu and that of Warri. Yes, I want to remind you that there was a committee set by the federal government, which NPA chairs. And one of the things we agreed was that 30% should be given across board as it was done before. That was why those ports were busy. Because if you compare 10% of harbor dues, it's just like a tip of an iceberg. Please, I want us to know, to make us understand, why is that not implemented? That's one question. Another question to MP and Shippers Council. We talk about connectivity with agencies. We often had issue because now Shippers Council is said to be the port economic regulator. Shippers Council, are you regulating all the agencies in the port? And if so, what are we benefiting from it? Then to the customs, sir. When you said, I know for now we are doing full inspection either for export or import by all the agencies. And you are saying that the moment a seal is stuck there, nothing happens again. What happened to all the multiple alerts? Even at the gate of existing the port, you will have an alert, either for import or export, whereas there was a joint inspection. Then to the terminal operators, sir, I'm put to you that just last week, an exporter was punished for offense that was not his. Between CBN and the banks, there's a delay in an NSP. Why should I, the exporter, now take the blunt by suffering? We were given 1.9 million to pay because we missed 1 week. How do we get out of this? How would now we export to survive? Thank you.
Next person, I see the president of ACAN. Can we just take that? Then after, we'll be taking some people online. We'll understand that some people online and they want to ask the questions. Very brief, sir. Very, very brief.
Yeah,
you don't
thank
have
you.
time.
My question is directly to Shippers Council. There's this habit of this shipping companies, shipping liners, of deliberately delaying containers. And in the same vein, they turn around to charge exporters heavily. They prefer to take out empty containers and leave loaded containers for weeks. And then they turn around to charge us for what they deliberately did. What is the Shippers Council doing about that, please? Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. We take those answers to those few questions, then we go online. Who wants to take it first?
There was a question about the need for MPA to increase the rebate to about 30%.
As agreed by the committee.
As agreed by a committee, okay. The report of, I'm not privy to the report of that committee. However, MPA is a government agency. If there's a report of a committee, it will need to be ratified by government. But what we have noticed, even though we give rebate, is that MPA is just one agency of government. And shippers require rebate from other agencies, and so we are not getting traction on that particular issue to a large extent. And like I said, MPA will support any initiative that will improve the possibilities for our ports that are outside Lagos, definitely.
The question on punishing, the terminal punishing an exporter for a problem that is not his own. Oh, you have the same problem with APMT. Yeah, he said that there's that APMT in on air, they punished an exporter for a problem that was not as a result of his own action, but the delay due to the NSP processing. But he was punished by...
This is a very specific case, so I don't have the details, I can't say. What I can tell you is how we are trying to facilitate the exporters. So for export, already there is a free time of 14 days. And previously and last year, there was a window of 5 days before the arrival of the vessel that you can bring in your containers. So we have now, with our investment and expansion, we have extended it to 10 days, and we are even planning it to extend it to even 14 days, which is, I believe, is sufficient in order to process the clearance and other processes. This is all to support and facilitate exporters to export out of Port Harcourt or One.
Okay, can I just...
There's a question, I think.
Yeah, yours.
Yes.
From...
I think, Mr. Udofia.
No, if I can ask you a question.
You were asking a question on what we are doing as the port economic regulator, am I correct? You are aware that after our appointment as the port economic regulator, a mandate was given to us. And that mandate was to establish an effective regulatory regime for the control of tariff, charges, and other economic services at the Nigerian port. The first step we took was to meet with shipping companies. And we identified that they have around 11 tariff headings. After due negotiation with them, the tariff headings was reduced to around 4 or 5. Number one. Secondly, we met with some of the service providers and we established a sustainable framework for future review of tariffs. So no terminal operator, no shipping company, no port service provider can on its own increase its tariff. If it happens, you bring it to the knowledge of Nigeria Shippers Council. We are not spirit, we are human beings like you. And Baba was also asking some question about export renomination. Am I correct?
Yeah, that the shipping company intentionally delays.
I have personally handled such cases. You see, the problem with some of the exporters and importers is that you don't report when infractions happen. Even 2 days ago, somebody called me and told me what happened. I personally went to the port. And I made it clear to the terminal concerned that this exporter is not going to pay any cost relating to delay, because the delay was not occasioned by him. In fact, there's an agreement in the industry that whoever causes the delay should pay for the consequences. You know, but it is also government agencies that are breaking some of these agreements. It's government agencies. Take, for instance, if there is maybe a downturn, in the server of customs, why should we pass it to either the importer or the exporter? They are not the cause. So there should be a mechanism put in place to avoid such, delays. Or if it happens, then there should also be waiver. There should be waiver. Or somebody should also bear the cost, not the struggling importer or the struggling exporter. I hope I've...
Okay.
I'd like to say...
All right, just make your comment, then we take your comment. So,
specifically for this audience, the Nigerian Ports Authority have dealt with issues of terminal operators requiring that to bring in export boxes, you must agree to load import boxes out. And the authority has given a directive that no terminal operator should give that condition to any exporter. Exports are considered in the Nigerian Ports Authority as part of economic security issues, and therefore must be accepted provided they have met the conditions by terminal operators unconditionally. So all compliant boxes must be accepted by terminal operators. If we have issues related to that, they can be referred to us. Thank you.
all right, thank you very much. Let us just take one or two questions online, then I'll come back to the Nigeria Custom. If there is any question online. Okay. For Oluwasegun, I think that is Commissioner Oluwasegun Akiboja from the Association of Cottage Industrialists of Nigeria. What are the Nigerian Export Promotion Council doing about the nano micro enterprise in export and to benefit in their grant program? Unfortunately, Nigerian Export Promotion Council is not here. And if there's anybody that wants to say anything, I don't think we are all trade facilitators. If there's another question online, we can take it. In the meantime, the custom man can.
Yeah, I think Chief Udofia, you called him, made a comment about if I say that containers that have been examined and sealed are not opened, why are there alerts even at the gates or something like that, if I understand you correctly? I just want to stress here that I am not here to trade blames or to launder the image of customs. I was sent here to help in any little way that time permits for people to understand what customs do and how we can make things easier for people. Please, what would a customs officer place an alert on an outgoing consignment for? Let me give you one of the examples. Customs on our platform, because the single window portal is not up, I think what a lot of people are depending on for information and for bringing the agencies together is the Nigerian Customs Information Platform, which is the nicest too. Now, the regulatory agencies or the certification agencies will send in their documentation to this platform. The NXP comes to this platform. When somebody's consignment does not have the necessary documentation from any of these agencies, that is when there's going to be an alert. It is not because you have not paid duty or anything, because you're not paying duty to Nigeria Customs Service, or are we? So I do not see why there should be an alert, unless there is a gap in the processing or in the documentation, that is when customs will put an alert. But you see, while we are at the headquarters trying to make sure that things go smoothly, it will not be out of place to find where there is somebody who does not understand the policy or who wants to spoil things for the rest of the country. Please, what we are asking is that where there is an action, there should be feedback. At any point in time when you are having problem with either understanding the policy or the procedures, or where you are having a problem when you think you have done the right thing and there is problem along the way, please write in or call in and get the questions sorted out. The area controller of, we have area controllers in every area of your business. Are you exporting from Warri or from Sokoto or anywhere? There is a customs area controller, and there is a controller in charge of trade facilitation at the Nigeria Customs Headquarters, and there are desks, dispute resolution seats at every seat of the Nigeria Customs Command. So you can always go there, write in or call to have, why am I having an alert? Why is my container, which has been duly examined, being reopened or being asked to be reopened? When they cannot answer you immediately within a reasonable time, please write into the Controller General of Nigerian Service and we will answer you immediately. Please, because there's a lot of misconception. There's a lot of misconception. When something goes wrong, somebody does not understand the policy, somebody does not understand the procedure, or the clearing agent is being funny, or some people are being funny, it is customs. Anything that happens around the port is customs. I'm not here to say that customs do not do. We have good people in our society and we have bad people, okay? So, but what we are trying to do is to make sure that this export initiative, especially for non-oil sector, that it succeeds. We are committed to it. Do not remain on what happened years back. The system is evolving. Things are changing. At any time we get feedback from operators of industry, from stakeholders, that there is a gap in this area or that area, we try to fix it. There are people in civil service who are still committed to fixing problems, if you will understand. Although there are Nigerians who are good at doing it the wrong way. But I want to assure you, I spoke to some of you out there, if there is any problem, call me or call any other number you have at the headquarters. If we cannot solve your problem, we direct you to the right quarters. But you must be heard, and it is your right to call in and get any information. It is your right. But do not depend on hearsay. Do not depend on stereotypes to say that custom is like this, because it could have been anything else. Somebody may have been trying to extort money from you. You know we always have that at the ports. They will mention the name of one man. This man no agree. He said you must bring in, and the importer who does not want to go and see for himself what is happening. I hope you know you can do self-clearance. Hello?
Yes, yes.
Yes, you can do self-clearance.
Even in export.
Even in export. So if there is any difficulty, sometimes what I advise people is, don't tell your clearing agent, don't tell that person you have sent that you are coming there. Go and ask the question where that problem is said to be coming from. Sometimes you find out that there is no problem. Some people have their goods cleared and stored somewhere and money is being asked from them. So please, let us look more before we call names. And let us stop doing it the old way we used to do it, because we are here to help you. Thank you very much.
Thank you so very much. If there is any other online question, to support what you just said, a lot of us don't realize that the Nigerian export certificate that we hold, it can give us a port access into any ports in Nigeria, just that certificate. Write an application to the MPA and attach a copy of your NEPC certificate, it gives you a port pass to meet customs, to meet NTLA, to meet DSS, or any agencies in the port. That's something we also need to know. From Bosu Sholari, what are the agencies involved in export trade processes going to do going forward in digitizing their process to reduce human interface, bribery, and corruption? We talked about the national single window. We are hoping to get the national single window. If you come upstream, then all this bribery and corruption thing will whittle down a lot. The next one is reach barricade. How can we better facilitate export for micro exporters who ship via air, not by ocean freight? Does anybody want to say something about that? Micro exporters that ship by air, not by ocean freight. Basically, most of the transactions by air are informal exporters. We sometimes don't want to refer to most of them as exporters. You make most of them export on a package basis. The best they can do is when they come together and consolidate transactions so that they can formalize their export trade.
I can say something about that.
Okay.
You know, Nigeria Customs, okay, at the airports, we follow the procedure that a traveler is allowed to carry some consignment on him or her. But when it begins to reach, the consignment begins to reach a particular, commercial value or quantity, or damage, then the person will have to pass probably through cargo. Now, the exporter is supposed to know what he is carrying and where he is sending them to. Is it going to be NACO or is it going to be SACOL? If you understand that, you don't have problem. Then Nigeria has an export prohibition list. You have to understand it. The place you are taking it to has an import prohibition list. You have to understand that. So if you have complied to policy and procedures in sending these things, then you have very little problem, if any. But on the documentation, there is effort. Customs will admit those things and get them into the system when they become visible to government for data processes. You are not paying duty, but we begin to have data on what is going in, going out, or what is coming in. So that is about the things that are going out. And we are hoping that within reasonable time, if the Nigeria Customs Service platform is being used as the platform for trade, that we'll be able to provide the data that you may use to tally this with the rest of the export.
Thank you so very much. This brings us to the end of this session. We want to thank you very much. And on my final recap, I just want to still appeal to the EDC of Nigerian Export Promotion Council that with what you see here, it's obvious. It's obvious there's a need for more consultation and more programs on trade facilitation. The myriads of challenges are much, and I believe we cannot solve them at this particular forum. So we'll look forward to more engagement with all the stakeholders on a one-on-one basis and see how we can drive cost down. Cost is inhibiting export as it is right now. Most of our commodities are even higher. The prices are higher than international price. And then we need to do something about that. Otherwise, the survival thing will become a very Herculean task. Thank you very much. Thank you so much. I think after these we go for, okay.
Another round of applause for this panel. I guess because of the topic, we've really exceeded our timing for this panel. So I want to ask and invite the EDC or NEPC to join the panelists to take the group photographs. Please, shall we all stand to take the group photograph? Our photographers, are you ready? As they also get ready, I want to implore that all the state commissioners and permanent secretaries that are here present should also get ready for a group photograph with the ED CEO of the NEPC. That will be coming after this. The state commissioners and the permanent secretaries are NEPC's focal points of state committees on export promotion. You all have been a very fantastic audience. Can you give yourselves a round of applause, both here and up? A resounding one since morning. A round of applause for all of us. And I hope you should know that we also have a third session that will be focusing on financing, which is very key. Professor Benedict Orama, the President Chairman, African Export-Import Bank, that's Afrexim Bank, located in Cairo, Egypt, is here represented. He will be our lead speaker for the next session. So we're not going anywhere yet. Please, are the state commissioners and permanent secretaries ready? Please, can you approach the podium so that you can take your photographs with the CEO, ED, NEPC? Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Please, a round of applause to usher them to their seats. Fantastic panel session. You're welcome. You're welcome. You are welcome. ED CEO and the state commissioners, please, can you descend the stairs so that you would have enough space to take your photographs? Yes. Please, can you descend? Yes. I also want to use this opportunity to recognize and also thank our online audience. We've had such an engaging online audience too, and some of our panelists would also be joining us online in the third session. So thank you very much, online participants. Okay, EDCEO, please remain here. I've been told that we need to invite the federal MDAs, their representatives here present, the DGs of federal MDAs to also take pictures, photographs. Please approach the podium. We'll do that very quickly. All the directors at the NEPC, please can you proceed to the podium for your pictures? You've been working tirelessly for the past few weeks, so you need to feature too. All the directors at NEPC, every director at the NEPC, please come to the front to take pictures with the ED CEO. Can we do that very briskly?
These are the people who have been working hard to make sure that NEPC stands strong. Please put your hands together for them. Thank you very much, our directors. We appreciate you. Our distinguished audience, are we still together? Hello?
Hi.
Hello?
Hi.
Thank you very much for not cooperating. Well, distinguished participants, our directors will sit down. We are supposed to do one of two things. It's either we take the third session now, or we go for lunch and come back and take the third session. If we all agree that we should take the third session now, it's either we take the third session now, or we go for lunch. So you will have the time to vote. We'll just do that together and don't vote twice. If you agree that we should take the third session now, let's hear you say yes. If you want us to take lunch instead, let's hear you say no. So, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for your voting. The ayes have it. We quickly take the third session. Please put your hands together for yourselves. I want to appeal to those who are in front. If you have no business in front, please do it somewhere else. Thank you. Photographers, thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you, photographers. If you move away, these people will move too. Thank you. Thank you very much, our buffet committee, for helping us organize food on time, but we'll do that quickly as we go on. Well, this is another announcement. One is online. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So 5 chairs, that's what. So thank you very much. If your car is a 1982 model of the Mazda, this is an announcement. Please, your car has started itself outside. You may need to call your driver to go and block it before it gets to the gate. But if you drove in here and you have a parking ticket, please, when you're going out, you need to go to the front desk at the reception to just show them your tag, and then they'll revalidate your ticket so you don't have to pay anything when you're driving out. Please, it's important that you note that. If not, if you go to your car and drive to the gate, there is a parking fee that you will have to pay. But if you show them your tag at the reception, they will revalidate your ticket and you will pass through easily. So thank you very much as we get ready to bring the next panel quickly. Our next panel, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, will be talking about financing Nigerian non-oil export value chains. So we are doing that quickly for the third session. I want to appeal to those who are walking around to sit down. From this side, it actually looks like people who are going somewhere. Thank you. So to begin, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, we will do the same procedure as we did earlier. We will take the panelists, we'll invite the moderator, and our lead speaker will talk. We have one of our panelists who will be joining us online, and the others will be here live. So ladies and gentlemen, let me quickly invite our panelists as they come up to join us. Let me welcome the Group Executive Director, International Trade Exports, Dangote Group, Lagos, Nigeria, Olamsada Ladan Baki. Please put your hands together for him as he comes up. Let's clap for him. Let's clap for him. We'll just leave one seat there for the moderator and you'll be number 2 on that seat. Thank you, sir. The next, ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome Director, Trade and Exchange, Central Bank of Nigeria, Abuja, Nigeria, Dr. O.S. Naji. Please put your hands together. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Because of this woman, I almost thought of opening an account in Central Bank. Please clap for her. Very efficient woman. Let's also welcome the Managing Director and Chief Executive of the Nigerian Export-Import Bank, Nexim, Abubakar A. Bello. Please put your hands together for him. Thank you very much, sir. We have also with us the Group Managing Director and CEO of Zenith Bank PLC, Mr. Ebenezer Onyagu, who is represented here today by Zenith Bank, General Manager of Zenith Bank, Malam Adamu Lawani. Please put your hands together for him. And joining us online, let me specially appreciate the Managing Director and Regional Executive of EcoBank, Lagos, Nigeria, who is Mr. Bolaji Lawal, but is also represented by one who's been specifically drafted to speak to us on the issues. He's the Executive Director, Corporate Banking, EcoBank, Nigeria, Mr. Kola Adeleke. Please put your hands together for him. So to speak to us this time, our lead speaker, ladies and gentlemen, after our panel has been properly constituted, our moderator for this session, before the lead speaker, is a lead consultant, Treaty Impex Trade Academy, Lagos, Nigeria, Mr. Bamidele Ayenmibo. Please put your hands together for him. Our moderator for today, he's done this many years. He will take his seat while, please clap for him. So speaking to us on the issues of financing Nigerian non-oil export value chain is the President and Chairman, African Export-Import Bank, all the way from Cairo in Egypt. Professor Benedict Orama is represented here today by Senior Manager, Export Development Advisory of the bank. We have Mr. Abba Ofoy. Please put your hands together for him as he comes up. Let's clap for him. It's not easy to come all the way from Egypt.
Thank you very much, Mr. MC. Honorable ministers, distinguished guests, state commissioners, excellencies, all protocol observed, and the distinguished panelists, obviously. It's a double honor for me to be here, representing not only the president of Exhibitor Bank, Professor Benedict Orama, who at this time is actually traveling from Washington, where he was attending the spring IMF meetings, but also to be a lead speaker at this event, which is very, very important, not just for Nigeria, but for our continent. My speech or expose today is going to cover 3 key issues. Just talking first about the importance of export value chains for Nigeria and for Africa, the role of the AFCFTA in enhancing those value chains, and then I'll zone in on Afreximbank's financial and non-financial interventions in support of value chains on the continent. I remember as a small boy playing in the neighborhood. We used to like playing house, and someone would bring tomatoes from their home, another person would bring onions, another person would bring rice or what have you, and would come together and cook it on a stove or something. I don't know if that was actually safe, but we did it anyways. And I suppose with the benefit of hindsight, I start to think maybe that was supply chains that I was being introduced to as a young child. But on a more serious note, the World Bank actually states that value chains have powered an economic revolution over the past 3 decades, because it helps to accelerate growth, to grow incomes, to reduce poverty rates, and it has enabled an unprecedented convergence since the late 1980s. So this is actually quite powerful. Additionally, it states that global value chains have provided an avenue through which countries can industrialize at a much earlier stage of their development. And I think it's quite important to underline the word industrialize, because in terms of what we do as a bank, we are supporting the industrialization of Nigeria and of the African continent. I just want to place Nigeria in the context of global value chains. As you can see, in case you don't know where Nigeria is, I've actually highlighted that with a green arrow. But the important thing here, ladies and gentlemen, is that Nigeria is highlighted as being very high in commodities in the context of global value chains. And where you want to be, ladies and gentlemen, is actually further down or further up, if you like, in the blue spaces where you have innovative activities. But we'll talk a little bit about Nigeria, commodities, and value chains. And we'll see how we can actually support Nigeria go through the stages of innovation. Just to talk a little bit about the map that you saw just now, because it's actually, if you look at Nigeria, it is no different perhaps from some of the other African countries that are also highlighted in red. You have a few countries perhaps like South Africa, I think other parts of East Africa, Kenya, for instance, Ethiopia, which have got limited manufacturing, but you want to be where there are more innovative industries. Now, the issue with Africa as a region, as a continent, is that its participation in global value chains is concentrated in a few resource-based and light manufacturing sectors with limited representation in advanced manufacturing and services. And in general, Africa's participation in global value chains is relatively weak, averaging 8% of GDP, and that compares with 11% in developing Asia and 14% in high-income countries over the 15-year period from 2000 to 2015. But there is something as well which is quite important, although here it might actually seem to be diluted, which is light manufacturing like agro-processing, textile and clothing, food and beverage industries, which employ a bulk of the labor force. They do face high levels of global competition. Now, the issue is, how can Nigeria utilize the AFCFTA and these sectors for which it can be a leader to actually boost its economic growth and development? Now, I want you for a minute to look at this bar chart, which looks at Nigeria's 10 top exports. Now, I'm telling you nothing new here. We know the composition of Nigeria's economy. But at the same time, I would like you to look at some of the other smaller sectors, like cocoa beans or small exports, like cocoa beans, gold, nuts, scrap vessels, especially scrap vessels, because I think there is something quite interesting here. In fact, if you go to the Organization of Economic Complexity, you realize that Nigeria's economy is actually quite extraordinary. It is fascinating. Now, according to the OECD, Nigeria has a high level of specialization in scrap vehicles. At the same time, its highest complexity for exports are in articles of zinc and floating structures. So you can start to see the convergence of the alignment there. And this suggests a high knowledge intensity of these products by its exporters. A high knowledge intensity of its exporters to these products. Lastly, some of the top export opportunities for Nigeria are in agricultural commodities. And that is something that His Excellency the Vice President mentioned earlier this morning. And that is why I also talked about agro-processing and how important that is for the Nigerian economy. So for instance, you've got fibers, you've got edible oils, you've got tropical fruits and nuts and pulses. This expertise, and that's why I said it's important, this whole issue of scrap vehicles or scrap vessels. This expertise is so opportune because for those in the industry, you'll know that there's been significant overcapacity in shipping fleets. And at the same time, there is an increasing focus on decarbonization. And there is a Lloyd's report which states that over the next decade, there is going to be a 75% growth in scrap vessels. And with the knowledge that this economy has, that is an opportunity. I also would like to highlight the fact that COVID-19, as well as the crisis in Ukraine, have rubbed our noses into what we already know, that the continent and the country have got to be more self-sufficient in agriculture. I proceed. Now, if you look at Nigeria's 10 top imports, I think something's been blotted out there, but there's something I wanted to highlight. One of those 10 top imports is actually rubber. But you can also see, obviously, we know that there's wheat, there's fish, there's sugar, for instance. But I mentioned rubber specifically because the natural rubber value chain is a value chain that Nigeria can be heavily involved in, because Nigeria is the second largest producer of natural rubber on the continent after Côte d'Ivoire. Now, I'm not going to go through the entire value chain, but as you can see, in terms of the finished products for rubber, you've actually got tires. At the same time, you've got latex products. And that was an opportunity, COVID-19, for instance, for Nigeria to utilize the natural resource of rubber to be able to integrate global, regional, and global value chains for rubber, for instance. Don't worry too much about this particular slide. I think the most important thing here is how do we profile the continent's advantage in rubber, Nigeria's advantage in rubber, and for finished products comprising rubber. As you can see, although the figures are a little bit stale, roughly $10 million of Africa's imports of rubber emanates from Nigeria. At the same time, in terms of tires, South Africa is a top 5 export destination for tires, or an import source for tires, I should say. The top 5 export destinations are Botswana, Zambia, Namibia, Zimbabwe, and Germany. And the bar chart that you see actually indicates just how dire the situation is in terms of exports and imports, in the sense that Nigeria exports raw rubber and imports processed rubber. Again, not to worry too much about this particular slide. It just goes to profile the rubber industry and to indicate or highlight where Nigeria actually sits in terms of main rubber growers. I just wanted to highlight just that one product for the value chain, but the others that we can mention. It could be cocoa, it could be cashew, it could be cotton, for instance. The second segment of my presentation is about the role of the AFCFTA in enhancing African value chains. And I have actually mentioned a little bit of what can be achieved under the AFCFTA. But the main issue, or one of the main things I want to talk about, because this is very much like preaching to the choir, we understand what the AFTA is, we understand what we need to do. Again, I was very, very incentivized and encouraged by His Excellency, the Vice President's remarks, saying that Nigeria was fully in support and throwing its full weight behind the AFCFTA. That is something which Afreximbank supports fully and sponsors. And one of the initiatives under the AFCFTA that the bank has launched is a product called the Pan-African Payments and Settlements System. Because, like actors in industry have mentioned, there are issues of liquidity, there are issues of currency, there are issues of margin, which stifle business, which stifle the integration of the continent. And therefore, with the Pan-African Payments and Settlement system that Afreximbank has launched and is sponsoring, we're hoping that annually we might be able to save $5 billion in transaction costs by enabling you here in Nigeria to be able to pay for goods within the African continent in your own local currencies. I'll move on to the third aspect of the presentation, which is on the bank's financing interventions in support of regional value chains. The bank has just, or the board of the bank has just approved its 6th strategic plan and has identified, as it did with the 5th strategic plan, that industrialization, remember I mentioned industrialization at the start, industrialization and export development is one of the pillars that would help the bank to deliver its mandates. And there were several ways in which we actually go about doing this. One is facilitating and financing Africa's manufactured exports for agro-processing and light manufacturing, by supporting the development and establishment of industrial parks and special economic zones. We're doing so very much in Nigeria, in Yimba City, for instance. And we're also looking at the Green Economic Zone. By addressing Africa's infrastructure constraints, that too was mentioned very eloquently, the infrastructure deficit that Nigeria has, but also that the continent has. By facilitating and enabling market access of Africa's manufactured exports. So, for instance, a very simple example is the amount of coffee that we import, the amount of processed coffee that we import, whereas we produce coffee on the continent. At the same time, why would it be that South Africa has to import rubber from Thailand, India, or Malaysia, or even Vietnam, when it could import rubber from Nigeria or import rubber from Cameroon or from Côte d'Ivoire? So we support that facilitation and market access. And at the same time, we're supporting the export of services. So for instance, medical services. Some of you might know that we've actually broken ground here in Nigeria on the African Medical Center of Excellence to enable the provision of first-class healthcare facilities on the continent. In terms of priority sectors of intervention, I won't go too much into the detail as I have one eye on the clock. But I mentioned industrial parks, export processing zones, special economic zones. At the same time, agro-processing projects and agri-related enabling industries with products bound for exports within Africa or outside Africa. So products like cashew nuts, edible oils, sugar and sugar refineries, meat processing, fish, fertilizers, for instance, which Nigeria as well is a major player on the continent. Light manufacturing projects with products bound, again, for trade within the continent or for exports outside the continent, and service exports, hotels, resorts, utility companies, logistics. Those are some of the priority sectors of intervention that we're very, very keen to finance. In terms of our tools of interventions, I always get very excited to talk about this because I think it's making a real difference on the continent. We mentioned industrial parks and export processing zones, and I think it's quite clear why this is a very important initiative. But also, like I mentioned, the African Medical Center of Excellence, or the AMCE, the first of which is actually being constructed here in Nigeria. But there was something as well which was mentioned during the last panel, which was the issues around exports, quality control, phytosanitary issues. And we are almost near completing the first Africa Quality Assurance Center here again in Nigeria. Because the data actually speak for themselves when it suggests that a lot of the products that are returned from Nigeria have been due, or exportable products have been due to the fact that they haven't actually met the benchmark for conformity or quality assessment. So we're looking to actually deal with that particular issue. And in terms of initiatives, we also have the SME development program, because oftentimes there is the accusation that the big banks only look at the large players and don't pay enough attention to the actual tapestry of the economy, which are the small and medium-sized enterprises. And the bank now has a specific program which looks at supporting that segment of our economy. And in terms of our tools of intervention, we can talk about that again to some degree, but we have a number. So we have something called, very, very important actually, called the Project Preparation Facility. A lot of times, projects that are brought to the bank are not actually bankable. So we support you through the process of making your project bankable through this facility. There's also your classic project finance. We do have trade finance facilities. We have advisory services as well, and that is a unit that I lead specifically. And we have the Fund for Export Development in Africa, where we can actually take some equity or quasi-equity in projects that you bring to the bank. And again, in terms of tools of intervention, in terms of the products, you know, I really don't want to go through all of these, but you know, there's guarantees to the project-related finance that we mentioned. There is AfriCoin, which is very important. It's the Afreximbank Commodities Initiative, given how important commodities are for the continent. This ECA loan, facilitation, syndications, export advisory as part of the suite of financing products that we have available for you. I just wanted to end by saying that the bank remains committed to Africa's value chains, and we reiterate our commitment to promote Africa's value chains and contribute to the structural transformation of the continent by expanding financing of Africa's manufactured exports and services, dedicating a share of loans to financial intermediaries to support African SMEs, very important, supporting the increase in the value of semi-processed and finished exports other than raw commodities. We need to add value to our commodities, and also by scaling up partnerships and capacity development to strengthen the country-level response to industrialization and export development. And with that, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much. We are at the session where we'll be discussing about financing, and we all know that we really cannot grow trade without financing trade, particularly on the export side in Nigeria. The data from MBS shows, based on the presentation that was done earlier, shows that the total value of export from Nigeria in 2019 was 2.5 billion, out of which just about 9.something% was non-oil. So the imperative, it's highly imperative rather for us to really grow non-oil. It's also interesting to know that Nigerian Bank is waking up to that reality, and they'll be addressing some of the questions we're having today. I would like to introduce my panelists. I would like to introduce the MD of Exim Bank, Mr. Abba Bello, with over 30 years of experience in banking. On his appointment as the Managing Director of Nigerian Export-Import Bank, he was the Director of Unity Bank, PLC. You're welcome, sir. Thank you very much. I also want to welcome the Group Executive Director of the Export and International Trade, Dangote Industry Limited, Chairman, Logistic Committee of Institute of Directors, and Vice President 1 of the Manufacturing Association of Nigeria, Alhaji Sadan Ladan Baki. Welcome, sir. Also, the MD CEO of the Group Managing Director of Zenith Bank, Ebenezer Onyagu, is the Group Executive Director of and the Office of Zenith Bank. He's a sitting banker and a fellow Institute of Chartered Institute of Accountants of Nigeria, he has over 3 decades of experience in banking and represented by, sorry, your name, sir? Mr. Lawani. Thank you very much, sir. And also, the last but not the least, this reference is the Central Bank Governor, Director of Trade and Exchange, Dr. Naji, currently the Director of Trade and Exchange, Department of Central Bank of Nigeria, where she oversees the bank trade policy and finance and foreign exchange management, and she holds a PhD in economics and her interests in trade and monetary policy transmission in the real economy. Welcome, madam. All right. Let me start with Central Bank of Nigeria. A number of things I've said today about Central Bank and what Central Bank is doing. I appreciate the response from Dr. Naji on some of the issues that have been raised. as far as the policy of central bank is concerned, particularly on the issue of the rebate. I heard recently that the CBN government have approved over 3 billion naira to pay the first batch, which I think is very much commendable. But I want to just take a reaction. I'm sure you were around when some of the issues were raised about CBN policy. Am I right? I said some of the issues that were raised about CBN policy. I don't know if you were around already at that time. Oh, okay, I'm already asked. Okay, one of the issues that was raised was the rebate. The fact that the rebate, the presenter at the first panelist said the gap between the parallel market and the IE window was, over 150, and CBN is giving about 65. And the fact, and also the second issue that was raised was the issue of the fact that exporters have to go. These are issues that have come up in different programs, actually. But just to be able to hear from you, representing CBN on the concern about the fact that why exporters have to sell at a lower rate when there are other opportunities for them to sell at a better rate.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you, Mr. Bamidele, for the question. But I thought this section was supposed to be about financing.
Yes.
And what CBN is doing in terms of supporting finance for exporters. On the rebate, that's a starting point. The rebate wasn't there before. We're looking for ways to support exporters. We're looking to grow our export value chain. We want our exporters to bring back the export proceeds because it's good for all of us. We all go to the same market. We all know that when we have less foreign reserve in our reserve, that everything goes up. Investors don't come into our shores because they think we cannot afford to let them go when they want to go. But when we have an outflow of foreign reserve in our reserve, investors see us as a bride, and they come into our shores to invest. So what we're doing by our rebate is encouraging all exporters to please bring back your export proceeds because it benefits everyone, you and I, both the exporter and the ordinary man on the street, and our country, Nigeria. It's a national call from the Central Bank of Nigeria, and from you, exporters. Central Bank have also helped in other ways in providing financing, low-cost, sustainable finance through many of our programs that we have instituted, the real sector financing program, and all the other programs that Central Bank is embarked on. Central Bank is very, very concerned about this economy, the sustainability of this economy, and the fact that we want to widen, increase our economic complexity of Nigeria so that we can play with the League of Nations and really answer the giant of Africa that we are known for. So the rebate is just a start. We want to know how it works, and we want everybody to key into it. Yes, we have distributed the first 3.5 billion of rebate from exporters. Some of you are seated here, and you're going to get 65 naira per dollar that you have sold in the market to increase liquidity in the market. And if you use that fund for yourself for re-import, you get 35 naira. It's a start. We want to know what you think about it. We are listening, Central Bank. We are listening, organization, and we stand ready to work with all stakeholders to make the export value chain a profitable one. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Madam. The Export Credit Agency is a very vital part of growing export trade in any country. Most countries that have been able to grow trade have a very, very strong Export Credit Agency supporting them, and that's what NEXIM is all about. It was mentioned in the presentation, the first one, about the export credit insurance for commercial risk. I know during the COVID, from the chamber, I remember one of the recommendations from LCCI then to NEXIM Bank was the need to do export credit insurance, and it was great to hear that you responded with the export credit insurance from political risk. So, and I know at the last Network Operational Non-Exporter of Nigeria program, the director from Exim Bank talked about the fact that the commercial risk issue is being worked on. We'd like to hear from you on that. What's the state of the mitigation of commercial risk using the export credit insurance? Thank you very much, sir.
Okay, thank you very much, Bamidele. The primary function of every export credit agency is to issue credit insurance,
and
credit
guarantees.
bonds, and guarantees. And Nexim has not done that in the past, but credit insurance and guarantees have been a very small part of our business. Now, we play a double role, okay, as an export credit agency as well as an export development bank. In most countries where they're export credit, they're separated. Okay. Why has it been very difficult to do export credit? It's because of the nature of our exports, okay, because we have always dealt with primary products, okay, which are a cash and carry kind of business, is immediate payment on delivery, okay? There is hardly any need for any credit on the part of the off-taker, okay? And for Nigerian banks, there is credit insurance and there is credit guarantee. So the role of a credit agency is to guarantee Nigerian banks to lend for export. And that has been a problem in the country. You know, exporters are here. They know how difficult it is to get any borrowing for export from Nigerian banks. That is where we kick in as a development bank, because another role that we play is to de-risk the sector. Okay, so if there is no finance from the commercial banking part, financial institution, we step in to give that finance, de-risk the system, and then hand over the exporters to the commercial bank. And I think some of the commercial banks have started coming on board now and have become more interested in funding export. But before then, let me also give reasons why there's little finance in export. We've been sitting here, all the panels have been bringing, what they have essentially been bringing out are the risks that are attached to export. In Nigeria. Banking is there for them, the commercial banks. They're there to make money. They will do anything, but first thing they will consider is how do we mitigate risk, okay? Then they start considering how much money we'll make from it. If the risks are not mitigated, the banks will shy away from lending to that sector. Statistics tell us that lending directly for export is only 1% of total loanable funds in Nigeria. Okay? So that is why now that Nexim takes up the role of developing finance in export. And that is what we have been doing. Export credit agents, export credit guarantees is what we have now developed, especially with Continental Free Trade Area coming, especially with the push for us to become the industrial hub for the region, as well as one of the industrial hubs for Africa. Export credit guarantees now start becoming very key. We also have political risk insurance, which is largely for foreign investors that want some guarantees to ensure that government policies don't affect their investments when they come. And that is available for use. And we're working with NIPC to also make sure that that becomes a part of the pitch for FDIs when they go out to look for guarantees for investments into Nigeria. So guarantees and insurance are available, but the kind of trade that is involved has to match guarantees and insurance for it to be effective.
All right, thank you. Let me go to the commercial bank. It's been a challenge financing export for the bank, and I understand why. The fact that we've had a lot of bad debt in export before has made a lot of banks withdraw. But now with the support of CBN, what Nexim is doing, and all banks are coming up with support for the sector. So my question is, what is your bank doing to rethink your export financing underwriting model in order to reduce bad debt? Because now CBN is saying you have to finance. As a matter of fact, I don't know how soon CBN will implement that policy, the fact that the level of dollar available to importer will reduce from next year according to the CBN governor. So it will going to put a lot of bank under pressure. And that means you have to finance to be able to get a lot of forex. So what are you doing to de-risk, to be able to rethink your underwriting model in order to reduce the exposure we will have in financing export?
Thank you, I don't think when it comes to lending, there is anything like pressure. As a bank, you should not be under pressure to lend. You must understand the business. And like MD said, the truth is that most of the discussion we had today are some of the challenges we had in the past. But I think there are solutions. He did mention the guarantee scheme they just introduced. We are signing some agreement with them that we can take advantage of that to lend to the export industry. We've also signed an agreement with NISA. They're also willing to share the risk with us in terms of lending to the export industry. CBN,
export or agric? Okay, both are
export, yeah.
Export, okay.
Export, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. And I also want to recognize the role the central bank is playing to encourage exports. But central bank is encouraging banks to, and NESIM also, to support exporters. It's not like you say it's a must, but because you have to understand the business before you go into it. Let me say collateral, I heard somebody say, the issue of collateral is not a major challenge when it comes to lending. You must understand the business cash flow. From the day I give the money to when the money is going to come back. So if I look across the entire value chain, the movement of my money, and I see a major risk somewhere that will challenge that money coming back, then it will be a problem. But that is changing. As a bank, NEPC will confirm that we've had a lot of engagement, partnership with them, with exporters. We have a scheme, Zero to Hero scheme, where we travel to all the states, we engage the exporters, we understand their challenges, and we create products to support their businesses. And we'll see that impact on the volume of our lending to the exporters and the volume of our export business. We also have a scheme to support our ladies in the export business, where even though it's a commercial loan, we're trying to lend at a single-digit rate, but for female exporters only, to encourage them to go into that business.
I hope the female exporters are hearing.
Yeah.
Single-digit lending from...
Yeah. Apart from export, even their local businesses. If it's a business owned by
female
and managed by a female, we have facility where we can give you facility at 9%. So for us, it's a way to encourage, the female to be part of the business. Then lending generally, like I said at the beginning, is not a business where you say, I want to be the best. You must understand what you are doing. And what I always tell people is that Nigerian banks, they do lend to businesses. If you look at the banks that have released their result this year, and you look at the growth in their loan books, it's double-digit growth in terms of their loan portfolio. It basically means that we are lending, and the lending.
But few to export, according to the data, he said 1% to the export sector.
It's 1%.
But it's growing at least.
And it's growing.
And it's growing, okay.
It's growing.
No, it's growing.
It started growing.
If you also look at agriculture is moving to a double digit. So for me, it's a movement in the right direction. And with the support of CBN again is basically supporting the bank, building capacity. If you look at the
RT200,
it was not just about the rebates. There are a lot of things about lending and also building capacity, supporting infrastructural development. CBN also said, working with the Bankers Committee to work with the relevant federal government agency to support port development so that we can build specific ports, standard ports, to support export. And I believe if we're able to address some of these challenges we have, in the value chain, lending will be easy. It's not about collateral, it's about understanding the business, about seeing the business, the flow. As long as the flow is easy, the challenges are not there from either the private sector or the regulatory authorities, then it will be easy to lend to that sector. Thank you.
I don't know if the EcoBank representative is listening to us. Okay, did you hear the question I asked the Zenba representative?
Yes, I did.
I will appreciate
thank
your
you.
response to that.
Okay, all right. I think once again, thanks for the opportunity to connect virtually. And I shared some of the sentiments or comments made by my colleagues from Zenith Bank. It's not just about risk. It's about identifying the opportunities that are there within in the economy, and most importantly, as players in the market, as banks, to see our role in as it contributes significantly to economic development, as well as reshaping the dynamics around what is the best for the economy. Because as it stands today, we see that in having challenges around foreign exchange, being largely import dependent as an economy doesn't work well for any system. So beyond looking at the revenue or the income which the banks have to make, we as banks also look at the risk. But I think most importantly, as the central bank has been emphasizing, is the call for duty. A call for duty, a call for action, and a call for responsibility. And that's why, in addition to some of the things that we look at, we continue to look at how do we help our customers, for instance, to see the opportunities that are there, and to take advantage of those opportunities. Take, for instance, we cannot just continue to produce raw materials, just agricultural products, and then just, adding any value. So with the incentives that central bank has provided on the RT 200, for instance, so where you have all manners of, facilities around 5 key anchors on value-adding export facility, non-oil commodities, expansion facility, and so on and so forth. We as banks are now going further to identify which economies, either in Africa or outside Africa, that requires some of the products that we produce, made at the raw base, and then begin to support, the economic players in, processing some of those products to be able to enhance the ability to generate more foreign exchange. So how do we link importers and link exporters in Nigeria to those who need the products made probably in Togo or in Ghana or in Zambia or in Zimbabwe, and how do we ensure that we help them to reduce the cost of production by giving them access to also information that are beyond their reach. So those are the ways that we are actually adding value, to exporters as lending bankers. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Let me come to you, sir. Alaji, you are a major player in the industry. and in export also. Based on your experience in working in many banks to finance your export in Nigeria, what has been your experience in terms of efficiency of the process in getting financing from Nigerian bank?
Well, I don't need them for now.
You don't?
What do I mean by that? We need them for the central bank guidelines that we have to repatriate through the commercial banks. We have a product that we export, and we generate it from our own internal operation. So we don't go out asking for facility from the bank. the Nigerian commercial banks because they are not geared.
Is there any reason for that?
No, I said Nigerian, but we work with Nexim, we work with Afrexim in our transaction. Because when you go international, you need to have people who understand that terrain. So
that's actually preempting my second question. Let me just add that before you answer that question. And it was supposed to be your how will you rate Nigerian bank in their understanding of the non-oil export value chain in financing? So you can go ahead, sir.
To be honest with you, I don't want to be in trouble. to be honest with you, they are our friends. Look, when you expect too much from a person, then you have to allow him to breathe. The commercial banks in Nigeria are being strangled by the Ministry of Finance, by central banks, regulations left, right, and center. They are not allowed to operate as they are supposed to be. You want them to operate world class. But that's not the case. You introduce a lot of regulations that will not enable them to be competitive. Sorry, madam, I know you don't agree with me. But you see, there are reasons why those regulations have made these banks to be among the top 5 of African banks. They are Nigerian because of these regulations. So you don't say that the regulations are wrong, but it makes them healthy, and you don't venture into
dangerous terrain,
so that we don't repeat what happened when we had failed banks.
Yeah.
Now we don't have failed banks. And we are very proud of them because they are very competent in terms of, if you look at the leadership. No, I'm not telling them to be happy. As I told you, I don't need them for my export. So, but you have to say the truth when it comes. However, there are times when you need to talk when we come to this issue of financing. And we have said a lot of things that we are going with the gallery. And I think we should be more focused on what do we want achieved. When we're talking of export, the government has to change its approach to export. You just have to finance export. You have to provide the funding to the various agencies so that they can take the initiative. Let me give you an example of what I'm saying. The central bank, they have the courage to introduce all these palliatives. Which other government agencies has ever attempted that? No. Central bank, we have to give you the credit. That's why we are very happy with you, although we need more. Because you need more to support Nexim Bank. Nexim Bank has come up with a novel idea of floating what is called C-Link.
Yeah.
Nobody is thinking, Ministry of Transport, Ministry of Aviation, they don't even know what we feel. I said, now I cannot export my cement from here to Togo. It is cheaper for me to take it to probably
South Africa.
No, even beyond that, than to go to Togo. Why? Because of the logistics of export is so prohibitive. But nobody's talking about it. C-Link that they have introduced, it has started, all right? And it will solve a lot of these problems so long as the support is there, all right? And if central bank can give them more palliatives so that they can fund the export.
All right.
But apart from that, you see, in the value chain of export, you have to look at so many, the various stages of the value chain. And then you focus on their financing. You know, many of us here are talking about the agro-base. They're talking of cashew, they're talking of sesame seed. Some have forgotten that for you to export to some countries, you need to have some of those farms certified. And to get your farm or your enterprise is very expensive. So you need that kind of financing. And that's why the central bank, you have to look at the value chain and look at the various components. Where do you need the financing? It's not just coming to say, I need finance, I need this. No. All right? Then there is the logistics aspect of it. In the port. When we were young, if you go to we used to go to the railway station. Railway, young Lagosians that time, to buy meat from the north. They had cold stores. But what do you have now? Zero. I'm just giving you, it is a local thing, but that kind of funding has to be brought back
all right, sir.
Yeah, and then there is the issue of R&D. For you to
research and development?
Research.
Okay.
Yeah, for you to be competitive, and comparatively, absolutely whatever, you need to have information. You need to know what you can grow. I remember during the time of Eradua, one of his 7-point agenda. He said he was going to make almost every state to have to export and what you can do well. That has been thrown into the waste paper basket. Let's go back to those kind of policies and you see. Benue, we import juice. We import juice from this, but you go to Benue, they're throwing away the orange juice.
Yeah, yeah.
So we, our group and the Manufacturers Association that we represent, and some of the interesting areas is, please tell us during the course of this exercise, what do you want to tell us that is different, that we are not used to hearing? How do we move this country forward? How do we improve on export? Yes, export with the 2023 program of RT200, we need to back it up by more action. The Vice President today, His Excellency said that he has given 500 billion,
no,
right?
No, 50 billion. 50 billion, that's to NEPC.
No.
I don't know.
If I say 500, I'm just putting the cart before the horse. I'm just appealing so that he should increase it. Because the 50 billion that he gave was last year. It's spent. It's history. So what are you doing for 2022? 2023.
Thank you very much.
He didn't tell us anything.
Thank you for our time. Madam, let me come to you. I actually want to talk about the RT200, which I feel a number of might not be aware of. But I'm particularly interested in the two funding areas. Just to be clear, the rebates, the disbursements have happened, so I believe the program has started. The first two aspects, financing machineries and financing agri. Can you talk to us about it, just to educate the audience about this novel idea of the CBN?
Thank you very much, Mr. Bamidele. The RT200 actually has 5 components. One is the rebate. And the rebate is, it has started. It will be disbursed quarterly. We've just disbursed for the first quarter. And we started again collecting data and collecting for second quarter. And the second quarter will be disbursed in July, first week in July. So we encourage all exporters here, bring back your export proceeds, export more. If you need help, education, if you need finance, Central Bank stands ready. We work with the banks. Yes, there are teething problems, but some of the issues that cause these teething problems is lack of information and lack of what is available. The banks, the Nigerian banks, have done a lot in promoting exports. They've worked with us. Zenith Bank especially joins us in exports sensitization that we have every year, and they come with what they can do, how they can support export, and some of their customers are very happy customers. So the bank has come a long way. Like my friend said, the bank is not what they used to be. We have more secure bank that are more capitalized, that can have more funding for businesses, export and otherwise. And with the support of the central bank too, they have more money in their coffers to help exporters. So I encourage exporters to please, if you need more information, the central bank is there, the commercial bank is there, your bankers know you more than the central bank does, but we can provide the funds to the bank to help you. Another aspect of the RT 200 is on building ports or upgrading the ports that we have. Lagos is congested. Some exporters will take their goods to the ports, and the goods will spoil before even it leaves the shore of Nigeria because it stays longer than it's supposed to stay at the ports because of port congestions and port delays. So we're thinking about opening a dedicated port for especially agro products so that the process of exporting can be made easy and streamlined. Somebody talked about automation of the export process. The central bank, in conjunction with the customs service and all the other stakeholders, are working on streamlining the export process on automation. Now we've automated from M, we've automated from NSP, we've automated from A. We're working on integration of NSP with SGD, with customs. User test has been done. Maybe by the end of this month or first week in May, that process will be completed.
Sorry to cut you, madam. About CCI, anything be done about CCI integration also?
Yes,
Okay.
integration of CCI also. Okay. And also we're looking at having the PIA portal. So you don't have to go to the PIA to apply for inspection. You apply into the portal, and we can even monitor from the time you apply and to the time the PIA inspect your goods, we will know. So we know the PIAs that are not working and delaying the export and the ones that are working. That will depend on whether their contract is renewed again or not renewed. And you can have a track record that is not human based, but system based that can be seen. We really want to facilitate trade. That's where the world is going now. Oil will soon end. And when oil ends, where do we go? If we don't if we haven't opened up other areas and other doors that can earn us foreign exchange and earn us money. So those are some of the things that the central bank is working on. We stand ready with the banks and with all of you to make this process work.
So the financing, I know the guideline for the rebate has been released. The two financing arm for machinery, for production, and the expansion of production of the raw material, is the guideline out for exporters to be able to know exactly what they need to do to approach the bank for those financing?
Yes, the guidelines are out, okay. And all of these fundings are single-digit funding, but you also go through your banks to apply, and the banks will then put the application and get the money.
Okay, you want to go?
Hello? Madam, I just want you to add to my happiness. During the course of this, many of us here came to hear something relating to the EEG, Export Expansion Grant. And the ED is here. What can you do, please, to take that burden from the federal government by way of, as a palliative to these suffering exporters who have been waiting for about 7-8 years? They can't get their EEG. Can't you just take that loan for that burden from the? Can you imagine National Assembly when we're allocating only 2 billion, madam, and they want us to export? Look, let's call a spade a spade. Do they want us to export on 1 quarter, but the National Assembly only gave 2 billion to the whole exporters of, when we are owing, we are being owed billions of naira. Are they serious? Do they want us to export? ED, go back to the ministry and tell them that they need to support exporters. Give us confidence. We will support ourselves, we will support the country, we will support the government. But please, let us all be transparent. The Vice President made it clear. We call on the madam, take that, what we are being owed, pay us so that by way of discount or whatever you want to call it, so that we can be able to refinance some of these businesses.
All right. Thank you. Okay, madam, maybe you want to respond to that. Respond to the plea.
I think it will have to be an interagency collaboration. We've heard you. I'm sure the MDs heard you. So it will have to be an interagency collaboration. We understand the bottleneck in that program, but we also know that there are other aspects that you can use that to pay your taxes.
Yes.
And other things. So, you know, but it will have to be an interagency collaboration.
All right, let me go back to the commercial banks. Now, a number of exporters, and I want the exporters in the house to bear witness to this, beyond financing, they want support services, such that at the end of the day, they are able to grow the business beyond financing. So beyond financing, what's your bank doing to support exporters? I don't know if my question is clear.
It's on?
Okay.
Okay. I think NEPC will support me on this. We engage them with most of the exporters here also agreed to that. We have a program in Zenith called Zero to Hero. We put exporters together, we train them on, we bring NNPC. NNPC will actually bring facilitators to speak to them. We also have experts in house that talk to them. So it's beyond giving them loan, but we talk to them. Even if you are using your fund for export, these are the kind of things you need to do. I remember somebody mentioned earlier today exporting on Opal account. You know, we also try to educate them. If you are exporting to somebody that is new, understand the person's capability to pay, understand the corporate governance structure of the country you are exporting to. You know, if it's possible, get a letter of credit so that immediately you export, you ensure that your money will come in. So these are some of the engagement, capacity building, training them on understanding what export is all about. Talk to them on international trade. So we offer these services, and we're willing to do more.
Okay. Now, in addition to that, I'll go to EcoBank on the same question. But in addition to that, banks find it a lot easier financing agric and also manufacturing. What are you doing in the solid mineral sector? There's so much opportunity in there. Even if you are not going to do upstream, maybe midstream or downstream. What are you doing about that?
Okay. Let me get your question again.
Solid mineral sectors. Banks are defining comfortable financing agric and manufacturing sector. What's your bank doing specifically in the solid mineral sector? I said, even if you're not going to go to the upstream because of the risk, maybe in the midstream or downstream. Is there anything you are doing in the solid mineral financing, export financing? Solid minerals.
Yeah.
Solid minerals. Lead, zinc.
Solid minerals.
Yes.
Yeah, I think, like I said earlier, it's about understanding the business, about having the right structure. Before now, I think NNPC and the other regulatory agencies have done something about most of the exports of solid mineral from this country were done illegally. You have a lot of people coming in, mining, and taking this out. You can't support those kind of things.
Yes.
That's the honest truth. So when you have the structure, you understand the business, the person is actually doing the right thing, you know, you will support them. Personally, I have two big solid mineral exporters.
Okay.
That I
support.
Apart from financing them, they are in the team that I handle in the bank. So I can say we support solid mineral, but one of the major issues which we also need to address is the illegal exporter, which most of the local exporters here were agreed to. And that has also impacted on their ability to compete, because they come in here, take some of these things, and they are not documented, they are exported. CBN is addressing that. And if we have the right structure in place, we have gold, we have all these things in the country. All we need to do is to ensure that we don't just export the raw solid mineral, we do a bit of value addition, and we export. And as banks, we are willing to support the infrastructure. You know? And NESIM is also willing to support. We had a meeting with NESIM, the team from NESIM about 2 weeks ago. They offered some money to say for solid mineral export, we're ready to partner with you with this kind of money, in addition what central bank is going to provide for you. A single-digit interest rate. So this opportunities are there. What I would just say is that when you have the right business plan, and you see that, we can see, like I said, as a bank, you want to see the cash flow from beginning to the end. If that is in place, definitely we'll support. So export on agri, solid mineral, finished goods, I think the commercial banks are always willing to support.
I would like to hear your thought on that, sir. Apart from, the support services of Nexim Bank for exporter beyond financing and what you are doing in the solid mineral export financing.
Okay, so you're very right that there is not a lot of financing in solid minerals, both from the commercial banks and even us as the development banks. And why is that? Because even from the solid mineral policy in the country, it's very gray. Okay, there is the issue of the artisanal miners against those that own the cadastrals, they cross into their. So getting financing into solid minerals is very hard. Added to that, there's also the very capital-intensive nature of solid minerals. He spoke about people taking solid minerals illegally.
Illegally, yeah.
That's normally for ornamental minerals.
Minerals, yes.
Okay, those you can put in your pocket or in a bag, and so on and so forth. But there are also other minerals, like lead. At the show place, there is lead, zinc, and developing now is also lithium and other green energy-related minerals. So we found out that getting the equipment, because they're very heavy equipment, earth-moving equipment that are very expensive for the kind level on which solid mineral development is in Nigeria. So what we've done is we've set up 3 different types of products that are not cash related. Okay, there is contract financing. When you find out that Julius Berger, all the construction companies have those solid minerals. When they are not working, have those equipment. When they are not working, those equipment are sitting and doing nothing. So we've facilitated contract finance where owners of such equipment will now move to the mine and help in doing that. Then there is also equipment leasing. We're talking to all the equipment OEMs. We have Volvo, we have Liba, who are coming to set up on these kind of basis to support the solid mineral. So we're not sitting and relying on funding because of the risk of solid minerals to develop that sector. We're looking at other things. But let me also add, because a legislator spoke about other initiatives we're doing. We've noticed that export finance is not all about cash. Okay, there are other things that we can do to facilitate. As a development bank, we're also a facilitator of trade. Not as much as ED and his people but we should facilitate trade. In other words, like somebody defined it today, make trade easier. One area that would be very, very useful to Solomon and to SMEs, which maybe some more advocacy can be done apart from what we're doing at President and the Central Bank, is to legislate factoring in Nigeria. Okay.
Sorry, sir. I thought the bill has been in National Assembly.
It has been in National Assembly for getting to 2 years.
Wow.
Okay, some of the, and I think when we are speaking of National Assembly, well, it's part of the advocacy that everybody, including the associations for NASIMA, Manufacturers Association of Nigeria, and so on and so forth, need to put their weight to ensure that this factoring bill is passed. And it becomes more important now that we are trading with our partners or with our neighbors. Okay, there's going to be a lot of trading that is on credit.
And factoring can just help.
Factoring can help to refinance the SME that is trading outside. That is one. Alhaji Sada has mentioned ceiling that we are.
Yes, I wanted to ask a question on that because I know it's been a protracted project, but where are we on it now?
It's protracted, but I think we've
done.
It's almost done.
Okay.
Okay, right now.
Sorry, sir. Any timeline?
Hold on. Let me make a point. there is the issue of the port. Okay, we said that if we're going to put something for sailing, we shouldn't use the same congested port that we have in Apapa. So we look for alternatives. Those alternatives are on the inland waterways. Okay, so somebody mentioned today there's Onisha Port, and then there is Ajakuta, okay, which will be useful for also moving solid minerals and other bulk commodities, which is what Alaji Sada is talking about. From them alone, we know we have maybe 2-3 million tons of cargo that can leave from central Nigeria.
Yeah.
Okay, so we're right now charting and navigating the river, the lower Niger River, and I think we're somewhere around Budutu now, in conjunction with the Nigerian Navy. So the interagency
collaboration
you are talking about, we're dealing with NIWA, Nigerian Navy, and we have vessels waiting, okay, to kick off. As soon as the river is charted and navigated, then we will unleash it, okay? And even solid minerals, coal, for instance, they want to export. We're now have it because we're right at their doorstep. Sealing could just be right at their door. So apart from financing, there are other facilitating services that we are offering that assisting to promote the export of non-oil products out of Nigeria. Again, exporters, let's be serious. Continental Free Trade Area offers us an opportunity. We used to say that it's only cocoa or cashew or what that is exportable. Now, even plastic.
Yes.
Anything that is produced in Nigeria is
can
now
be exported.
exportable.
Yeah.
But let us do it formally so that we can enjoy the benefits.
Thank you very much. Let me move to EcoBank before we go to the audience for question and answer. EcoBank, are you there?
Yes, thank you.
You heard the question, right? The support services of your bank beyond financing and what you're doing to support the export of solid minerals from Nigeria.
Yeah, thank you so much. Beyond financing, we as a bank, we play to our strength. Our strength around geographical presence, being the bank with the largest presence in Africa, being present in 35 countries. So what does that translate to for any client or any exporter that wants to really take advantage of the African Continental Free Trade Agreement? Through the EcoBank platform, because we have a one bank concept, you have the opportunity of access to new markets across EcoBank footprints in Africa. So we have done this with few of our clients, where we have to practically link them up with those who will require their products across the sub-region. So we've taken clients from Nigeria, and encourage them and partner with them to export to the West African countries, especially. And we know the needs of, the products that are being required by most of the people who operate in those markets. So we know the import requirements or the import needs for, most of the countries, whether it's in Southern Africa or it's in East Africa or Central Africa. And all we do is to make sure that we connect you with the right partner, that you can actually ultimately have as your trading partner, and you can supply, you can begin to deal with. And we also have the advantage of understanding the regulations in each of those markets. I haven't been there for a long time. So and part of the challenges that exporters do have is not having a proper understanding of regulatory issues, the compliance issues. So we know the exchange control regulations, we know the laws of those countries. So we can help you when it comes to proper due diligence, as well as areas of documentations. So these are things that we have done for clients in Ghana, for clients in Cote d'Ivoire, Senegal, all across the 35 African countries where we are present. Thank you.
No, the solid mineral. I didn't hear your response.
Okay, on the solid mineral,
yes.
Let me be to be honest. I think banks, in Nigeria, we still have a lot of work to do when it comes to understanding that sector.
The business.
I'm being very, very frank. I may be treading on a very uncommon, ground. However, what we are doing as a bank, we are leveraging on the relationship that we have with two of our key shareholders, the Net Bank of South Africa, Qatar National Bank. Generally, these are banks that have better, they are more exposed to financing this, the solid minerals or mining sector. They play big in the mining sector. They understand the business. So more and more, I think what we need to do in Nigeria is for we Nigerian banks to begin to collaborate and work with some of those banks, international banks, our South African banks, that clearly have the understanding. And for EcoBank Nigeria, that is what we are currently doing. And we are happy to discuss with anyone who has any transaction, and then and we can work with them with our partners to see how if they are viable, and we can proceed. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Would I now take some questions from the audience now? Yeah, the lady in front, number one. Let me go to the middle. The white, no, at the back. White, yes. So let me start with you. Please, let's go straight to the point because of time.
Thank you, moderator. Representative of CBN Governor. Unfortunately, I understand you were not here when we did our first paper. So I'm going to recap what we said in your absence, which you need to report to our CBN governor when you get there. For the CBN RT 200, exporters feel that the categorization you have given products by categorizing some products as raw and some as finished products is not very correct. Reason being that the products you're seeing as raw products are actually semi-processed products.
Can you give an example, madam?
I give an example with a product like dried split ginger. Fresh ginger sells for $560 in the international market. Fresh. It has international market. Whereas dried split ginger is processed after the farmers would have crudely, using traditional methods to wash, slice, sun-dry, package, adding value, engaging a lot of youths, women. These are ordinary people that would have been in the job market. But because they have added value in the international markets, dry split ginger sells for $2,100 US. So nobody can now say that it is raw products. And most exporters here are in the SME category. Most of them are caught up in that wave. If we pursue this product as designed, most of them are going to get disenfranchised. So please, when you get to our governor, explain to him what I have said as an exporter, because I have paid my export levy, I have run through the processes, I suffered to go to the international exhibition to get contracts, trying to fly the Nigerian flag. Coming home, the incentive that could have encouraged me to do better, I am being told, no, it's raw product. Please.
All right. So basically, talking about redefining value addition. Redefining value addition. Thank you very much, madam.
Then also, I
yes.
wonder We are exporting crude oil, right? So what is wrong with exporting agricultural products, even if it is raw? In the era, in the 60s, when Nigeria made its mark through exportation of cocoa, groundnuts, and all those were raw.
Okay.
They gave us the volume, they gave us the foreign exchange we needed. So why are we now, thinking they are second-class products? No, it's not. That's what will actually bring a boom to the non-oil sector.
Before the CBN director responds, let me just say something. I'm sure you answered. I talk about this also. I think CBN is concerned a lot about generation of foreign exchange. So, for example, if you look at cocoa market, the total value for cocoa in the world, export market, is about $9 billion. But the chocolate is about $30 billion. So CBN is running the race towards RT200F, a generation of $200 billion. So that's why they are more interested, I assume, in the value chain that bring in a lot of foreign exchange. Let's hear from the CBN government. Let's hear from her. Let's hear from her because
it's when we explain, you understand us.
Let's hear from her. Yeah.
Thank you, Madam, for flying the Nigerian flag. I want to personally thank you on behalf of the Central Bank Governor for what you're doing in the export sector and for flying the Nigerian flag proudly. The essence of the RT200 is to expand work on the value chain. The rest of the world is moving from primary products. They are moving into adding value so that you can get value for your product before you ship it. You just told us that raw ginger is $500. But if you wash it, process it, dry it, you can get $2,000. We want you to get the $2,000 now. Get the $2,000. It's better for you. It's better for the country.
No, madam, what he's saying is that 2,000, RT200 will not give the naira for dollar.
Yes, it does. RT200 is for semi-processed, semi-finished, and finished products. And the categorization that we use is what NEPC use in their categorization of products. We didn't invent it. We use NEPC categorization, interagency collaboration. We didn't come up with our own. We use what is available. And we should, see, do you have raw products moving from America to Nigeria? It's all processed, finished. Okay, there are some, but we want more. We want more of finished product. We want to start industrialization of this country. We want 2, 3 of you to come together and start. If you need the funding, we are ready for it. Start a company to process and export and get more value. You work in the farm and you just export primary product. Somebody take your product for 2 naira, go and add small value and come back and sell it to you at 1,000. So we want to encourage value addition. We want to encourage economic complexity of this nation. That is our goal of the RT200. Thank you very much.
Yeah. Next
I don't think the fact that RT200 would not finance primary products means that there is no finance for primary.
No, he's talking about the rebate. He's talking about the rebate. The fact that the rebate is not paid.
Maybe what they should ask for is to get an additional provision.
Okay, for that.
For that. But RT200 is a special project that will facilitate processing of Nigerian exports.
Yeah.
You see, we have finite land. So the value we can get from primary products is known, even if we are able to use the whole land. But when you add value, okay, for every level of value you're adding in the value chain, you're getting more money for it. I think somebody put it up on the screen that Africa's participation in global trade, in the global value chain is somewhere around 3%.
Yes, 2.6%.
2.6%. And we call ourselves the raw materials capital of the world. Are we satisfied with getting 2.6%?
And we're doing a lot of exports.
Of global trade? No, we're not.
No, I mean in terms of volume, but we're getting low value.
We're getting very low value. You know, 75% of cocoa in the
From
world
West Africa.
is from 4 countries, actually. But the 4 countries generate revenue of less than $10 billion in a total cocoa market of $135 billion. Now,
right.
processing it to the next level gets it to somewhere about $20 or $30 billion. Just by making, I'll tell you from NXPs we have some of our exporters that process to butter, cocoa, the same cocoa. What they repatriate as NXPs is about 4 times what those that export beans do. So that's the first level on the global value chain for cocoa. It multiplies it by 400%. Okay? So if we want to grow the value of our exports it's by processing. No matter how much cocoa we grow, if we grow the whole country cocoa, we know how much we'll get, and it's small. We need to process.
All right, let's take all the other questions and then the panel will respond. Yes. Can we have another person? Where is the mic? The mic.
Okay, thank you for the opportunity. Yeah, I will just go straight to the question. We talked about EEG, and we have export credit certificate that you cannot use. You have taken it to the agencies and they have been rejected, so we should continue to keep. And this is over a year now, too. So where should we take these instruments to? I think we need to agree. The EEG is not coming early. We have backlog that has not been clear, and the little we have gotten, we cannot apply it. So we need to talk seriously on this. Then secondly, the inter-African trade is hindered by logistics.
By?
Logistics.
Okay.
Now, it is easier to even send products overseas to Europe than to Africa. I have order that I cannot service around West Africa, about 5 countries, because of logistic cost. So what is government going to do to us? For example, I have Burkina Faso now, and I have a bill over 6 million to take my product there. And the worth of product is not even up to that. So how do I solve this issue?
Sorry, I will appreciate if our question is around financing. That will help this conversation.
Yes, the C, yes, it is. It is also. It is also.
All right.
Yeah. So logistics, if the banks can come in to also help us finance logistics.
Finance the logistics.
Yes.
Oh, okay. The man in white at the back. Yes, they're going to answer.
Yeah, thank you very much. My name is Patrick Odiego. I'm a lead, ferrite, and zinc miner. Our MD of Nexim Bank spoke so well, gave us really something to hold on to. But I'm worried about the comment from the EcoBank man, that he doesn't understand mining. I'm really worried because the man was wearing glasses. That glasses cannot happen without mining. Probably he has a car. That car won't happen without mining. So I don't even understand what part of it that he doesn't understand.
No,
okay,
why he doesn't understand is the value chain. I mean, if someone own up the fact that it's not just EcoBank. A number of banks in Nigeria have that issue.
I'm going somewhere. The barite that I sold, I'm a barite miner. And by the way, barite is being imported into this country. Why? We have barite that will last us for the next 22,000 years. But we are still importing. These are what is ailing our country. So we really need to get it tight. Now, this is where CBN governor should have been here. Because everybody that is here are people that are really in the productive side of this economy. So if you are not powering these people really, really holistic, right, giving them the right capacity to actually shake up, starting from their production base all the way to finished product. If we don't go through this value by enabling them, by giving them the right funding, not funding. Okay, when we talk of LC, I have customers that are willing to give me LC, but is there any bank that would risk LC without asking me to bring bank guarantee? How many banking can fund with the mining license? We need to really tell each other the truth. And the essence of this kind of event is for us to speak truth to power. And speaking truth to power, I will start by saying that the way to go, if a company, in terms of mining, right? If a mining company has a license, then that license should be enough to fund that company. Because what we need to do, if need be, take a stake in that company under the time you're exposed. Provide that company mining as a service. Because any mining company that says, give me money, probably has something else. But if he said, look, I have this mining site.
Sorry, we don't have the time. Can you wrap up the question, please?
In conclusion, how do we holistically fund mining operation to be able to work from raw material to finished product? Thank you.
All right. Yeah, the lady that stood up. Yes, I'll come to you, sir.
Good evening, everyone. It's been very, very interesting and educative to listen to the panel and even everyone else. But my name is Shola Babatunde. I'm the founder of OSC Garment Factory and OSC College of Fashion. And I must say that it has been somewhat sad that at this conference where we're talking about the non-oil, nothing about my industry, fashion or garment industry, has been mentioned. Every time we're relegated, the world's value of the fashion industry is $2.5 trillion. The African value is about $3 billion, of which Nigeria shares 15%. We can do better. We can do everything you have all said that we should do. But what I have noticed is that there is a serious lack of understanding of the industry. We are seen as tailoring. We're seen as made to measure, as the Ashwebi makers. But that's not what export is. So for the finance part, because the banks and the commercial and CBN and Co. do not understand the value chain of the industry, they cannot finance us properly. When you go to the bank, they tell you, oh, why do you need 400 million for? One factory to have that standard that would process garments for the value addition, that would make Europe, America pay what is right for it. You need certifications. To have those certifications, your factory must be to a particular standard. Some machines cost already $20,000. But if from M has been pegged to $20,000 per quarter, and you want to buy, for example, maybe 10 machines, it means it will take you more than a year to finish building or finishing having those machines for your factory. Trust me, the customer is not waiting. The market is not waiting. So the Chinese and everybody else will come in.
What's the suggestion?
So the question is if there can be a forum or where the industry players come to maybe educate, please pardon the language, that's the only one I could find right now, to educate on the industry. We are not tailors. There's a difference. We're not fashion designers. We're garment manufacturers who mass produce in large quantities, just the same way automobile vehicles. Yes, it's manufacturing. But I have seen that a lot of finance institutions do not understand the industry.
Thank you.
So if it's possible that we properly come to show the value chain and how we can partner to really take Nigeria to where it ought to be on the market.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Can you pass the mic to this man in front? No. Now, Doctor, I will come to you last. I know you wanted to talk about the prayer. I'll come to you. The man in front. Now, I would like to recommend to NEPs before you speak, I think it would be great if we can have an engagement for solid minerals and fashion with the banks. I think that this is coming very, very seriously out of this program so that the banks can understand you and then you can also educate the bank on this. Okay, thank you.
Garment producer, Zenith Bank is ready to engage with you.
Okay, thank you.
Yes.
My name is Engineer Awal Ibrahim. I'm the technical advisor of Nasima Mining Trade Group.
Okay.
So I think since we don't have time, the interagency collaboration is highly needed on this development of the mining sector. Government has developed a national strategy on raw materials and product development. And that strategy has taken care of all the issues, all the barriers that have been mentioned in mitigating against our incapacity to produce raw materials and to process our own products. The national strategy is there which can be used. On the mining sector, I want the banks to fund the mining technical services. We don't have, our challenges in the mining sector is lack of an internationally accredited technical services that will do reserve estimation, laboratory testing, because right now I came from a mining site now in Taraba State on lithium. I'm working with some foreigners who want to buy lithium from me, from EU and from China. We are just there, even I'm communicating with the people at the lithium, but we are lacking an internationally accredited, I'm talking to the banks. Let us partner with the banks and establish an internationally accredited mining and technical services for reserve estimation, so that when my colleague in the barite industry was talking, why your license will serve as a collateral is there will be an international accreditation of reserve estimate of that material in that mining license. So if the banks, all those banks that say they don't understand mining sector, let's just come and fund internationally accredited mining technical services and equipment leasing. And there is no much risk in that thing. We can develop the mining sector. But I want an interagency collaboration. And I like what you will say that the bank should engage on solid mineral and garment in a separate session. We are looking towards that. We have already stated for 23rd June to have a mining summit at NAF Conference Center.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Yeah, let me hear from Dr. Victor so we can close.
So, honorable distinguished panelists, please, I only have some comments to make and questions to ask from our CBN governor. You've talked about the incentives, ROTG and all that. I remember that we also engaged you on the new obnoxious policies and all that. But what you said that I can really pinpoint is that it's because exporters are really not repatriating their funds back into the country. And I ask myself, it's a very simple thing, which we have said before, which I'm repeating here today, so that you can take it back to your boardroom in CBN. It's a very simple thing. Go back to what we used to do, and that is exporters must have unfettered access to their influence. It's a simple thing. We had gone through this ladder before, and far back in 2005, when we fought it, we sat down. The president invited us. We were here, governor of CBN, the minister of finance, I was the president of the coalition. I led it, and we discussed, and we argued, and at the end of the day, that decision was taken. And since then, things have changed. Then you came back and reintroduced it. The truth is this: if you leave us to that, put yourself as an exporter. You have exported. When your money comes in, you can't even take $1 from your account. $1, you cannot withdraw for your use. Even for some of us that have children to pay for, they can't. And you say you are an exporter. We have said, put a caveat there. If you export and you fail to repatriate your money, it is jail time. Put it there. We are ready for it. Instead of going through all these obnoxious policies to do what? At the end of the day, we won't be able to achieve anything. And they keep talking about incentives. as far as we are concerned, incentives should be left to the people that have the mandate, and that is Nigerian Export Promotion Council. Because if they say that incentives, CBN too is giving incentives, we keep wondering. I even had one of the panelists begging the CBN to please take over this matter of EEG and all that. But the question is this. Even the RTG, where is the CBN getting the money from? Because I do not understand. CBN does not trade. Where are they getting the money from? If you can be telling us that government, CBN should take over from government, then the MDAs, like NEPC, what is their mandate? If CBN too has to start talking about incentives, please, CBN, my advice, concentrate on your mandate.
Thank you very much, sir. Let me allow no, we don't have the time. Let the panelists respond. I know CBN wants, does anyone want to say something about the garment?
Okay, thank you for the exporter, the exporter on the garment industry. Like I said, I think my colleague already changed number speaker.
Okay.
So we'll engage and see how we can support the business.
All right, because of our time, we'll be rounding up this session now so we can take the photo. Thank you very much. Which one? The EEG? No, the EEG will be addressed by NEPC. The panel will not be able to answer the issue on EEG. The question on, what's the name? On the exploitation, the CBN director have already responded to that before. So, all right, thank you very much.
All right, we'll take the group picture. Let's thank our guy from EcoBank. He's been online. Please, can we clap for him? Thank you very much. Sir, we understand you cannot join this picture. We'll Photoshop you and add later.
Thank you, sir.
Our CEO will join the panelists for this group picture. Please, we have not closed. There's one more activity. Let's remain seated, please. Let's sit down. Let's sit down. Thank you. We have one more activity we'll do before we go. And we need to also tell you where food is served. It's actually coded. You need to wait after that activity to know where you will eat. Please. Let's just watch this. After this group picture, we'll take the vote of thanks, and then we'll announce to you where you should be eating, please. I'll advise that we remain seated. Thank you very much for understanding. Thank you. Please, can we sit down? Thank you very much. Please, this is an announcement about food in a bit, just to inform us that for those of us who are here, there is a place you will go to eat, but that will be told to you totally immediately after the vote of thanks. Let me therefore invite the Director of Corporate Services Department of the NEPC. Please put your hands together as I welcome Mrs. Uduak Etokowa for her goodwill message. Please clap for her. Let's remain seated, please. Thank you. Thank you. Please, can we sit down? Those in front, thank you very much. Please, let's remain seated to hear this very important message. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Please, our panelists, thank you for a good job. Let's go to our seats so that the next person can be seen from the podium. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much. Those in front, thank you. We will do networking at the restaurant, I want to assure you. But for now, let's just go to our seats and take a message from our ED and CEO. Thank you very much. So, ladies and gentlemen, can we once again put our hands together for our Director, Corporate Service Department. Please put your hands together for us as she comes up.
distinguished ladies and gentlemen, it's been a long day, so I understand that some of us are itching to go. So I could make this very easy and just say thank you and thank you once again. But please let me do this well. It would just take a few minutes. On behalf of the Executive Director and CEO of the Nigerian Export Promotion Council, I want to sincerely thank God Almighty for a very successful first day of this national conference. It took a lot of planning and sleepless nights by all the staff and all our vendors. And we are so happy at the success so far recorded. I must sincerely thank His Excellency, the Vice President, Professor Yemi Oshibanjo, the SGF, Mr. Boss Mustafa, the Honorable Minister, Industry, Trade and Investment, Otumba Adeni Richard Adebayo, and the Minister of State, Ambassador Mariam Yelwaji Katagum, the Governor of Jigawa State and Chair of the National Committee on Export Promotion, Alhaji Mohammed Badaru Abubakar, who all played very key roles earlier today during the opening ceremonies. Let me specially appreciate our board chairman of the governing board of the Nigerian Export Promotion Council, Senator Ibrahim Musa, and other board members here present. Our ED, Dr. Ezra Yakusak, who's been up and doing since the thought of this conference was muted. Thank you for providing that leadership and support, and for all that we have achieved so far. To our speakers, moderators, panelists, and heads of various agencies and parastatals, leaders of unions and associations, and particularly our exporters, we are partners in this journey. We are indeed thankful that you answered our call to attend and for staying this long. I will not leave out the directors of the Nigerian Export Promotion Council and the entire staff members who have worked tirelessly to ensure that we got here. Let me appreciate our online audience. Thank you. We can feel you. Thanks for your active, very active participation. Gentlemen of the press, we most sincerely thank you. I cannot end without thanking our host, Transcorp Hilton, and the IAM team. You guys have been great. Thank you also to all our vendors. Thank you, everyone, for coming. God bless you.
Is that not a lovely presentation? Please put your hands together for her. That's how we are at NEPC. We are just beautiful people. Please clap for her some more. Thank you. It was very different when I went to Edo State last month to do a naming ceremony. At the opening, I invited the man to do welcome address. When it was time to go, it was the wife that was to deliver the vote of thanks. She just collected the microphone and said, "Ladies and gentlemen, when you people came in a while ago, my husband told you welcome. It is now my honor and privilege to tell you, well go." So this is how we are going to eat, ladies and gentlemen. Please, those of us who are up there, the first rule is that you should all come down. And please, if you don't have a meal ticket, you may need to go to the registration point and collect a meal ticket. It's very important. Now, you also need to check the meal ticket to see which restaurant is written on it. If it is Zuma Grill, it is in the hotel, but it is just under the staircase. You see there's a doorway, the Zuma Grill. If you have that ticket, that's where you should eat. If you're at Oriental Restaurant, it's directly above Zuma Grill. And for the others, those of us who are going to be eating in this area, if you have the mezzanine. This is upstairs here. And if you have FCT Hall or Kano Hall, they are all within this area. You don't need to go to the other side. You can eat within this place. So distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, I'll take this announcement again after the national anthem. So at this point, just because we are hurrying to the restaurant, I'll tell the sound people to halt us a bit as we take the national anthem to formally honor Nigeria as we end this session. Let's take it, please. The national anthem. Remember that tomorrow we are meeting here at 9 o'clock. I'll advise you to come in at 8:30 because newer people may take your seats before you come in. 9 a.m. We're starting 9 a.m., please. Please make sure you carry your bags and your personal belongings. Carry them as you go out. Your meal ticket. If you don't have one,